Command codes verified. Priority 1 message from Starfleet coming in on secured channel.
There we go. Hello, captains, and welcome to episode 500 of Priority One, a Roddenberry Star Trek podcast. We are so excited. We're so thrilled. We are so honored. We are so humbled. That
all of those adjectives.
All of these things that you've decided to, first of all, to spend your Saturday with us, number one. Number two, to help celebrate with us, and number two, to help raise funds for the Poor People's Campaign. Right? We are a community podcast, right? What I mean by that is not only do we engage with you from week to week, but we're all volunteers. We're all just passionate fans of Star Trek, people who volunteer their time and their talents to contribute to the production of the show, and as a result, it's our duty to try to give back when we can and however we can. So please consider donating. I know that Periscope is having a little bit of issues, but we'll keep an eye on that. But
they're getting rid of that anyway, right? That's like
they're getting rid of Periscope, so I'm not surprised that Periscope's going to be some trouble.
They're encouraging you to find a different way to engage with your favorite community-produced podcasts, not on Periscope.
Well, the rumor is that Twitter's doing their version of what is it?
Clubhouse?
The podcast. Clubhouse. There we go. Clubhouse, yeah.
Oh, I just got
it
that. It's weird.
Yeah, so we'll see. Maybe Priority won't do that. But Kat, Tony, thank you so very much for being a part of this. Thank you for being on the journey.
Yeah, thanks.
Thank you for your help producing this and getting this put together. But so here's the lineup. Okay, we're going to talk a little bit about programming today. First up, actually, before I even get into that, I do want to thank some of our co-sponsors, companies that donated some items to help us with our giveaways, because we want to incentivize you to donate, right? So what's going to happen is that as we reach certain goals and levels, we're going to be unlocking. Actually, Tony, you explain this.
Well, okay, I'll do that. All right. So our overall goal today is $2,000, and we know we can get that because last year we had a goal of episode 400. We had a goal of $1,701, and you guys blew through that. So we know we can do this $2,000. But we've got milestones along the way. We've already passed our first one of $50 from people donating before we even got started today. So thank you very much. We've already unlocked our first tier at $50. And so we're going to be, at the end of every hour, we're going to do some random drawings. The $50 tier are Geordi Bridge Officers donated by Cryptic Studio Star Trek Online. These are convention-exclusive items that if you went to the Star Trek Las Vegas convention, you could pick one of these up from the Cryptic table. You can't get them any other way, except here now, too. So at the top of the next hour,
actually, why don't we do it now? We already did $50, right?
Yeah, we did.
That's not how the game works, Elio. It's a finely tuned, well-oiled machine.
I want to make sure that it all works. So that
give away one. Let's give away one. Let's just give away one.
No, we'll do a bundle. We'll do the two Geordi buffs. We're gonna try right now.
But then we have nothing for the end of hour one.
Bro, we have like a bunch of extra Geordi buffs. We'll be good.
This is how this
Elio's like, give away handfuls of candy at Halloween, and then at the end of the night, there's no more candy.
Just do it. Just do it. This is how we roll. We improv here. Do it.
We improv. We
do it
live. We do it live.
And then when he's done, I'll finish explaining the rest of the day.
I'm sorry. Go ahead, please explain. Actually,
no.
I'm gonna. You're right. As people are signing up for this, we're gonna do. All right. So here's a link. So here's what we're gonna do. Rafflecopter. Because before we couldn't do it. We were on Tuesday night. If you were with us on Tuesday night, Tony and I were troubleshooting a bajillion things,
breaking stuff,
and breaking stuff. And so we figured that this is the best way, so that nobody has to. I don't know if we can lose that, Skippy. Figure it out, please. If we have to, we don't have to tell everybody to go to Twitch. We signed up for a Rafflecopter account, and so I'm going to put this in the link. So this is for, there'll be 2 winners for this one. Each person will get 1 Geordi buff, all right? I'm going to put the link in the chat, and while Tony's explaining, then at the end of it, we'll go ahead and we'll go ahead and go ahead, Tony. I put the link.
So
in
I
the chat.
explain it now. I forget where I was. Anyway, so right, so we're gonna start giving away some Jordy
tiers.
Tiers. Thank you, Kat. So we're at tiers. So we've already unlocked our $50 tier, which is Jordy LaForge Bridge Officers, convention exclusive. Our next tier is going to be at $500, where we're going to give away some additional Star Trek Online goodies. These are the bundles. What kind of bundles are these? These are the recon bundles. The four ship recon bundles. At once we reach the $500 tier, we'll give away those at the top of each hour as well. Once we hit the $1,000 level, we have from ForbiddenPlanet.com a Star Trek swag bundle, which we will give away at the drawing at the end of that hour, plus plus another recon bundle, plus Jordy buffs. So every time you guys donate more and we unlock that next higher tier, there are more prizes, more drawings, more fun for everybody. So tell all your friends. Right. Next, at the $1,500 tier, we will have a 9-inch custom ship from GamePrint. So I want you all to get a ruler and hold that up in front of your face, and that's a pretty decent sized ship. That's a good sized ship. And that will unlock it to the $1,500 tier, plus another recon bundle that we'll have. We don't have any more Forbidden Planet swags. We don't have any extra of those, but we'll have more bundles from Star Trek Online. Then once we hit our goal of $2,000, we have, again, from Cryptic Studios, Star Trek Online, we've got the 2021 Legendary Bundle, including the new Klingon ships and the Ambassador and the Excelsior, the Legendary Excelsior and Ambassador.
Nice.
We're already at $100. Already at $100.
What? This is wonderful. We're gonna be unlocking those recon bundles in a short time. Now,
that's awesome.
Since we're describing this whole thing now, I have to tell you that there's a special surprise if we pass our goal. And that special surprise is a custom voicemail. Oh, we lost. And Kat disappeared. That's unfortunate. I assume she'll be back soon.
She'll be back.
I'm sure she'll be back soon. Our special prizes, once we get past our goal of $2,000, our stretch goals, if you will, is we have custom voicemails from the Star Trek personalities that we will be interviewing throughout the day and interviewed previously with prior recordings. So you'll be able to ask. We have a script. We have a generic script you can use, or if you have a different message that you'd like, within reason. Okay, within reason of a voicemail that you would like your Star Trek personality to leave for you, that you can then upload to your phone, and the rest of the world can be greeted by Allison Pill, by Alexander Siddig.
Yep.
You know, cool. you could someone to say, "Hi, this is Mary Chifo, not the person you called."
Right.
But I'm here leaving the voicemail for you.
Right.
So it's very exciting. I think we've got a great lineup of prizes. Please tell anybody that's interested in Star Trek or Star Trek Online that it's a great opportunity to support a good cause and maybe have a chance to win some swag. It's fantastic.
Yeah. So this is this is great. This is just amazing stuff. I think we've got a nice little event going on here today for 500 minutes.
500 minutes.
For 500 minutes. So we got a 500-minute live stream. If you haven't already, please be sure to share this show with your friends.
Oh, we should tell them the link tree.
Tell them, and then here's the link tree, which makes it super easy to get all of the special links, including the link to donate, which is via the Action Network. We've got a page set up there for our group raising money. So follow that link tree, share that link tree, share this event. Go ahead, Tony.
Legal announcement. You don't have to donate to enter. The prize unlocks are at the levels. So if the community as a whole reaches those levels, anybody who's on the Twitch stream can put in an entry. So that I just want to make that absolutely clear. But the more people donate, the more anyone donates, the more prizes are available for everyone to have a chance to win. So it's again a community effort. It's not going to be on any one individual, but all of us together, helping the Poor People's Campaign, will unlock these prizes.
It's at 151 right now, by the way.
What? Nice. We're going to hit 500 in our first hour. Nice job. Keep going, everybody.
So thank you, Salaknar. We're aware of it. We'll fix it up in the next transition. So one of the reasons that we selected and chose the Poor People's Campaign Obviously I could say it's because of their incredible work, and which is true. But most specifically, right now they're doing a lot of work in underserved communities that are suffering terribly right now through COVID, through the pandemic. Not only are they working to support them, but they're also working on educating with respect to the vaccine. There are a lot of people that have concerns about the vaccine, that have questions about the vaccine, but may not have the resources that you or I may have to do their due diligence, to research, to find out, how things might interact, et cetera, et cetera. And the Poor People's Campaign have boots on the ground, going from place to place, from town to town, working with people to make sure that they're safe, that they're healthy, and that they're educated. So please, if you have the means, make sure to donate. We have that Action Network link up right now. We're keeping an eye on that, so we know when we can, unlock different rewards. And like Tony said, this is going to be a community effort, right? We're already at $211. That's amazing. So thank you all.
Thank you so much.
I think, I know that times are tough right now, right? So, it's hard to give. If you don't have the money, maybe you have the time. So maybe consider signing up to the Poor People's Campaign and working with your local chapter, working with a local organization for the Poor People's Campaign to help, right? We're in this together, right? We've all been on lockdown. We've all been required to make some sacrifices. So do your best, whatever you can. Also, make sure to share this, right? Make sure that right now, if you're watching us on YouTube, grab that share link, share it, hit that like button, comment, whatever you need to do. Let other people know right now that this Star Trek community event is happening right now to raise money for a very important cause. And that we're celebrating our 500th. And we've got special guests. So let's talk about those special guests, because I'm sure you guys are really interested. If you've been following us on our social media channels, you've been keeping an eye and seeing that we've been promoting those. But coming up at 11:30 Pacific time, I'm going to be using just Pacific time, which is going to mess me up because I'm in New Jersey.
I'm in Kansas.
And yeah, we're all in different time zones, right? So that's interesting. That's the one thing that COVID didn't impact Priority One in terms of its production, because we've been doing this for a long time. Remotely,
socially distanced.
Yeah. Socially distanced. Priority One is nothing but socially distanced. Even at conventions, I wear masks.
He was doing it before it was cool.
It's true.
Yeah,
it's true.
He got sick one year, and he got so sick, and then after that, he wore a mask on the airplane every time.
Oh my gosh, that year was the big anniversary. That was the 50th.
That was the 50th.
TOS.
Yeah.
And we were on the Roddenberry stage, and we had things planned, and I got slammed with a horrible 3-day flu of some sort. I don't know what it was, man. But anyway.
He was so sick, he asked me to take over for him on some things. That's how sick he was.
I asked Jace. I asked, man. I was like, I can't. Guys, if I go up on the stage, I'm going to pass out.
He'll pass out. Yeah, he was going to fall over. Yeah.
I remember Allison was there, and we were in that Roddenberry space, and I came down, and she goes, "You need to leave now." I looked so bad. I was pale. I was clammy. It was terrible. And I remember she's like, "You need to go." And I was like, "I can't. I got to make sure that we're recording this. We need content. So.
And right after that, she and I got in the car and went over to Walgreens or something to find you drugs, any kind of drugs, drugs.
I should have gone to the doctor. I should have gone to an urgent care. 2020 hindsight. Or whatever this thing is, and I should have gone to the doctor. But anyway, I digress. Who's gonna be on the show, Elio? Stop talking.
We're bantering. Right. This is banter.
So
this is what we do.
In 10 minutes, Dr. Robert Hurd is going to be joined by Whitney Calvin, who was the PR specialist over at NASA JPL. They're going to be talking about. They're going to be delivering astrometrics. Then at 12 o'clock Pacific time. Rod Roddenberry is going to be coming on to finally play Star Trek Online. And joining him for that endeavor is design director or director?
Design director.
Design director. Al, Captain Gecko Rivera of Star Trek Online. Kat will be joining, and so will Winters, to guide him through the adventure that is Star Trek Online. And that's going to be about 2 hours. So from 12 to 2.
That's going to be fun.
Yeah, that'll be fun. Then we've got. Don't forget, guys, if you haven't been entering to win, make sure to do that now with that link that I shared. Where's that link? Then at 2:30, then later at 2:30, we're going to be joined by Star Trek Picard's Evan Evagora, who played Elnor on Star Trek Picard. So that's great. He's going to be joining us live for a conversation and to, again, help incentivize. He, too, is willing to record a voicemail if we make those goals. So make sure that, you're sharing this so that we can hit that 2,000.
Break the goal.
Then at 3:30, we have Isa Briones, who played like 4 different people on Star Trek Picard. Soji, Daj, Sutra.
3, then the android. Wait.
Yeah, she played.
Oh, there's 2 androids.
Yeah, there's 4 androids. She plays
4
androids.
4.
Right.
Yeah.
Right, okay.
They come in pairs. They come in pairs.
Right, I forgot. They come in pairs. They're like shoes.
So she's joining us at. Hi, Whitney.
Hi, Whitney.
Hi.
One second. This is the wrong link. But we'll one moment.
Okay, I'm gonna get up.
Okay. But she's ready to go. She's got the board prosthesis and everything. She's ready to do this.
I love it.
She's showing
amazing.
up. That's right.
All right, we'll make sure you get the right link in a moment. Then we've got Isa Briones at 3. Then at 4:30, unless things change, we're gonna record our 500th episode. So we're gonna be doing intro, Trek It Out, gaming news, feedback, all that jazz. Oh, that reminds me. Did somebody compile feedback? Anthony?
I didn't.
Well, I didn't either. Then at 6 o'clock, we're gonna air our pre-recorded interview with Allison Pill, and at about 6:45 or so, towards the end, we'll air our pre-recorded interview with Alexander Siddig. So Allison Pill and Alexander Siddig were pre-recorded, and we're so very grateful for them for meeting with us earlier this week to talk about it. And again, Alexander Siddig and Allison Pill are willing to record a voicemail for you as long as we hit that 2,000.
What are we at now? We are at 271.
Nice.
Guys, we're going to break 500 in the first hour. That's fantastic. Well done.
Amazing.
That's amazing.
That's really good.
All right,
really
so
well done.
let's go ahead and do this giveaway here. Let's see what our entries are like here. I'm going to refresh the page, and we're going to do a giveaway. So it's 2 Geordie Boffs, so we're going to have 2 winners. 2 winners. If you didn't already, I hope that you'll do it later. So let's pick a random winner. Here we go. Picking a winner. Chris Simon. Chris Simon is our first winner.
Come on down.
Congrats.
I hope you put the right email, because that's the one we're going to be contacting you on. By the way, you all should do that. And here's our next winner. Sailors Daniel. Congratulations.
All
Way
right.
to go. You've both won. So you're not going to get the codes immediately, so stand by, but we now have your emails. We'll be sure to putting in, saving those in the doc. Panda, if you can just copy paste those. Actually, if you're in the raffle thing.
Yeah. And remember, we're going to be doing this at the top of every hour, or approximately, if we have interviews or something playing. But keep coming back top of every hour. We're going to keep giving away prizes throughout the day. We've got stuff to last us all day long. So if you don't win the first time, like this completely unexpected giveaway that we just did just now, but don't worry, we got flexibility here. But keep entering every hour, and we'll have more prizes to give away. And the more we all donate together, the more we give to the Poor People's Campaign. The higher the tiers we go, the better prizes we have to give away. So tell all your friends, spread that Linktree link online. It's right there on the screen. linktr.ee/priority1pod. All the links you need are right there, to the Twitch stream, to the Facebook, to the Poor People Campaign donation link. You can subscribe to our podcast there. It's all right there. linktr.ee/priority1pod.
And every time we do a raffle, it's going to be a brand new link. Skiffy just asked, do they need to re-enter? It's going to be a brand new link for every raffle that we give and do a giveaway for.
Every prize. Yep.
So yeah. All right. We got about 5 minutes, but yeah.
We have to banter.
We have to banter for 5 more
What?
minutes.
For
My
5
God.
minutes? Did
My
we say
God.
hey to everyone in chat? There's a ton of
we should
people
do
in
that.
chat.
Go, yeah, Cat, yeah.
Do it, Cat. It's a
Oh,
great
well, I
idea.
saw Jason Smith had joined us, but now has to go to work. So this is going for 500 whole minutes. So maybe
You got
we'll
so much
still be
time.
here by
We
the
probably
time you
will.
get back.
Or on your lunch break. Your lunch break.
Who else is over there? I see Phantom 2448, Savage Hell 446, Theron. Thank you guys for joining us today. Tons of people. I thought Phantom 2448 asked if we saw the casting announcement for Strange New Worlds, and I did.
I hope that's in the news for the show that we're recording.
I know.
I hope so. It better be.
Yeah.
If not, I'll have words to say to Panda. I'll have words.
Yeah, I'm real excited about Strange New Worlds news. Looks like Winters and Nikki have joined us. Hey, y'all.
Howdy, winners.
James White Dragon, how's it going? Deaf Dog, Captain BG 1701.
Hey, Deaf Dog.
Deaf Dog.
I know that guy.
Awesome. You do?
I know that guy.
Awesome. Viper Wolf.
Bill Viper. Yes, he's one of our audio editors on both shows.
Oh yeah.
On Guard Frequency and on Priority One.
William.
Very nice.
That's his alter ego.
All right.
Sounds like a Top Gun reference.
So I think let's take a quick break. Let's set up for Astrometrics with Dr. Robert Hurt, and we'll be right back after a slideshow.
Slideshow. We don't have messages.
Favorite.
We have our astrometrics report with our usual suspect, Dr. Robert Hurt, and he's brought along a guest today, Whitney Clavin, who was, as Elio introduced you earlier, a former public relations person with JPL, NASA JPL. Did I get that right?
Yes, well, science writer, media rep, there's many titles. And now I still work with Robert at Caltech and in a similar role.
Well, thanks for joining us. Appreciate that. I am just going to be here just to provide banter and color because I don't know much about stars and astronomy and things. So I'm going to let you guys kind of handle that. But I might ask dumb questions from time to time to do my thing, which is dumb
please
questions.
do, because as we are fond of saying in education, if you have to ask the question, then it may not be dumb.
It might not be, but let's go with the percentages here. Assume that it might be. So, all right. Well, thanks for joining us, both of you, and please take it away, Robert.
Sure. Well, I am just delighted to actually be here. First of all, to help celebrate the 500th podcast episode of Priority One, a show that I've been listening to probably since around episode 10, and it's been a real joy for the last few years to be able to provide science astrometrics reports. But today, I actually wanted to bring in my friend Whitney Clavin here to talk and riff a little bit about science storytelling and sort of the inspirations that Star Trek draws from science, but then the inspirations that science draws from Star Trek. So let me just throw it over to Whitney, and why don't you just introduce and tell us about yourself and a little bit of your science story and a little bit of your Star Trek story.
Yeah, so as we talked about, I'm a science writer, press information officer, worked at JPL for 13 years with Robert, and now I have a similar job at Caltech where I still cover astronomy, but I also cover quantum physics and other cool stuff like that. And I still get to work with Robert. I force my office to work with Robert all the time. It's very exciting because it's a little bit of a different role. And they love it, but...
You've been used these visualizations!
Yeah, I sneak him into our work. And anyway, but my Star Trek story is I'm more of a late bloomer. I started watching Next Generation. That's my first love in college after I was a biochemistry major. So I was already into science and I was into math and biochemistry and I worked in a lab. And then ultimately I got a degree in science journalism. And it was around those times that I started watching Star Trek. And then I met my now husband, Mike, and he really got me into Star Trek. And then I got so into Picard and Next Generation that I had 5 Picard dolls, as I called them, around the house. And my husband would
action figures.
Not dolls.
Yeah,
they're not dolls. And he would say that he created a monster. As you can see, I also like dressing out.
It's good.
Yeah, thanks. Well, anyway, so that's basically my story. Robert, why don't you tell us about your science and Star Trek story?
Sure. Well, I was an early bloomer because literally some of my earliest memories are watching the original series as they were broadcast. Sorry, I have to admit that sometimes. They really are, and I think the Star Trek very much shaped a lot of my interest as a child in science, and is largely responsible for me, I think, becoming an astronomer, a profession I tried to avoid for many, many years until I finally gave up and just realized if I'm going to go to grad school, I was trying to be very practical in my career choice. And I finally gave up and said, I'm going to devote all this effort to a graduate degree. I might as well do it for something I actually love. And so ended up in astronomy almost despite myself. But that, for me, is one of these recurring themes I see in my peers in the field, because so many people I know who are in astronomy or in other fields of science really grew up being inspired by Star Trek and by other science fiction. It's like that's sort of the thing that opened the window for their interest. Even if the show might not be super, say, technically correct, in the way they portray the science. And that's why I kind of wanted to hit this topic of this sort of mutual directions of inspiration, both directions for how we tell science stories and how Star Trek tells science fiction stories, and the two kind of inform each other.
Well, because that's kind of science, isn't it? It's like you come across something and you think, that's not quite right. Why is that not quite right? And then you ask questions and do experiments to figure out exactly why it's not right and what might be righter or more correct or more accurate. So starting off from a place that's wrong isn't necessarily bad.
No, absolutely
True.
not. And then if we just want to kind of dive into some sort of examples, I guess I could toss out one of my great triumphs in my job working for NASA's Spitzer Space Telescope in terms of sort of mutual inspiration was for around the time of Star Trek's 50th anniversary, I was working on an image release for another science result. I was looking down the corner and I saw, gee, that nebula looks a lot like the Enterprise D. Okay, let's kind of crop that just out of the frame, and let's save that piece for next month. And we were able to release a picture of the Enterprise Nebula. In fact, not only did I see one nebula that looked like the Enterprise D, with a little bit of sketching, I could actually make the other part next to it look a little bit like the original Enterprise as well, the Kirk's Enterprise. And so, right at the 50th anniversary of Star Trek, NASA released the Enterprise Nebula, and it actually got a lot of buzz on social media.
I'm going to see if we can put
how many
a
people
link.
actually?
Oh, I'm sorry. We're going to see if we can put
Yeah.
a link to that very picture, that same picture. Actually, I might be able to do it. I was asking Lennon to do
The
it.
link?
might
No, I
actually
put
be able to do it.
I did put the link in the chat.
Yeah. Let's see if maybe I can. No, it's not letting me do it, but hopefully we can get that. We'll get that out there. Hopefully, Lennon, if you can throw that out there in the chat. It's not letting me do it on my end. So we'll if not, we'll have this. We'll make these pictures available at some point. But I do remember that actually, Robert. The picture that it looks like the Enterprise D from our perspective in space. It looks like the heavens are cooperating with with Paramount Studios.
But I think Whitney has some. I think Whitney also has some examples, though, about how like this idea of both scientists geeking out and people involved with Star Trek kind of mutually geek out over each other. I think you've had some kind of cool personal encounters in that area, haven't you?
Well, I have, but also related to that, I wanted to talk about you geeking out and another related story, which is one of my favorites, and it's basically, Tim and his partner, Robert and his partner, Tim Pyle, that do a lot of the graphics, decided to do a little sneaky thing in one of our images, and we'll have a link for that too. And one day before the image went out, they said, Whitney, so can you see something in that picture in the lower corner? And I was like, no, what? And then they zoomed in, and basically they had snuck in a Babylon 5 shadow ship into the NASA image. And
are you trying to get the conspiracy people out here? Come on.
One of these.
Oh yeah. Oh yeah. You're begging for trouble.
It has a great silhouette. You got to admit it's.
It did, and I was like,
Yeah.
what? Like, please pretend you didn't tell me that. Like, NASA headquarters is gonna freak out. We can't have secret pictures of spaceships.
Well, it's
And so
because
I
the
was like-
system, the star system in the press release was Epsilon Eridani, which in Babylon 5 was the home of the Babylon 5 station. So, it was kind of spot on to the message. And we even mentioned Babylon 5 in the press release when we were talking about the pop culture references to that system, which is something that Whitney actually loves to do, I think, is, when something in science has a direct tie to a pop culture, it's really fun to actually integrate that into the story.
Yeah. One of our biggest hits too was the Star Wars one about triple sunsets. That was a big one.
Oh,
and we actually got
yeah.
the rights to use the Star Wars imagery of Luke
Actually,
looking
John
out
Knoll participated in that press conference.
Oh.
That's
Oh,
right.
so-
When we did the one when you actually had the one that actually had the double
And who's
sunset
John Knoll?
system. Oh, John Knoll is he's actually one of the co-creators of the Photoshop application way back in the day, and one of the visual effects supervisors in Star Wars. In fact, he was one of the co-writers and producers of Rogue One. So,
very nice.
big uber Star Wars geek. He actually participated in the press conference, and to be honest, weirdly, I think he almost did a better job of explaining the science than the scientists did.
Which
Well,
I was
you know,
actually
maybe
really
he-
happy it was there.
surprised.
Maybe he was able to dumb it down for the rest of us. Maybe that's what it was. That might have been what was going on there.
Yeah.
Again, my role
But
here.
Whitney, I'd love to get to some of your stories though, because you've certainly had a chance to meet some of the cast and sort of see how they react to the science side of things.
Yes, yeah, it's true that while science fiction gets people excited about science, the scientists completely geek out about Star Trek. And luckily when I worked at JPL, I got to meet all sorts of Star Trek stars. Of course, the biggest being William Shatner, who came to do some sort of promo thing in our mission control room. And so, of course, all the scientists were just like gathered around, and we were told, like, do not, bother Mr. Shatner. But of course, people were sneaking around the back of the building, like trying to get a look. And then I got to be the media escort. And so I got to talk to him. And of course, my face was like this the whole time. And
You mean covered with a Borg prosthetic? And
yeah, well, that would be really embarrassing. No, I was
you
very
can't bring that to
professional.
work. You can't do that to work. Come on.
Well, you can on Halloween, and I do on Halloween.
Okay. Right.
But anyway, and he just wanted to talk about the science. So he was just sitting there asking questions about dark matter and dark energy and the universe expanding. And I was just like, like it's Captain Kirk. And so it was just sort of like mutual geeking out going on.
Yeah.
And then we also had Brent Spiner there. And then I got to go on the set of Enterprise and sit in the captain's chair. And so
Nice.
And I am so
excited.
jealous. She did not tell me she was doing that. And then she walks back with like this photo of her sitting in Archer's chair. I'm like, how dare you? How dare you?
Dude, that one was from the Porsche too. That was a nice chair. It was taken from a Porsche, so it was probably comfy. So super jealous probably.
Well, I can forgive her for that one because some years before that, I actually had a chance to tour the Voyager sets. It was sort of a thank you for the having helped out with a Planet Fest event that Andre Romanis was organizing. So he brought us on a tour of the Voyager sets, and while we were there, we got a chance to hang out with the art department, Mike Akuda and Rick Sternbach, and this was right before the 7th season of Voyager. And they were excitedly explaining how in this season Voyager was going to be flying very close to the galactic center on their route back home. And I happened to work on a project at that point called the 2 Micron All Sky Survey that happened to have a really nice image in the infrared of what the galactic center looks like, showing the stuff that you can't see in visible light. And I said, well, if you're interested, and they were like, you have a great picture? Oh, please. So I actually brought them, this is the day I brought it on a CD-ROM because, you couldn't transfer a 50 megabyte file over email like Dark Ages.
Nope.
And I was really proud to see that for almost the entire 7th season of Voyager, our 2-mass image was prominently featured on one of 7 of 9's astrometric screens. And
cool.
and again, it was so cool. Like I was there just eating up every little bit they were talking about the art design. But as soon as I mentioned like, oh, we have real data, they were like, oh yeah, we really, really want to use it. Please bring it in. And so I love how that dynamic, that thrill of how we tell our respective stories is really bi-directional. But for that, let me throw back to Whitney again, and let's talk about, you are a science storyteller. It's your job to actually be able to explain a science story in a way that anyone else is going to care to read. How do you approach that? I mean, clearly you put absolutely no emotion or human interest. You just stick to the facts and you just tell a simple factual story, right? Is that how you work?
Well, yeah,
I'm
sometimes
skeptical.
it turns out that way.
But
yeah, no, we try to get the emotion in, and I mean, because science can seem very dry, but there is a lot of behind the scenes emotion that we try to get into our stories, but it can be difficult. And one of my favorite stories about emotion is about Robert crying, because Robert himself actually gets very emotional about Star Trek and science, both of them. And so,
I believe this.
He just gets this look in his eyes where his eyes just tear up a little, and he just. But anyway, my favorite Robert crying story is when we found out, ahead of time that LIGO, which you may have heard of, had finally detected gravitational waves. Made the first direct detection. This is something they started thinking about working on 50 years prior. It's a huge accomplishment. It ended up winning the Nobel Prize. And I was told, this is when I worked at JPL, even though it was a Caltech project, that I was going to get to be the press person organizing the press conference. And so I was really excited, but I knew what gravitational waves were, but I wasn't I didn't know as much as other people. So then they were, then I was like, well, I'm getting Robert in on this. And, everybody agreed, yeah, we're going to get Robert to do the visuals. And so then I was the one who got to tell him that he was going to do the visuals for this Discovery. And he didn't even know about Discovery yet, because this is 6 months before it came out.
Yeah.
And so then I was with Robert and his partner in visuals, Tim. And I was like, so you guys, I have a big announcement. And Tim was on the phone and Robert was in person as a person. And then I said, Robert and Tim, you are going to be doing all the visuals for the first detection of gravitational waves in space. And Robert was like, ooh, and then the tears started going up in his eyes. He couldn't even believe it. He was just like, this was just like his life stream. Yeah. And then Tim, who is
I could believe
Hollywood
it, but yeah.
background, he was on, and he just goes, why is Robert crying, and what are gravitational waves?
he said that he could tell that it was a really important result because he knew I was tearing up. So he realized, oh, this must be a really big one. But
big deal.
And in fairness, I should say that I remember that day so vividly because, this is something I've been reading about since I was a little kid. And when Whitney started to say, well, there's this big thing that I can't tell you about, but I'm going to tell you now, I really wish I had said, you mean they discovered gravitational waves? Because it was the thing I was thinking. It's like, is she going to tell me it happened? And so I was actually really set up for it when she did the reveal. So that's kind of how it hit me double hard.
But would it kind of spoiled it a little bit? It would have kind of it was thunder. Just let it wash over you. Yeah. Experience it. Just let's let it come to you. Yeah.
Right. No, yeah. We want you to act surprised.
Right. But it was cool to have a project like that, though, because this was several months before the release was going to happen. There's a lot of work that had to happen, and so having the luxury of really developing this story over the course of several months to really kind of craft how we want to tell the story, I thought was a rare opportunity, because normally we have to turn things around in a few weeks. But I think it was also a period for really digging into how we were crafting a story that has an emotional resonance. When Star Trek does stories, right, their first goal is to tell an emotional story. And if they can mention something sciencey in the side, they do. And a lot of times it maybe isn't very correct science, but that's because their core goal is that emotional through line. But one thing I have learned from Whitney is that a science story needs that emotional through line as much as possible, even a piece of fiction. But of course, our goal then is to make sure that every bit of the content is accurate and clear as part of that process. Right. So, in some ways, I think Whitney has a more challenging job than the Discovery writers, because she's got to find the emotion in technical facts and technical discoveries.
Spectrum. Yeah. Yes, and it is very, very challenging. There's times when we don't succeed, and it's a pretty dry, especially these days I'm doing more quantum physics, and they want everything so accurate that it can result in a very dry story. But
and seriously, how many times can you reference Ant-Man as the emotional connection?
Zero, right? Zero times is what I'm saying.
Oh, no. Ant-Man did have a little bit of quantum mechanics at the end of the first movie.
Well, yeah, actually, and the science advisor for that movie, Spiros, works at Caltech, so he got his quantum physics in there.
Was it anywhere near right though?
There's some of the concepts were, okay, just a little bit, yeah.
I will tell you, there's a moment in Ant-Man when he is doing that shrink, he's disappearing into the quantum realm, and he gets to this, kind of this weird psychedelic quantum foam he's traveling through. But he gets to this final thing where there's this grid of these weird geometric things that are fluctuating. And as a viewer with a PhD in physics in the audience, my jaw hit the floor, because it was oh my God, that looks like a grid of Kaluza-Klein geometric manifolds. I've seen sketches like this in science books on quantum mechanics. It's clearly at some level, the visual effects people, they were given some reference material and they turned this into something cinematic. And it was I'm probably the only one in the audience who actually gets this, but thank you. I deeply appreciated what they had done there.
Well, that was, by the way, that was Spiros Mikalakis, was the science advisor. He's a quantum physicist at Caltech.
We just did a Marvel rewatch, and now I feel like I can go back and freeze frame that and go, there's some. Like, that's okay. We can watch that, and it's real.
I mean, he also produced a couple of awesomely fun, zany, like education videos on quantum mechanics with the cast from some of the Marvel movies, because he's kind of buddies with them.
Well,
Well,
there was the
Quantum
famous chess one where he had Paul Rudd playing quantum chess against Stephen Hawking. So that's one to look up. It's got millions of views. It's real. Yeah. You just type in
it's
Paul Rudd.
very, very geeky, but they tried to get the science right in that, and that's crazy.
Well, so Robert and I's success story and getting the emotions in was really the LIGO press conference that we both worked on. So it was the first announcement of gravitational waves, directly detected after 50 years of effort. And I think we were really successful. I mean, we trained with the science. We worked with them a lot. Like, I remember when they first started practicing, they weren't even going to really say the news. They were just going to say, yes, and we at this wavelength we saw this and blah blah blah. And I was like, well, no, we need to have an emotional moment at this press conference where people cheers and they get excited. And so we worked with the head of the project, a guy named Dave Wright, who's a great speaker, and we were like, we need you to have like a catchphrase, like something to announce the news and get everybody like chills in their body. And so he did an amazing job. He basically said, ladies and gentlemen, we have, and he like slowed it down, detected gravitational waves. And then he goes, we did it. And then that we did it, like, ended up echoing everywhere on the news and everything. And it was like his catchphrase. And it reminds me of Picard saying, make it so.
Yeah.
Though now I think after Lower Decks, his catchphrase for gravitational waves really needs to be, warp me.
Warp me, right? Well, and I think that, I mean, that's, if you that round table meeting between you and Robert and Tim, where Robert was anticipating this, right? This is something he's been waiting for, and Whitney knew about it and thought it was a big deal, but it was more along the lines of, oh, this is going to be an exciting thing. Let's do it. And then Tim was like, I understand you guys think it's a big deal, but I don't know what the heck's going on. So having that initial meeting there, where you have the spectrum of, we've got to connect Robert through Whitney with Tim. I mean, I think that is the story of Star Trek too, where a casual fan's showing up to a science thing and going, yeah, that's kind of neat and all, but I mean, who cares? Just so long as they save the day. Whereas someone else in the middle might be like, oh, I've heard of that, but I don't. Is that how that really works? Does Ant-Man really shrink down through pollen? Does he really do that? And then someone like Robert in the audience going, "Oh my God, they took something that is in a textbook and made it look cool on a movie screen." And I think that is kind of what Star Trek does for everybody. You can connect with somebody at each level, and there's something there for everyone.
Yeah, that's definitely true with what we do. Exactly, because we give the technical details for people who really want them, but then we're also trying to just excite people to maybe even wonder what is a gravitational wave, or
right.
The same thing as in Star Trek. Like, if they talk about dark matter, then the person might go look up dark matter or something and learn more.
Yeah.
Well, that's actually, I think, where you pulled the idea from to do a video, like we called it like the life of a G wave, instead of a technical story about like gravitational physics. It was, let's follow a gravitational wave on its journey from the moment the black holes merged until it reaches our detector. And so it was a really narrative way at getting at that story, rather than just, maybe a more dry technical documentary format. And so it was really fun working on, anytime we have a chance to tell like a video or a visual story like that has that narrative thread. I mean, I mentioned also, Whitney, you got to work on many of the Mars landings, and those are moments where the emotional storyline is really clear, because the emotions are on the faces of the scientists right there in the control room.
Well, yes, and I have good stories about how, because for years I was like, my job would be just to write the captions for the images coming down, so I had to be in the room with the scientists when we were getting the first images from Mars, or the first images from a comet collision. And my favorite moment is when it was the Deep Impact mission, and it was sending a probe into a comet to like take a bite out of it and then measure the stuff that came out with its instruments. And we were all in the room, and we were waiting to get confirmation that it actually hit the comet. And there were various screens up around the room, and images were kind of coming in randomly. You didn't know where they were going to come in. And then all of a sudden, this big screen out of the corner is a picture of this famous picture. And actually, I don't have the link ready for it, but it's of the comet, and it has just this huge chunk out of it with just light streaming out of it. And it was like the most glorious thing. And one of the lead engineers, I remember, she saw it, and I was right next to her, and then she started to pass out. Like I saw her eyes go back in her head,
She
and
was ready to
she
faint.
kind of partly fell. She kind of half fainted, and then got up, and then was
Right.
just crying. It was
That's the
great.
Robert end of the spectrum, right? She saw what it
Yeah,
was, she understood it, she anticipated it, and it was finally here. It's like Christmas
it
morning
was
times 20.
And
right.
frankly, there was a lot of uncertainty on what the impact, as it were, a great impact, deep impact was going to be. Right? It might have just created a barely visible influence, but to see that it had such a dramatic effect that the model of really deeply visual result was the right one. That's really where that anticipation comes in, because you as a scientist, all the possible permutations, and you're trying to prepare yourself for the least exciting, most depressing one. But when the awesome thing happens, right? That the emotion is totally there, and it is fun. I always enjoy watching the video of like from the control room when the Mars landers hit, or when any of these things occur, because you actually get to see that real momentary hit. And I think that kind of emotion is infectious for people, even if you don't know the science. You can still identify with that, and that's part of this idea of how Whitney taught me over the years to find that emotional narrative in the storytelling the way that I expect it from Star Trek, from the shows that I watch. And that's sort of been my journey of discovery, is learning to tell that.
Well, it's really great to have you both here, and really fantastic that you're sharing your stories of science storytelling. And thank you for coming on the show this week to help us celebrate our 500th episode, and for helping us raising money for the Poor People's Campaign. Appreciate you sharing those links with us and your time. And we'll I'd like to have you both back on. Robert, old friend of the show, you're gonna
Well,
be back, but
try to get rid
Wendy,
of me. I mean,
Wendy. But Whitney, it's really really great to have you on as well, and we appreciate
Thank you.
you coming on, and A1 for showing up with the Borg prosthesis. That was unlooked for bonus, and really appreciate that. So thank you both for coming on here, and
Anytime.
I'm hopefully going to not screw this up and hand it off to Lennon back in the booth so he can get us over to Rod Roddenberry playing Star Trek Online for the very first time, and probably a giveaway too. We're going to be doing a giveaway for
Cool.
our next round of prizes as well. So thank you
that
both,
man is
and
serious.
All right, captains, we are back, and we're so excited. We're so excited for this next segment because we are going to introduce Rod Roddenberry to Star Trek Online, a game that is 10 years old but continues to produce some phenomenal content, expanding on the Star Trek mythos. And here we have Gene Roddenberry's son to join us and explore this environment, this universe with us. So, Rod, thank you so very much for joining us.
Thanks for having me here, guys. This is actually very exciting for me too, and I'll share my reason for doing it in a moment.
Awesome. Also joining us for this walkthrough, this introduction, is Star Trek Online's design director. I keep wanting to say director of design. Director.
It's fine. Just lackey.
Al Captain Gecko Rivera. Just some guy, Rivera.
Just some guy.
Just some guy.
So thank you for joining. Also, our Armada leads, Fleet Admiral Winters and Admiral Cat, to help guide this experience in Star Trek Online. Now, before we begin, we're going to do another raffle. Let's take a look at how much we've earned so far. Looks like we are at $296, which is great. Remember, our goal is $2,000, and if we hit 500, we start unlocking more other rewards. We unlock a 4-ship recon bundle in Star Trek Online. But right now, we're going to give away 2 more Geordi buffs. Thank you. So, actually, I got it, Panda. Thank you. So I'm gonna put the link in the chat, okay? And then we're gonna, give it 10 minutes or so. And or actually, you know what? We're gonna leave this link in the chat throughout this whole event, and then at the end of this segment, we're gonna go ahead and draw our 2 winners. Each winner gets 1 Geordi buff. All right.
And for anyone just joining us, I know you've probably said this 100 times already, but what does this money go to? Does it go to line your pockets?
No, not at all whatsoever. So thank you for asking, Rod. So what we're raising money for the Poor People's Campaign. As we said when we first started here, this is a community podcast. Everybody who works on the show is a volunteer with a passion for Star Trek and a passion for podcasting. And so it's our responsibility to do our best to give back somehow. And the Poor People's Campaign is doing remarkable work right now with boots on the ground, helping people in marginalized communities and communities that may not have resources that others might have, especially now during the pandemic, to support them, right? They're doing their best to educate people on the vaccines, the COVID vaccines that are going out now, being distributed now, helping make sure people have the support that they need. So we have links. You'll see the link there scrolling on our live stream, but we also have links that we're sharing here. Here's our link tree. It's going in the chat right now to our Action Network page where you can donate now. And all the money is going right to the Poor People's Campaign. We're not funneling it. We're not doing anything like that. It's going straight through the Action Network to the Poor People's Campaign. So please consider donating. If you don't have the funds to donate, then perhaps consider joining your local organization for the Poor People's Campaign, the local chapter. And also share this live stream right now, right? Tell people that we're celebrating our 500th by raising funds for the Poor People's Campaign. So make sure to share. In the meantime, the raffle link is there. We'll select a winner at the end of this segment. And also is our link tree with links to the Action Network posting for the fundraiser. Now I turn it over to Winters and Kat, and let's play some Star Trek Online.
Yeah, I'm ready.
Excellent. How exciting. This is going to be so fun. Have you thought about what kind of character you want to make, Rod?
I'm all over the place. So I just quickly going to say that, I've never played this game. And I've never played any other major online games, and I don't know what they call them these days, RPGs. I know there's massive multiplayer, all this sort of stuff.
Kids just have all these names. I can't keep
right,
up. I don't
right.
know what they're talking about anymore.
I'm like, I hate to sound like just this old guy here. I've played games, and but I'm not a huge gamer. I didn't play this for any reason that I don't like it. I just didn't want to get close to it because these games take an investment of time, and it's very easy to get wrapped up in them. And I've heard nothing but amazing things about this. I can barely manage my life the way it is. if I got into this game and fell in love with it, I wouldn't know what to do with the rest of my time. I mean, I would have no time to take care of my business and my family. So that is my concern. But I am eager to get into this now, and I've heard it's been around for over 10 years, and that it's evolved beautifully. So I can't wait to try it. In terms of a character, you know, I've got to represent Discovery right now. So I'm thinking Discovery Starfleet is where I'm going to go.
Interesting. Very nice.
Well,
Yeah.
I'd like to say thank you for coming to see our game, Rod. I am very honored to have you see what we've created and lovingly crafted over many years on this product, and and I hope that we honor your father and you enjoy this experience. So
thank
you
you
for playing.
No, thank you for having me.
So yeah, I know Winters and I are about the same with our having many characters. So the introduction and the tutorials for all the character factions are so fun. It's hard to quit making other characters.
Yeah, I have a million
Yep.
questions, but I'm going to kind of wait because I have a feeling I'm going to learn a lot as I go. I don't want to keep holding people up so they just have to listen to me talk and not watch me fumble around.
Yeah, well, hopefully it'll teach you what to do, and if we get distracted because we're chatting, we'll point you in the right direction. Should be
Beautiful.
Should be okay.
Beautiful.
So
So no Klingon defense for me. We're going.
Day at Starfleet Academy right now. So.
Yep. Beautiful. All right. What I guess I'm going to assume that I hit next.
Yep. Just
Yes.
hit next in the bottom
Yep.
right there. You'll be picking a class and
I'm going to be boring, guys. I'm going to try to make a character that's somewhat similar to actually me, and then as I get into this more, sure, I'll become a pink-headed, 8-footed alien at some point, assuming that's available. But I'm going to be boring and
that
go
is
human.
available if you want to do that. So
It is? Well,
sure.
Yeah.
Make your
I'm
own
gonna-
alien.
I'm going to try to be
This
human, and I know that shows a lack of creativity in me, but that's just the way I'm going to go. And I'm also going to go male, not because I think they're better at all. I'm just one. I'll just grow from there. I can be a purple female 8-footed alien another time, or gender neutral. I don't know if you have
I
that.
generally do that on my spare time anyway. So.
Okay. All right.
okay, so yeah, you just hit next from there.
Gotcha. Starfleet Science Engineer.
What are
Okay,
you
well,
at heart?
now
Are
I'm-
you an engineer, science officer, or tactical officer? Actually, this is the question.
I'm not very intelligent in any of these things, so I'm going to go with just science because I believe in it.
All right. Okay.
Science, my favorite.
Science. Oh wow, we're doing everything here. Okay, go to. Okay, I guess I'm not going to find a character that's really. No, that's a
You
little bit-
can do some customization here if you want to, but this is something that you can come back to later on if you want.
Right. You don't want to bore everyone.
You don't necessarily have to do it now if you don't want to.
Okay. All right. Then, oh god, that was pretty boring. How's that?
All the options.
Body.
Yeah, this is what the kids refer to as Space Barbie, because there are so many unlimited options, billions of combinations, and you're not even in the advanced settings, so you can get to advanced settings and you can pick tattoos and scars.
I'm going
and
thoughtful.
Hair. So.
Oh, I like the white. Okay, so there we go. Moving on. Right?
Yep.
All right.
Next.
I have lighter hair, but that's okay. Enter a name. Well, Captain. Can I be Captain Rod? That's probably already
Sure
taken.
can.
Right?
Yep.
All right.
You can. Doesn't matter. You can call yourself whatever you want.
Formal. Well, I'll just do the whole thing, right? Because I'm trying to make this more me.
Sure.
Tab doesn't work. Okay. For those of you who don't know, middle name's Wesley. May have heard that once or twice before.
I haven't heard that
Ship
before.
name.
Oh.
You can
Well-
do random if you want. Don't want to have to
I
pick
think we
one.
could call it the Roddenberry. Oh, is
Yeah.
it?
Uh-oh.
The
Restricted.
Oh.
USS
word.
Roddenberry.
Oh, is that what I have to...
Ah.
He probably was restricted because we want people impersonating anybody, but we can. You could try.
There you go.
You could try the Gene or a Rod. It's better.
Yeah, well, I'm doing the Rod Roddenberry. That's a mouthful, but why not?
Oh, this is exciting.
Yep.
Oh, and by the way, anyone who doesn't know,
I still can't believe how much things have changed. We hadn't heard from the Klingons for years.
Uh-oh. You got your Windows
And now
Defender.
we have. Now, the Federation's at war.
Is it playing okay for you? Because it's a slideshow
That was
on this
probably
side.
relaxing on my mind.
Smooth as can be on my end.
Okay.
It was
good.
the same for you, right? We came to Starfleet Academy to become explorers. Not all of us are fighters. Some of us are
I am
engineers,
not a fighter.
healers, scientists. We've been working hard on the ground and in space. We learned how things worked on a starship. And we learned how to work as a team. We've been getting ready to boldly go where no one has gone before.
Very nice.
And today's your big day. Today you graduate and begin your career as a Starfleet officer. It's gonna be amazing.
Of course, voiceover by the very lovely, very
Star Trek Online. Today is
very
graduation day.
joyful.
You soon will be embarking
Mary
on your
Wiseman.
training, where the bulk of the ship is manned by cadets like yourself. This tutorial will introduce you to the basic controls of Star Trek Online, including movement, combat, and interacting with characters and objects.
All right, continue.
So
Yep.
just go at your own pace and do what you got to do to figure out which to get
People
around.
you can interact with have icons above their heads.
Keyboard.
You
Okay,
can
let's go
press the
interact with
interaction
her.
key, default F,
Talk
to talk
Cadet
with them.
Kelly. Oh, how do I?
His F.
Or
F
you
for
can just click on the
Foxtrot.
button.
Or
That's
click.
clicking on it's fine. You can also close those tooltips as you're clear with them.
Hey, there you are. Are you excited? I am very excited. Pretty soon we'll be reporting for duty on the cadet training cruise.
That we will. I'm sure. I'm assuming you know your assignment.
Are you kidding? I set up a triple layer alarm sequence to notify me when the postings went up. I think I knew before some of Captain Schaefer's staff. 2 words. Chief Engineer.
Atta girl.
Right? I'm still not sure if this isn't one of Finnegan's pranks. He's done stuff like this, you know. Ugh, poor Jim Kirk.
Oh, poor Jim.
Oh, before I forget, Lifeson is looking for you. Actually, I think I see him over there. You should probably find out what he wants.
All right.
So these
Moving
little
on.
pop-up windows
Come on,
here, people,
this way.
you can close those as you. those are
Okay.
just- they're up there until you.
Give it a click. Gotcha.
Yeah.
I'm gonna-
Just to
Oh, I'm
make
supposed to
sure you have
follow
a
her,
chance
alright.
to read and absorb each one. Yeah, she won't run away. She'll wait for you.
Gotcha.
You can go at your own pace.
Hi, buddy. Talk to Cadet Lifeson.
Here's Lifeson, one of the best tactical cadets in your class. After Evelyn, of course.
There you are. I wanted to thank you for helping me pass that final and for all the other times you've helped me. Seriously, I might not have made the cadet cruise if it weren't for you.
Who, me?
I hope Schaefer recognizes all you've done to lead our class. Have you got your assignment yet?
No, not yet.
Well, Lieutenant DeSilne has all of the assignments now. I'd see what she knows. Before you do that, do me a favor and talk to Ian. He's got good news, and he won't settle down until he shares it with everyone, including you.
Sure.
Oh, there's Ian. Let's find out what his big news is.
Sounds good. Where's he? Oh, moving on.
Yep.
Nice talking. That's a nice place. All right, Ian Vaughn.
Cadets Quan and Peart, with a combined IQ of 231, which I've heard is almost up to Tomov's rating. That's the rumor, anyway.
Nice. How's it
Oh,
going, Ian?
hey, I have been looking for you.
Lifeson said you had some good news.
Yes, I took the linguistics final again, and I aced it.
Glad that worked out for you, buddy.
You and me both. It wouldn't have happened if I didn't follow your advice. You saw that I wasn't at my best that day and told me to give it another shot. So, I did. That perfect score really made a difference. Now I'm qualified to serve as both a science officer and a communications officer.
Well, that is very impressive. Congratulations, buddy.
Thanks.
Yeah.
Always good to have options, right? Hiro took your advice too. I think it worked out for him since he's slightly less scowly than usual. Let me know if I'm right, okay?
I will, and now I'm going to continue.
I think I see Kiro over there.
Okay.
Come on.
Moving on.
Come on, this way.
Moving on. Now, my understanding with this game, at some point, maybe not today, but we interact with other players. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yep.
In the tutorial right now, this is this is called an instance, so you're by yourself, so no one can mess with you, and you can go at your own pace.
Gotcha.
And this where you're at right now, you're in the discovery area. This actually takes place just before actually the first episode of Discovery. So this is just kind of Tilly's still a cadet at this point here,
Oh, okay.
and so this is just before. This is just before everything happens on Discovery.
The Battle of the Binary or whatever.
Yep.
Yeah, and you actually will get to do the Battle of the Binary Stars. You get to participate in that in our game. You'll get to go to Deep Space Nine eventually because you're going to go forward. You're going to get propelled forward in the future at some point. Spoilers, but because you're not going to just be stuck in Discovery era, you'll get to go to all the different eras, and you even get to go to the Kelvin timeline into the future. You'll get to go to Vulcan and Bajor. Everything that's in the universe we represent here.
Gotcha.
So right now this is just your.
And
your
here we
part.
have the smartest person in your class, or so I've heard. It's not entirely fair. Kiro is a super genius, and he's built like a brick shit. Yep, yes.
Sorry, you were saying before I interrupted?
No, it's okay. Keep it going. It's just Tilly has a potty mouth.
All right. Hello, Kiro.
Cadet, it is agreeable to be in your presence. Your advice regarding Federation history was advantageous. It allowed me to pass the final test with satisfactory marks. I am pleased.
A lot of people pass tests. I was never very good at tests, but I'm glad my advice is moving them ahead. That's great.
In the interest of camaraderie, I now inform you that Captain Schaefer is still selecting the senior staff for the upcoming training cruise. There is a 78.4% chance that you will be selected for a position, based on my current statistical models. Lieutenant Tassil may have more conclusive data on the matter.
By the way, that was some fine ad-libbing role-playing there.
Sir, an arrow will appear on the minimap if you are far away from your objective.
That's useful. Oh, I like this. Okay. I'm not going to disable the pop-ups, but I'll close this because that's a useful map.
Yeah.
All right, sorry.
Yep.
I'm coming, Tilly. Hold on.
As for questions like when you'll get to see other people, I'm actually playing the tutorial along with you, and so once you can, I'm on my own instance, and so
We'll wait
once
out
you're
here.
done with
The
tutorial,
zone should be
we'll,
inside.
I'll be waiting right next to you when you as soon as you.
Roger.
We'll catch right up together.
Actually, Rod, can you go back to options to lower the volume of the game or the voices? The master overall volume. I think if you press escape, it'll be in options.
Oh, is that what Elio was talking about? I didn't know what he
Yeah.
was referring to. I didn't think he meant the game.
Master overall volume.
Yeah, take that
Second-
down
yeah.
a good amount because it's pretty
25,
loud. On
30?
that probably
30 should
25?
be fine.
Yeah,
yeah,
that's fine.
25. That'll be fine.
And then apply at the bottom, and yeah, we should be good.
I'll dig it. Moving on.
Yep.
All right, great.
And talk to Sim.
Good afternoon, Cadet. How may I be of assistance?
Is this where I get my training cruise assignment?
It is.
Okay, good.
I will access your assignment data now. One moment. Fascinating.
Lieutenant?
Your assignment is not listed. Inquiries on the matter have been directed to Captain Schaefer himself.
Is there a problem?
That remains to be seen. I suggest you report to Captain Schaefer and ask him personally. He is in the office behind me.
I feel like I'm going to continue that.
The direction of your objectives also appears on your compass.
Oh, I like the compass. Okay, I like that. Okay, whoop.
Have a
All right.
glow around them.
Right? Oh,
Press F to interact
okay.
with the doorbell to notify Captain Schaefer of your presence.
this is very nice. This is very intuitive.
And
Glow around them. Okay, press F to interact. All right, F is like the interact button to notify. Okay, nice.
Yep.
Yeah.
Well, I appreciate everyone who's watching me, who has done this a million times, who might be bored out of their mind watching me fumble around. I appreciate your patience.
I guarantee you, nobody is bored at all watching you play Star Trek Online. Right
Yeah.
now.
I think,
I am holding back my ear-to-ear grin, to be perfectly honest with you. And I couldn't be more honored than to have you playing our game right now. It's actually
No, it's a privilege to play
quite a
it.
joy.
good
Quite
to
a
see you.
joy.
Cadet. Today's the big day. Congratulations. Judging by that look on your face, I trust this visit concerns your assignment on the training cruise.
Yes, sir.
Well, you can relax. I'm happy to report that you won't be my new bilge officer. Well,
Thank you, Captain.
there is a matter I'd like to address.
Oh, here we go.
Your academic record is impressive, but I don't see your results for the advanced phaser training program. Care to shed some light on that for me?
Well, I'd be better at that than I would at the academic side. But okay, let's see. I'm not a tactical officer, sir. I'm a I concentrate on courses for my career track. Many of my classmates didn't take the test either, Captain. Is that an issue? I'm gonna go with I'm not a tactical officer.
Yep.
The Federation is involved with the Klingon Empire, Cadet. Shouldn't need to remind you that Klingons enjoy close combat with their enemies. That in mind, I want everyone on my senior staff to complete that program.
All right.
No exceptions.
Did you say senior staff, sir?
I did indeed. There's a place for a cadet like you on my bridge once you finish that phaser course. My chief engineer and tactical officer have programmed a training simulator for you. I look forward to seeing your results.
May I ask who those cadets are, sir?
Cadets Tilly and Surveyor, respectively. They've been working on the simulation for me for some time now. Interesting pair, those two. Some of the staff question bringing Tilly along on the cruise as a junior, but her professors assure me that she's up to the task.
It'll be a good experience for her, sir.
Indeed. She'll meet you out in the quad. Talk to her to start the training, and I'll see you when you're finished.
Yes, sir.
That's all for now, Cadet.
Oops, sorry. Jumped out there too quick. All right. So back out to the quad is my understanding.
Yeah.
And I've got the map and the compass.
Tilly should be out there.
Yep. Hey, there she is.
So we're just learning some real basics, just basic navigation, basic movement controls, interaction controls.
I still
Sorry.
the chief engineer spot.
Sorry.
Yes, it's
I'll
just
wait
for
till
the
you're finished
cadet
talking.
training
I
cruise, but
apologize.
still, how many juniors get to go on the cruise, let alone as a department head? This is exciting. Okay. Whew. Deep breath. I'm good. Woo! Enough about me. Where did you end up?
Sorry, Captain Schaefer wants me on the senior staff, but I have to pass the advanced phaser training first.
Yeah, I was wondering why you wanted us to set up the program for you. Now I know. Hey, I should warn you, it can get pretty lively with the Klingons and aggression, and I should probably stop telling you about the program now.
Now I'm a little nervous.
Oh, no, don't worry. You'll do fine. There's no doubt in my mind. Come on, I'll take you there. Surveyor's waiting over at the simulator. You know how crazy she gets when people don't.
Lead the way.
Finnegan actually graduated. I guess the Irish are lucky after all.
All right. Tilly loves jogging.
Actually, she'll be, yeah.
She did it quite a bit on the.
No one was
Discovery,
assigned to a
too.
Constitution class. Not even you. That's crazy. How many times did you run the Kobayashi Maru? Kirk's up to 2 now.
I haven't done it yet.
Sprint, tap the shift key while moving.
We better hurry or we'll lose our spot. Oh, I hate running.
All right, now we're running.
Uh-oh. There's Ev. And she's looking impatient.
There you are. About time. Program's loaded and ready to go. I hope this is your lucky simulator. It's been nothing but bad luck for Kirk.
I'll take some advice since.
Point the business end of the phaser at the enemy,
Okay.
not yourself.
Thank you.
Sorry, Captain Schaefer told us both not to give you any help, no matter how nicely you ask.
Okay.
You got through quantum mechanics. You can get through this.
Well, I assume I'm not going to get the best answer, but
It's pretty cutting edge.
Oh.
Tilly and I have been using actual combat data from the field to make it as realistic as possible.
Okay.
You'll have to find the rest out on your own. Captain Schaefer's orders.
all right. I guess I'll go right to the phaser.
Yeah, those are pretty useful in phaser training, huh? Too bad tricorders don't have a stun setting. You'd get top marks. Kidding. I'm kidding. The phasers are in the armory by the holodecks. Grab one there.
I like it. She's a smartass. Let's go.
Running is the worst.
Oh, we're running again? Hold on, shit.
Press the B key
Wait, who am I
to
following?
scan the area.
Oh, nope, I'm following
Your
Tilly.
tricorder will point you toward your nearest objective.
Okay, I got you.
As an update, we're at $436 raised.
Nice.
Oh, hold on. I don't know. That's incredible.
Yeah.
That's awesome. I did. Oh, over there. Get a pistol.
I'm always happy to see someone play for the first time and be able to figure it out. I don't know. It's like, oh, it's I guess we did a good job teaching.
Yeah,
you
no,
how to do
it's
things.
very
It's like
intuitive.
figured it out. You could probably close some of those tooltips. They're going to keep piling up until you dismiss them.
They're not distract. Well, okay, yeah, good call. To sprint, gotcha.
Just to reinforce that way. Okay, I know how to do that. I know how to do that. And
I wonder if there should be like a 10-second countdown. This will close in 10 seconds unless you click here.
But then
Yeah.
we used to close them down after like 10 or 15 seconds. But then some people didn't get a chance to read them, and you can't bring them back. So we said, we'll just let people close them when they're ready.
I got you.
Just go to the
That
center
makes
of the
perfect
room.
sense. Begin program. Here we go.
Choose your pain.
Ooh, choose your pain. Okay. Well, now I need to know what to
In
do.
combat, right-click on a target to fire your weapon.
Right click on you. Okay, hold on. Whoa. Okay, hold on.
You can just use the 1 and 2 key to fire your weapons. Number 1
Oh,
fires
hang
your
on.
basic setting, and number 2 fires a stun bolt.
Wait, 1 and 2?
Yeah.
Oh, I see. I can just, okay.
You can click it with your mouse. You can use the right mouse click to fire. It's probably the least efficient in this mode.
Certain actions
You
are
can just use,
disabled.
or you can
Once
just hit
you
1 and
drop out of
2,
combat,
or you can
more
click on
detail
the
about
tray.
ground combat will become available.
All right, so it had auto targeting on, I think, because I just started hitting the 1 and 2 key and it did.
Yeah, it will auto target.
Gotcha.
You can switch it to more of a first-person shooter style. It's where you just whichever you point at will shoot, but it's auto targets the closest target for you.
I'm going to go easy for me for right now.
Or you can just click on the thing you want to shoot instead. You can.
Gotcha.
So you got lots of options.
Press H to holster or draw your gun. All right, so
yeah, it's mostly cosmetic.
All right. So let's jump in here again. Can I do it again? Okay, press and hold in combat. Right click on a target. Okay, gotcha. Oh, talk to this guy.
You'll have plenty of opportunities to shoot and learn.
Gotcha.
Nice work, Cadet. A few points below Surveyor's personal best,
Yeah,
but
probably.
it was your first try. You'll have plenty of opportunities to knock her from her perch at the top of the list once we're underway.
Are all characters based off real people, or are many of the characters just out of thin air?
Well, we've got hundreds, if not thousands, of characters in the game that we've made up, and some of them have lineage to characters from the show, and of course we've probably got about 40 of the Star Trek voice actors in the game.
Sure.
Total. From TOS, we've got Walter Koenig, and obviously we have Chris Doohan playing his father, and from Discovery, you see we got Tilly, we got Jason Isaacs in here as well,
Nice.
Rika Sharma, Anthony Rapp, so all those from Discovery, several more from Discovery. Mary Chico just recently joined us, and then we've got several from Deep Space Nine. Almost all the cast of Deep Space Nine and Voyager are in the game. And lots of characters that are kind of Easter eggy characters from the show that you may have met, or in the shows, in the movies, or children or grandparents of those people. So
Beautiful.
but a lot of them are just our own because there's too many.
Nice. All right.
That I do, Cadet. First officer station is yours. That's if you want it, of course. The bilge officer spot is still open.
First officer is fine with me, sir.
Thought you might say that. You've done well here, Cadet. I expect that trend to continue, onward and upward throughout your career.
Thank you, sir. It'll be an honor serving with you.
Likewise. I'll see you on the bridge then. And congratulations.
Well, I have a pretty low bar
Wow,
if
look
they're
at
letting
you,
me in.
first officer. You're going to do a great job. Congratulations. That thing the captain said about the bilge officer spot was pretty funny, though. I mean, we don't even have those anymore. Wait, do we? Anyway, first officer. How does it feel?
That's a little arrogant. I'm surprised he didn't give it to that. A lot of pressure. I hope I'm up to it. I'll go in the middle.
You know, I love her, but Savea's a little too, aggressive at times. If all you have is a hammer, everything looks like a nail.
Gotcha.
I mean, that's her. She's very much a hammer kind of lady. I'm not saying she can't find her way to the center chair, but...
Good point.
Standing right here, Tilly. Might think about that if you want to make it to senior year. What? I'm kidding. Mostly. She's not wrong, though. We all have jobs to do, and you're going to do great as the XO. Proud of you.
Thanks, Evelyn.
Seriously, Captain Schaefer didn't make that decision lightly. He believes in you, just like me. Even though you got me blown up in the Kobayashi Maru. Awkward. Well, we should get going to the shuttle bay. Everybody's waiting for the ceremonial send-off toast. Guess who gets to give that?
Hey, let's continue.
Remember, your objective locations
All right,
can
run,
also
not
be
into the
found
wall.
on your compass, as well as your mini-map.
I'm coming.
Now hear this. All cadets report to shuttle bay to
Whoa.
prepare for departure.
Oh, I see. Pulling a fast one on me, huh? Smack it. Turbo lift. F. On. Oh, and we're there.
Okay. The rest of the
Turbo.
senior staff is waiting just ahead. Time for your big speech. How are you going to play it?
Ooh.
Inspirational? Heartwarming? That could be good. Hey, make Savea cry, like just a single tear. Warrior style.
That's nice.
Anyway, I'll meet you at the bar. No pressure. You're going to be great.
Did you say I'll meet you? I heard her say I'll meet you at the bar.
Yeah.
Yep.
It's straight
It
ahead.
says I'll meet you over there.
Ah.
I like what she said though. I'll gladly, after my inspirational speech is what I'll give, by the way, I will meet her at the bar, not over there.
Oh. Rod busted us.
I just call it an Easter egg. Oh, lead the toast. All right. Of course, inspired. That's what Star Trek is. We are the senior staff, the USS Roddenberry. Oh yeah, that's arrogant. Okay, each and every one of us has trained for the task at hand, and we are ready. Continue to heartwarm the cadets. We're gonna. I don't know why I would do the others. I have the utmost faith in each of you. You're the best the Academy has, and together we can do anything. Galvanize. I'm gonna galvanize them. But we will go forth boldly. We will work together using everything we've learned here to Starfleet Academy, to the USS Roddenberry, to her crew. Raise a glass. Hold on. To the class 2056? 8? 6.
6, yeah.
All cadets, please
All right.
board your shuttles.
And may none of us have red uniforms. Moving on.
Everyone's blue here today.
Yeah.
You can switch to red if you prefer later.
Well, nope. That's not unless I'm prone to dying. F.
Are you ready to head to the ship?
Yeah, let's go. Rock on, guys. All right. Hey, I'm loving this so far. Even though this is training, this is great.
I can't believe we're finally doing this.
The screen accurate detail is pretty sweet, isn't it?
Yeah, no, this is beautiful.
Oh, look over there. That's the Glen, one of the new Crossfield class ships.
Before it blows up.
No one really knows much about it or her capabilities. Well, at Starfleet Academy anyway. Maybe we'll work on a ship like that someday. For now, our ship's here. She's a Malachowski class, Captain Schaefer's pride and joy.
A Malachowski class.
Good speed for her class, definitely maneuverable. A stout, solid, battle-proven design
Hey,
for sure.
got my name on there too. That's
I can't
cool.
wait to see what she
That's
can
great.
do. Let's land and find out.
Ship?
My ship. Hot diggity. This is really well done. All right. Resolve mission tutorial graduation require the tutorial graduation. Talk to her. Press H to hold. Okay, I'm not going to draw my gun yet. Talk to Tilly. Gotcha. F.
Okay, we need to check in with the deck officer first, then head to our stations. Oh man, I cannot wait to see the engine room. My engine room. Yeah!
Yeah.
She's so
All right.
awesome.
Am I following her?
Very wise.
Silly for Tilly.
Yeah,
Yes.
just love her
Acting chief
enthusiasm.
engineer, reporting for duty.
Absolute
Right.
delight.
Talk to Sterling.
Welcome aboard. What's your name, cadet?
Oh, Rod.
Yes, here we are.
You're on my
Acting
ship.
First Officer. You're all set.
Where is the captain?
Report to Captain Schaefer on the bridge. He's been expecting you.
Gotcha.
Use the...
Oh, sorry. Jumping ahead. Use the turbo lift, which I should pay attention to. Maybe through here?
Yep.
Oh,
Mm-hmm.
oh, there's multiple turbo lifts. I get it. I get you. I get you. Here, will it open? Do I use? Oh, yep, open. And go to the bridge. Boom. Boom. Look at that. I might as well face the guy. And here we go.
Ah, there you are. Computer, note the executive officer has reported for duty in the ship's log.
Hot ticket.
Welcome aboard, XO.
Thank you, Captain.
You're right on time. All decks have reported in. We're ready to get underway. Let's start things simple by getting the old girl out of dry dock, huh? Contact dock control and get clearance to depart. After we're cleared, close the shuttle bay doors and disable the tractor moorings.
Very nice. Ian, get clearance from control for the Rod Roddenberry to leave the gantry. Yeah, sure. Oh, well.
Dock control has cleared us to depart.
Right.
Acknowledged. Carry on.
Signal to close the
Shuttle bay
shuttle bay
doors are closed.
Gotcha. Continue.
Acknowledged. Carry on.
What's that? IRES? LRES? Wait for me to disable the tractor moorings. Release. Okay, I'll do it. I'm releasing them. Oh, look at that.
That's our little glowy just to show you what you need to click on. You'll see it throughout the game.
No, I love it. Oh, back to him.
Back to him. Mostly teaching you the scan,
Rez, take us
reinforcing
out.
the basics.
Quarter impulse.
Gotcha.
Click on the symbols in the games where you know to go.
Gotcha.
Take the training wheels off soon enough.
No, I need all the training I can get. Captain, may I remind you that Starfleet regulations specify thrusters only while in the vicinity of space dock. I don't know if I'm going to remind my captain. I feel like I'm going to trust that he knows what he's doing.
Good choice.
Until he doesn't. All right, I'm here now. Oh, closer. There we go.
Cleared from dry dock, Captain.
Acknowledged, Helm. Set a course for Vulcan. Warp 4.
I'm guessing if I reminded
Course
him,
laid in,
he'd let me know he knows.
Engage.
See some colorful dialogue, but there's no real consequences. It's largely role playing at that point.
Gotcha. Beautiful.
Incoming transmission.
Did we hear where we're
Captain,
going?
I'm picking up a distress call from the SS Fortuna. Audio only.
Beautiful.
Put them through, comms.
This is the Fortuna. Can you hear me? So, warp core is failing. We could really use some help here.
Okay.
Let them know we're on our way. Helm, lay in a rendezvous course.
Altering course, sir. ETA 3 minutes.
Transporter room. Prepare to beam over survivors.
Gotcha.
Sir, sensors can't read anything in the vicinity of the Fortuna.
Communications are out as well.
Uh-oh. Sounds like something's being jammed.
Keep trying to hail them, comms. XO, let's discuss the situation.
Oh, okay, let's discuss it. Sure. Wait.
Well, XO, you heard the distress call. What are your recommendations?
Is this a test, sir? Part of the training cruise?
Afraid not. This is the real deal. Per Starfleet regs, we're the closest ship to the Fortuna, so it's our duty to assist.
It's strange that the transmission was audio only. A warp core emergency shouldn't affect communications.
Not usually, no. Good instincts. How would you proceed here?
But I recommend we go to alert, full power, weapons. Yeah, no, probably shields up, better safe than sorry. Yep. We need more information before we get in there. I recommend scanning. Oh, yeah. This is probably the boring answer, but I think it's the safest one.
There's a ship in trouble out there, XO. You don't have an hour to spend on deep space scans and simulations.
That's true. Warp core. My bad. Yeah, okay. Yeah, I agree with
Yellow
the shields.
alert. Surveyor, raise the shields.
Good point.
As for you, XO, get down to the transporter room and oversee the rescue effort.
This is why I'm not captain yet. All right. I leave this place, right? Oh, nope.
Yep.
Where's the...
You're going out to the turbo lift. See that little
Okay.
circle in the minimap?
Wait, where?
The minimap up in the top right-hand corner. There's a little...
Yeah, there's
What
actually
would
no
you call
circle
it?
there right now.
There's no
Yep,
compass.
that's-
Just take turbo lift right
That's where you're going, yeah.
F. Oh, and there we are. Oh, I see some warp core damage, it looks like, maybe. maybe.
Desmond, the Fortuna should be in range. Give me an update.
I'm getting some weird readings.
Oh.
I can't get a solid lock. There may be interference. Trying to compensate. I think I have it. This is a lot different than the training scenarios. Beaming them over now.
Good. Hey, there we go.
Klingons!
Well. Ship will be ours. Well, that hurt.
Desmond? Come in! What happened? Desmond?
Hold on. We're reading disruptor fire in the transporter room. Klingons are beaming in on multiple decks. All hands. This is the captain. Repel boarders. I repeat, repel boarders.
All right, your orders, Captain.
You have the command codes to unlock an armory near your position.
Gotcha.
Arm yourself and any security team members you find, and then repel any boarders you come across. You let us worry about that. Right now, I need you doing what you can to get those Klingons off my ship. Bet you're glad you took that phaser course now, huh? Shoot straight and stay safe down there.
I'd prefer to just stun them.
Over here, Exo. We need you to unlock the armory.
I can run. I can run. See? Going over here to that thing.
You have to enter the command codes!
Right?
Grab a rifle.
Feels a little
We need
weird
to
that you
deal
guys
with
are
the
just
Klingons.
watching me do this, but okay.
I'm actually playing along with you at the same time.
I think he meant
are
the NPCs. I don't know.
You need
Or
to
you're talking about us watching you, because we're all playing along.
Yeah, I'm like, we're playing. I actually enjoy seeing how you're playing. It's really interesting.
Oh my goodness. There's a whole section here now.
Oh, there's a lot of sections.
Right, did I not get a weapon? I thought I had a weapon. Okay,
You
H.
picked it up. It's trying to teach you how to equip it now.
I need to
So-
equip it.
Yeah, so if you hit I.
I?
Yeah, just hit I will bring up, or hit you actually.
You.
You.
Okay.
There you go. So you see your rifle there? You can just drag that, pick that up, click it, click it, and drag it right underneath your underneath your hand phaser under weapons there.
Oh, look at that.
There you go. So now you've equipped the
phaser,
rifle.
Sniper rifle, standard issue. You won't be able to trade it. What?
Yeah.
Yeah?
Yeah.
Okay.
Now
All
you
right.
can close those menus. Now you're not done yet. Go ahead and close them though. Now what
Gotcha.
you can do, you can hit the Z key to swap weapons. If you hit Z, if you look in the bottom there, you can see how you got two weapons, and you hit Z to switch between your hand phaser and your phaser rifle. You can do that. You can also click that tiny little icon to the left of it, but Z is nice and easy.
Yeah, no, Z's good if I can remember that. Okay, so to do so, you drag that. Okay, so I did all that. So now I maybe need to.
I walked you all through all that. Okay. So now you can go out there, turn to the left because some Klingons are coming in.
All right. Well, I don't believe in killing, but here we go.
You're just defeating them.
Move towards the item.
Just defeating
and
them.
press
Gotcha.
F to
Okay.
loot it.
Defeating them.
Whoop. Take the item. How do I take the item?
EF key.
Well, okay.
Yeah,
Medium
multiple
hypo.
ways.
Hey. Where's my health? Oh, up there. I don't need it yet.
Yeah, but take it.
I'll take it. Take it. You can use
How
it
do I-
later.
You can use it. It'll go straight into
The
your
word,
inventory.
the word take.
Oh, take means take it, not. Does it mean inject it? I don't know.
Yes. I can see how we. Yes, just take it for yourself.
Uh-oh. Oh, look at that. Oh, well, that was something. Oh, that's a shame.
So one of the things that we do, like I mentioned, we represent all the different eras of Star Trek. You know, if you want to play Discovery World, or start in TOS, or start in more TNG, or play as a Klingon, and everyone plays differently, and we try to honor the.
Oh, good. You're on the right side of the safety field.
The theme and the feels of those shows. So they all play a little bit differently. The stories all play a little differently, and there's a lot of tragedy and loss in Discovery, and so we represent that in this experience. It's a very different experience if you're playing TOS or when you're if you're going to Kelvinverse, it's a completely different experience there too. So
Okay,
but-
so
we
these
represent
here
all
are the
different
shows.
eras. Say again.
they mirror the shows. I mean, Discovery is a little bit more adult and I mean, for lack of a better term, darker. I'm not calling it dark, just not as always positive.
It's a more mature show. It's a little more
Action based.
Yeah. So but we represent them all, and you basically get to play how you want to play.
Oh.
And
I'm getting my own emergency right now.
You're
It's
getting
a flash flood warning, but I'm safe. Don't worry.
you got a flash flood warning? Oh, that's right.
Wow.
It's all over the place.
That will make interesting television if that happens right now.
Yes, that would make very interesting television. I'm perfectly safe.
Rod and Barry swept away during playing Star Trek Online.
Yeah, right.
It's gonna really do good for us. So please stay safe.
I'll be all right. All right, sorry, I missed my
We got you covered. You can close that tip there, and it's kind of pointing and showing you the different things you can do down there.
Okay.
So
I got 5, whatever that is.
Yeah, you got 3 hypos, so that's basically 3 heals you can do for yourself. If you think you're in trouble, you can heal yourself with those hypos.
Gotcha.
I wouldn't pick one now because you only got 3. That's a little extra buff. And that when there is a resuscitate power, you can resurrect some people like your bridge officers later. You don't need that now. But yeah, you can back up a little bit and go around this breach. So
you can do extra damage to enemies by flanking them. Try attacking your enemies on their sides or behind them.
Teaching you about flanking.
I got them all. Hot diggity. By the way, I was just stunning them, just so you all know.
We're all just stunning them.
Yeah. Heal. Oh yeah, I want to heal you. Core.
Is this the woman?
So I used one of my hypos for this?
Thanks.
No.
I think they were going to engineering. Better hurry.
Freebie. Okay.
There's a lot of them.
Using
her damage by flanking. I see. Flanking. So I had those guys on that side. I was there. They had their back to me.
Do a little extra damage if you shoot someone from the side or behind.
Roger.
Happens to you too. If they attack you from behind, they do bonus damage to you.
Now the map. So starting to, instead of just playing this right now, there's probably Klingons somewhere else. How does my map, which is very small to my eyes, but how can I see on the map like, oh, there's something going on here?
Try hitting the M key.
M key.
M for map.
Oh, well there you go.
And now you can use your mouse wheel to scroll in and out, and you'll see where there's some Klingons up ahead. Just scroll out a little bit with your mouse wheel.
Roger.
Go a little bit more. There you go. See around the corner?
Right here, tutorial routine maneuvers.
See the little red dots? They're enemies.
Missions officer. Okay. All right, so I'm gonna go get that guy. Oh, but does it show the force field?
It doesn't.
It's not on you won't see. It doesn't show up on that map right there. But
all right. So then, which way do I go?
You want to go south.
Oh. What was that? Did I go the wrong way? All right, let's run.
Out and to the right, I think.
No, you need to go back.
Back the other way. Okay.
Yeah.
Yep.
All right, we'll put some running into this.
I just want to point out that we are only $50 away from our next tier on our giveaways.
Oh,
wow.
We have
Nice.
$456.
Security to engineering. We are under attack.
Where are you going? Oh, I got you. Oh, he got me with one last one, huh? Okay. All right. So now, let's go to M again just to see.
We're reading Klingon boarding parties on multiple decks, XO. Our security teams are spread thin. I need you to get to engineering and keep it secure. It's bound to be a priority target for the enemy.
I'm on my way. All right. So engineering. There is a. All right.
Yeah. Turbo.
So I need to go here.
Yep.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Gotcha. Wait. Run. Oh, there we go. This is good, guys.
Yeah, you're doing fantastic.
Yeah, I've run into like 50 walls by now.
All right, here we go. Go get him.
Lead the way, XO. We've
right.
got your back.
Where am I going here? Let me just spin around for a moment. Okay, just checking.
Yeah, you're good. It's pretty linear at this stage. Yeah.
We'll see the crouch.
Is a defensive bonus against ranged
Teaching you a little about crouching and aiming.
Oh, no.
Crouch gives you a little defensive bonus when you can. Not necessary to do, but it gives you a little.
I just did a flip of some sort.
Aiming your weapon gives a bonus to damage.
Flank him. Keep going past him. Flank him. Turn around. Well, that's working. Oh, I don't know how I did that, but that worked out. Oh, there's still that guy. Okay. Let's see. Now keep going. How do I know where I need to go? Maybe hit M again. Zoom out. All right. See, bad guys. Which way am I facing? Straight ahead of me through. Oh,
There
that's
you
where
go.
shiny stuff is. Gotcha.
Yep.
All right. We're going in here, folks. How do I get in there? Breach the door. F. All right.
Move, move, move!
Enemy targets on sensor.
All right.
Oh, am I glad to see you.
I'm gonna go up there. All right. That flanking stuff kind of works. All right. Am I in engineering? This looks like
You
engineering.
are.
No?
You are.
Hot diggity. Something here? Ooh, someone's shooting out there. Let me get out there. It's a bad guy out there. Oh, okay. Never mind.
Cutscene.
Cutscene, yep.
You have no idea how happy I am to see you.
Oh, my
They
pleasure.
were looking for something here. Can't imagine what, though. I mean, they have warp and impulse tech. What else would be in engineering? Especially since the ship's a complete mess, thanks to them. Is there a part they didn't shoot?
We don't have a
Sorry.
spore drive yet,
I
do we?
could really use your help since you're here.
I don't see spore drive canisters.
No, the ship does not have a spore drive, but
Okay. Press X to aim your weapon.
But I do really appreciate your. That was actually very insightful.
Oh, is it? Well, okay.
Yeah.
All right. So what am I doing here? All right. So is this a crouch mode? No. Why am I like in fight mode? How do I?
You're hit
X.
You're in
X.
aim mode. Yeah.
Aim
Go back
mode.
into-
Gotcha.
Yeah. Go back into engineering and.
Oh, and back
gotta
in
go talk-
engineering.
Yeah. See, it says on the right underneath your map is your next task. It says talk to Tilly.
Oh.
There on the top right corner. That's always your next step.
Hey, Tilly.
So it needs you to talk to her.
As I was saying, the ship's taken a lot of damage.
Gotcha.
I'll do what I can to get the essentials online, but I could use some help.
Okay.
See anything you could do in here?
Science. I can reinforce the ship shields. Science.
Okay.
Science it.
Our sensor systems took a beating in the fight. Targeting navigational, environmental, it's not good. I need you to get them back online.
Okay.
You can initialize the navigational sensor array from the center console here. Do the same thing for the other sensors at the 2 consoles by the wall across from me. Sound good?
Yeah, I'm on it. Sounds like I got a puzzle ahead of me.
Sometimes missions specialized to your career class are available.
Wait. Okay. Here we go. Let's get in on this. Luckily, I don't have to actually do anything.
Okay, warp core stable.
Sweet.
Life support is optimal.
Oh, I got to go everywhere.
Fix all the things.
No, I'm more than happy to. I'm glad it's a push
Safety
of a
fields
button.
engaged. Ship-wide comms online.
What's that?
Sometimes they won't be.
Sometimes, yeah, I'll actually have to do something. That's cool.
Yeah.
Glad you're still with us. We could use a hand up here. We've taken casualties, and the Klingons could send more boarding parties at any time. Do what you need to do down there, and report to the bridge.
Now, this is all still part of
Head back to the
training
bridge.
for
We'll
me as a
cover this
player, correct?
Yes.
Yep.
Yes.
Correct.
You were
'Cause
still
then-
in the tutorial. You're playing solo. You're not playing with any other players. You are in your own space, and we're keeping it. We have all the training wheels on right now.
Gotcha. I'm guessing this is a turbo lift since there's a.
Mm-hmm.
Hot diggity.
So one of the things that we wanted to do when we did this tutorial discovery is we wanted to, and it depends on how far we get today,
Sir,
show
we fly fields. Prepare
some
for
of the tragedy that happened to some of the characters. For instance, like Reika's character, Ellen Landry,
Aw.
who we'll meet, so we can kind of understand why everyone was so
Who is in command here?
not,
Speak
not
now.
what we expected when we met them. And
Right.
Captain
give a lot of
I love that
background.
backstory. I love.
I am Jaula
I'm a
of
huge
House
fan
Wokai.
of actors
Surrender now,
being
Captain.
given a backstory so they know why they're acting the way they're
Request
acting,
denied.
even if the
Get off
audience
my
never
ship.
sees it. But the fact that you're, what's the term everyone uses? Like, you're putting that story in now. I love it.
Ship.
Yeah. So this is Jaula. This is Takuvma's sister. To
Okay.
from Discovery, and she was created originally in a comic book by Kirsten Beyer and Mike Johnson. Kirsten Beyer, one of the writers from Discovery. So CBS gave her to us as a character that we brought into here to connect things a little closer together. She becomes a major character for many seasons in our show, and yeah, so we'll get a little bit more. We'll see a little more back history for characters like Landry and Tilly and Jason Isaacs' character.
Klingons gone.
So we'll get
So is the
to
captain.
see them all, depending on how far we get today.
I'll try to find the Klingon ship.
So, heal cadet. Can I do F?
Yep.
Yeah.
Exactly.
Oh, do I have to stay there?
You do, yeah, just for like
for
2-3 seconds.
I see. Okay, what's going on over here?
Thought I was done for.
You gotta let that progress bar fill up.
Gotcha. If I wait too long, do they die?
No,
I'll
they just
be
won't
okay.
finish.
Okay.
I owe you one.
So if I'm playing with
Our
other
game
players,
is not very punitive. Like we it's there's different types of things that you can play in our game, but if you're playing story content, we want it to be very accessible to everybody. So if you're just playing the narrative in the game, you can't fail.
Oh, it's tense. Klingons.
if there are other players, real life players that I'm playing with, and they get hurt, can I heal them?
Yes.
Yeah.
And
You
vice
can heal them. They can even be knocked unconscious, and you have to
What
resuscitate
happened?
them.
Oh, wow.
Incoming transmission from the Klingons.
Oh, okay. Oh, put it through. I got our captain.
I have your attention, Starfleet.
Captain, are you all right?
Why are you always so
Silence!
angry?
Surrender your ship and all classified data within it.
My question has always been, even with the Klingons, how does a
Schaefer,
civilization
to do as I say.
prosper and create
So,
technologies and ships
follow my orders to the letter.
and technology when they're always so angry at each other?
Everyone's so angry. Everyone's so it's a society of warriors. Well,
The Klingon captain. Now die like one.
we know that the Vikings were, had a reputation of being ruthless warriors, but had a very prosperous civilization. We got to see in Enterprise a different side of Klingons, where there were scientists. We saw a scientist in Ferengi, and again, someone who a different side of Ferengi. They weren't all businessmen. We saw a lawyer on Deep Space Nine, a Klingon lawyer, and they all treat all of their goals as conquests, but they still have different goals other than necessarily war. But it is something that we see a lot in Star Trek, where you have a lot of monocultures or mono environments. This is a desert planet. This is a swamp planet, and this is and so it's a thing of science fiction.
No, I'm glad.
I would assume that there are engineers and scientists in Klingon culture, but maybe they're not as celebrated.
Right. Well, that's nice to know. I actually watched the first season of Enterprise and watched a couple episodes of second season, and I lost interest, not because I thought it was a bad show. It just I wanted more of a slow burn, and first season jumped really far into it. And then now since we've been doing Mission Log, I'm watching them in succession with the episodes, and I look forward to getting to Enterprise.
I don't think you're gonna have a problem with parts of Enterprise being a slow burn. So you're gonna get plenty of that. Maybe they're trying to get your attention in the beginning, but I would say that the later much of season 1 and 2 I would call a slow burn. And season 3 and 4 really kick it up and really dig deep into Star Trek lore history.
I'm going to talk to Evelyn for a second.
Alrighty.
We're still here. Most of us, anyway. The captain. Look, the captain knew what was at stake. He gave the order, and you followed it. If you hadn't, we'd probably all be dead now. So, you're the captain now.
Well,
we're with you.
Then.
Let's make his sacrifice count.
All right. Take a seat in the captain's chair. Continue.
To sit, right-click on the chair you wish to sit in.
Right-click on the chair I want to sit in? Okay. Yeah, right-click. Look at that. All right. Half hour into this, and I'm already captain.
Just like it's 1 in a million, man. I'm telling you, it's like never happens. Just never happens. Never happens.
Yeah.
That you just
No one else has the
you
same
really, really nailed the tutorial.
Right.
Congratulations.
Yeah. Thank you. All right. What is it? Space, a company, what is the mission? Empty. What's the empty? I don't.
So you can just Evelyn Save. You can just hit OK, and you can have the big window which says Evelyn Save, reporting for duty, and we can.
All decks have reported in. We
Okay.
took some casualties and sick bay is full. All systems have taken damage, but some were hit worse than others.
Gotcha.
Life support is stable. Past that, it's not exactly optimal.
Gotcha.
So you've got. So what you're going to do is you're going to start collecting bridge officers, and Cadet Save is your first officer, and your first bridge officer. You'll get some more, and so it was trying to show you that once you get them, they come with abilities. They come with skills. She comes with this torpedo high yield skill, which we'll get to learn in a little bit. Ooh, I think my headphones are starting to die, so I'm going to plug them in and charge them up.
Sure. All right. What's that? Is it Ian or Lan? I can't.
Ian.
Okay, Ian. You got a distress call.
Working on it. Something's jamming our long-range comms on all frequencies.
Well, keep trying. What's the status of the Klingon ship, Evelyn?
Still running under cloak. We knocked them around pretty good before they slinked off with their tail between their legs. That said, we're in rough shape ourselves.
Tilly, damage report.
Damage control teams are assigned. We've put out all the fires and started patching the hull breaches, but it's going to take a while. We'll get the critical systems back online as soon as we're able, Captain.
Stick with it, Ian. Can we contact the Fortuna?
Still reading their distress signal. I can break through the jamming at short range. Shall I hail them?
Yes, let's see how they're doing.
Opening hailing frequencies now, Captain.
Fortuna, this is the USS Rod Roddenberry. What is your status?
Greetings, Captain. Thank you for coming to my aid. I must apologize. I set the distress signal under duress. I'm sure you'll do the same with a Klingon disruptor pointed at your head.
So you were the bait.
Quite so, Captain. Our Klingon friends took pains to make my plight look convincing, to the point of damaging my warp drive beyond function. At the risk of wearing out my welcome, would you be so kind and assist me? I'd rather not be around if the Klingons come back.
I'll see what I can do.
Increase your speed
All right, now we're going to learn a whole new game. We're going to learn how to play space combat.
So, I just want to say I love dynamic games where it's just not the same thing over and over and over. And now the fact that I get to fly a ship is awesome.
Yeah, so you're going to go back and forth throughout this game between space combat and ground combat. I don't recommend if you're a game developer, I don't recommend doing this. It's a lot of work to basically maintain two types of games. But I'm very proud of what we have here.
So I want to mention we just reached our next goal of $500 raised for the Poor People's Campaign. We're at $506 right now.
Yeah.
And
Awesome.
that unlocks our
Thank
next
you, everybody.
tier of prizes.
Congratulations.
So thank you everyone who's been donating.
Yeah.
Yes, thank you to everyone. This is fantastic.
Okay, so
Thanks. Oh, and good luck with the Klingons, my young friend.
You'll need it.
You'll need it.
Oh, bye. That is awesome, guys. This is so cool.
Can't say I blame them. I wouldn't want to fight Klingons in a tub like that either.
Huh?
Speaking of Klingons.
Press E to increase your ship speed, Q to decrease. Okay, all right. So those are the E and Q.
yeah, you can also use R to go to full forward or full stop. Q and E goes up incrementally, and R will make it go to full power or complete stop. And then you use the WASD key. It's not to go forward, back. W and S kind of pitches the ship up and down. So you'll learn some new controls now.
Now, I saw that this is also available on Xbox. Is that correct?
Mm-hmm. That is
And
correct.
PlayStation.
Xbox and PlayStation. And it works on the new Xbox and PlayStation. So you have them. Works really well on the new Xbox and PlayStation. Those machines are powerhouses, and our game plays really well on them.
And forgive me for asking a question that you get all the time, and I'm sure no comment is an acceptable answer. I don't think one is better than the other, but why no Apple? Why no Mac?
We were on Apple for a while.
Right.
Nobody played it.
Really?
We just didn't get a lot of people, and it was it was too expensive to maintain compared to the number of people who were participating in it. That's just the bottom line.
Gotcha.
So we ended support on that many years ago. You can still use some of your, like, I don't know enough about Apple Macintosh. Is someone, if they know
Sure.
more, they can speak up. But you can run a dual boot, and you can run Windows
Yeah.
On an Apple,
Yeah.
and then
Yeah.
you could play this on an Apple if you do that. If you
Yeah.
run one of
No,
those.
I've just been an Apple person. 10 years ago, I might even argue that it was more user friendly and better in some areas. But nowadays, they're all the same and different and flawed and good, and so I'm not comparing. Not saying one's better than the other. Usually, it's just what you kind of started on.
Yeah.
All right.
I mean, I have one of each. We have one here of each
Yeah.
in the house. I think
Yeah.
a lot of people might.
Yeah, we do see players in the Armada that play off their Mac, using whatever system. I think someone had said they use Boot Camp. So there are ways to do it on your Mac.
Yeah.
I don't know if you can answer this. Do you get data on what machines people are using? Are you able to see, like, hey, look, 20% of our community is actually using a Mac in Windows mode and Intel mode or whatever?
Yeah, we have a ridiculous amount of data. I wouldn't know what the any particular amount of data is. What the stats are off the right now. I'm willing to
No,
bet
but you have
a very
engineers who
small
can
number of people.
pull it up,
Yeah.
right?
Yeah, I'm willing to bet it's a pretty small number of people who are running emulations on Macintosh. But we have a good amount of data, and but when it was native, the numbers were just too small.
Gotcha.
It was
Gotcha.
it cost us more to run it than it was to offer it.
And forgive me, I so far this has all been free for me. I have not paid anything.
No, you don't have to pay anything.
What is this whole game free, or are there things later on where I can buy ships or weapons?
There are
or...
lots of things to buy.
Yeah.
I like to think I'll channel. One of our core messages is that think about this like a movie. So when we used to go to movie theaters in the before time, you could go maybe to a matinee, to a small theater, and maybe and pay $5, or maybe you want to wait and watch it on Netflix, or maybe you go and you want to spend a little bit more money and go and see it in IMAX, or maybe you want to spend even more money, spend like $20-30 and watch it in 3D with those rocking seats, those boom seats, and pay a little bit more money. Everybody gets to experience the content, but everyone experiences differently based on what you want to spend. And that's kind of the model we take here. All the content, all the stories, all the adventures, and what we call task force operations. Those are like the multiplayer action pieces of combat content. They're all free. Everything's free. If you want to have a more enhanced experience, you can. So, for instance, you can, if you're playing Federation, you can. If you really want to play a Klingon character, be like Worf on the Federation, you can. But we charge you to play a Klingon on the Federation. But humans, Vulcans, and Tellarites and Cations and everything. I think Cations. I think we charge for Cations. So a couple species are purchased. Most of our purchases are for starships. So we'll give you free starships, and there's even ways to earn really high-end starships if you play events for and participate in an event for say 20 for multiple days, like on our winter event and summer event. If you come in and play for 20 days, we'll give you a ship for free, a brand new high-end ship. But most of the ships in the game, that you can buy. So if you want a Galaxy class starship with saucer separation, you would have to purchase that. But you can. But we give you plenty of free ships and plenty of ways to earn ships. Some of them right off the bat you could just get for free, and that's our number one overall business model. Is that now? Here's the other side of that. You can earn dilithium in this game, okay? And through lots of things. There's lots of ways to earn dilithium. Playing missions, playing content, playing events, you can earn dilithium. Let's just say I have a lot of disposable time, and you have a lot of disposable cash, Rod. We'll just give you two different players in our game.
Sure.
So you have disposable cash, but not a lot of disposable time. So you go and you buy what we call Zen in the store. Zen's like, you know, like Disney dollars or something. So you can buy Zen. With that Zen, you can go and buy, you can buy your ships. And you have, you know, you buy lots of ships because you have lots of disposable cash, and that's what you want to do. I don't have that kind of money. I don't want to, and I can't afford to buy lots of ships all the time. But I have lots of time, so I mine a lot of dilithium in the game. Okay, so what I might do then is I can sell you my dilithium, and you give me your Zen. Okay, and then now you have dilithium. Dilithium, you can buy items in the game. You can buy different weapons and gear and costumes and stuff. So you don't have a lot of time, so you don't have a lot of time to get dilithium, and so you can't get some of the things in game because it's an in-game currency. So I sell you my dilithium in what we have the dilithium exchange, and you give me your Zen.
What do you get with my Zen?
Then I can buy the starships that I couldn't afford before.
Okay, so ships are more Zen, and then dilithium.
And dilithium is more gear. Typically, there's crossover. There's some dilithium ships and there's some Zen gear, but there are things that are in dilithium store, which is in-game currency, and things that are in the Zen store, which is cash, which is real-world money. And so that allows me, as a person with not a lot of cash, a lot of time, to earn anything I want by selling it to you. And then you can get anything you want if you don't have a lot of time by spending your cash. So you get to choose as a player, do you want to spend more time or more cash to get the things that you want from the game. Most of this you won't even see until you're level 65 and you're into the game. During the beginning experience, you're not even going to notice it. Everything is just free.
Do I even have a level now, or am I still in this?
Yeah, you're a cadet. You're probably level, I think you're like level 2 right now.
Does it show it on screen somewhere?
Should be by your character
Yeah,
name.
the top left corner. Yeah, lieutenant. You're level 1. You're lieutenant level 1.
Gotcha.
If you yeah, right there. There you go, lieutenant 1.
Oh, lieutenant 1. There you go.
Yeah. So but as you play through the game, you're not even gonna be asked to purchase anything. You're not even gonna be needing anything for a very, very long time. And then once you're invested in the game, it's like, hey, you know what? I really like this game. I want a cross-field class ship like Discovery with mycelial jump. You can get that, or if you want, a Galaxy class ship, or maybe you want an original Constitution class ship. So some of those are going to cost money, but there's dozens and dozens and dozens of ships for free, and there's dozens that you can earn for free by playing. So a little bit for everyone. It just depends how you want to play.
How do I, so let's just say, not now, but let's just say when I'm done for the day, because I need to take care of my life, how do I do this universe, and sorry, once I'm in the universe that everyone else is in, how do I pause my character,
You just quit, just turn it off.
Okay,
just
log out.
And then when I come back, it picks up right where I left.
Exactly.
Right where you left off. Yeah.
Okay. All right, well, I'll
But
continue.
of course, if you wanted this ship, Rob, we very happily will provide you with whatever ship you'd like. And if maybe you'd like a nice Constitution class ship, and we'd be happy to provide one for you. So
I might take you up on that, but I feel let me earn a little bit on this.
Let's get through the tutorial, because you're still technically in the tutorial.
Okay. Engineering status
We have
report.
a problem. Most of our plasma injectors are a wreck. See, plasma injectors are made to take a beating, but this damage goes way beyond what would happen in a fight.
Oh.
Pretty sure the Klingons sabotaged them when they boarded us.
Oh, whoops.
They wanted to strand us here. Tamav is installing our spare injectors, but we're 3 short. Without those, we can't go to warp.
Recommendations?
We're not the first ship the Klingons have hit here, Captain. There's wreckage throughout the system.
Yep.
I recommend scanning the derelicts nearby.
Oh, good
We
call.
may be able to find and recover intact plasma injectors from the wreckage.
Let's make it happen. Scan for parts. All right, Beth. Can I move around? Oh, wrong one. Whoop. So I just need to move around. Okay, so we're going to go to
You can
R.
just hit the scan for part buttons right there. It's fine. It's right on top of your ship is a scan for parts button you can click on.
Does it matter where I'm going, really? Oh,
It's going to show you where you need to go.
The wreckage.
gotcha.
Blast off the outer casings on those units, and we can get what we need.
All right. I see 3 of them. Let's do it. All right, heading to them.
Teach you some basic space combat. I'd hit R and just kind of slow down before you run past these things. There you go. Slow down.
Maybe a little bit more. I want to get closer. A little bit closer. And
You can fire from 10K, and you're at 4K now, so you're good.
Hot diggity. Okay. Firing. Now I need to learn this. It's press spacebar to open fire on a target. So it's auto-targeted because it's in brackets?
That one is
Closest
currently
target.
targeted. You could click on it. It'll shoot the closest target. You can click on a different one if you'd like.
Take item.
Yep.
Mm-hmm.
All right, I took.
Little Starfleet. Call we
Take it.
digging through scraps.
Ugh, she is getting on my last nerve.
All right, hold on. How do I get my point of
Click
view?
and
on-
hold and move the mouse.
There we
to change
go.
view. Yeah,
There we
you
go.
Warning.
Oh.
Ship is under attack.
All right. What's the quick command for take item?
F.
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 F. Oh, F also. Gotcha.
Yep.
It's always F. Yeah.
Okay. Whoop. Whoop. Cancel. Hold on.
No, you
Fire.
want that? No, you want to take it?
Oh, I didn't take it yet. I see. All
Yeah.
right. Oh,
Now you got 2 to take. You're okay.
okay. F.
Okay,
Alright.
these injectors are a little beat up, but I can work with them.
Great.
Some of these are real top shelf tech. Type J's with a 2-liter flow, modulating reserves, and those sweet new commodores.
Wow. Lovely. Remember the Klingons. Work fast, please.
Gonna need a little time to get these installed. I'd rather not breach the core after we go to warp because of a full system meltdown. And that can happen with dicey injectors.
Tilly.
Right. I'm on it, Captain.
All right. Good. Evelyn, what's our status?
While engineering deals with the warp core, we're stuck here. We need critical systems back online ASAP. It's a sure bet the Klingons are making repairs. And they aren't as safety concerned as we are. We might be back and shooting faster than we'd like.
Well, we need to find what's jamming our comms.
We're on it, Captain. I located several Klingon military satellites nearby. Ian thinks we'll be able to reach Starfleet if we destroy the satellites, and I agree. Besides, we could use a little more target practice.
Yeah, we certainly can. Right. Let's take them out.
You must be within 10 kilometers of an enemy to attack
Right.
it.
Moving on.
Use your phaser bangs to weaken shielded targets.
So now, so you've been so far been hitting spacebar. You've been shooting your phasers, but you can also shoot torpedoes. So what we're trying to teach you here is that phasers are good for taking out shields. They will hurt hull, but torpedoes do a lot of damage to hull if the shields are down.
So how do I? I'm hitting spacebar. Oh, it is working. Get a little closer to this guy. Alrighty.
Start closing some of those tooltips probably too.
Ship is under attack.
So you can hit the spacebar, and then you can also keep moving. So you can start learning because you're going to want to learn how to fire while moving.
Gotcha.
And just kind of just go circles around things. And you can try and turn. This will take a little bit of learning if you're not familiar with this. And
Gotcha.
then when you're facing something, you can fire your torpedo, but you have to be facing the target to fire your
Target
torpedo.
destroyed.
So
Two
click
more
on
to
the
go.
torpedo icon manually to fire your torpedo.
What is the torpedo button?
So you see where the arrows pointing says use your torpedoes on enemies who are shields on? It's that little asterisk kind of shaped icon. It's grayed out right now because you're not facing them. But you have to be facing the target. Then you can click on the torpedo and it will automatically it will shoot them. So if you turn to the left, you can bring them to bear, bring the torpedo to bear, and then click the torpedo. Now you can click it now. I can see.
I gotta click it. I gotta get to which one am I pushing?
The one with
that
the
one there.
asterisks.
So to make this a little bit easier for you, right click on that weapon that you got your mouse on now.
Oh.
Right click on it and a little green. Yep. All right. Now the next one over, the torpedo, do the same thing again. Right click on it. And this is going to set your weapons to auto fire so that you don't have to hit them individually. So, yep, right click there now.
Okay, hold on.
And you'll see the little green box come around it. Yep.
There
And now the bottom phaser. Do you see the one at the bottom in the center?
Sorry, I'm going kind of crazy here. Hold on. I need to go down. Whoop, that's why I'm holding the wrong thing. Let's turn around and go down.
I need to take a quick break to let the dog outside. I will be right back.
No worries.
We got you covered.
Okay, so when you hit spacebar now, your 2 forward weapons will fire automatically until you destroy the target or it you select a different target.
All right.
Starfleet, you are
There we go.
little cold-poo.
All right.
Die well.
Oh, wait, he's back. Okay. Oh, all right.
You're safe.
I'm safe?
Long-range
You're
comms
safe.
are back, Captain. Shall I send the distress signal?
Maybe? I guess so. Sure.
Should probably close out some of these tooltips because they're blocking a lot
Right.
of your screen. Yeah.
Don't need that one. Position yourself near the ship and press F.
That Klingon ship took some real damage during the fight. I bet she's leaking plasma all over the place. We might be able to use that to find them. No
Right.
argument here. I'd rather not get blown up by Klingons on a cadet cruise. Or, ever, really. Scanning now. Oh,
Nope.
yes! I found it!
Well done.
Sending you the data now. We can trace their plasma signature right back to the source.
Oh, cool.
It'll show up on the map.
Oh, nice. Plot and intercept course. There we go.
It's pretty far from us. We should travel at
Look
full
at that.
impulse to reach it. This will temporarily take power from the other systems, but vastly improve our speed.
What sort of impulse?
Once we drop
Full
out
impulse.
of power will return to other systems.
All right.
This is like running in space.
Activate full impulse by clicking on the arrow.
I would make sure you're pointing in the right direction before
I
activating
know.
it.
I'm guessing I'm not. So.
Activate high yield torpedo by clicking on the icon
Where is
or
that
pressing
trail?
Alt
Oh,
and
there it
1.
is.
High
Yeah,
yield
take your
torpedo
time, get your bearings.
of your next torpedo attack.
Yeah, if you see they got kind of like little ring stripe. Yeah, if you just follow that like a road, that's kind of like where we want you to go. That'll take you where you need to go. You can
Shift R. High yield torpedo. Is that okay?
Yeah.
Well, you'll have to walk me through that one.
Sure.
Shift
So-
R. Activate full impulse. Okay, here we go. Shift R. Here we go.
You can also
Perfect.
just click on that button, and so once you start seeing something, you'll see on the radar you're coming up on in range. Probably shift a little bit to the left. I think you're flying past it. Yeah, I would
Yeah, I
probably
feel
turn
like
off
you
full
could just
impulse.
probably fly to where it is, right?
Yeah, you flew past it.
I flew past what?
You flew past your target.
Oh, I thought I was following this this
Yeah,
trail.
it was a little bit to the side.
All right,
Right,
Shift
right
R
underneath
now.
it. Yeah, Shift R. Slow down.
Okay. I don't see what I'm looking for.
I
Where did
think
he
it's
go?
above you.
Uh-oh.
You're going to have to turn around again because you've probably passed by it, but I think it's up there somewhere.
What's that?
I'm looking at your mini map.
To request.
Oh, because I'm getting out of the range. Okay.
Yeah.
Okay. Whoop. All right. Let's see. This is the fun part. I don't even know what I'm looking for here.
Hit V for Victor on your keyboard and see if it points you in the direction.
Oh, look at that.
Fortunately,
There are 0 anomalies in the area.
no. Right, I thought that was going to help, but it's not.
Yeah,
But
I'm getting them. I'm at the step right here, and I'm getting attacked at this spot.
I'd say you're just a little bit below the point that you need to be at. It's just a matter of finding the right.
Yeah, I think if you lead him back to where he came from and come back in, he should be fine. Just needs a
Okay.
little.
I think I'm coming back around. All right. Well, this is we'll just shift R it for a moment. Not that I have that much control over this, but I want to be in that yellow circle, right? Is that?
Yes,
Yeah.
exactly. That's where your
Okay.
objective is. But remember, you're in a three-dimensional space, so you
Right.
have to be at the correct height.
Right. Right. So.
Klingon
Yes,
ships.
there you
There
go.
you go.
Gotcha.
You got it.
So
Warning.
Damn
I'll
it.
start shooting you, and you can start shooting them.
Oops. What am I? Okay, I
So
don't think I'm shooting anything.
move your camera until you can see the targets, and then hit the space bar to start firing weapons. There you go. Perfect.
There we go.
There you go.
I'm not doing so well here, guys.
Actually, you're doing quite fine. Your
Yeah,
hull,
you're
your hull
doing
is still
really good.
100%.
Yeah.
It's still kid gloves are still on. Takes a while sometimes for people to get their bearing in space combat.
Yeah. Flying the ship is my fingers are all over the place here. Okay.
Captain,
Oh,
while we have the opportunity, it might not be a bad idea to review some of the basic Starship combat files.
Yeah,
Wouldn't hurt to be ready when the next group of enemies attack us out here.
I agree. We'll be fine. Nope. Good idea. Sorry, everyone. I need to
That's okay.
learn a little more here. Your ship is
So-
outside of.
So we're learning you a little bit about firing arcs. So your phasers have a 250-degree firing arc. That's what it's showing there. So like your forward phaser, that blue area is the area in which that forward phaser can hit something. But you have an
Gotcha.
aft phaser that has the same ability, but that aft phaser has 250 in the opposite direction. So when you broadside, you can actually get your forward and your
Oh,
aft
nice.
phaser on target. Okay, so that's the beam arc, and that's what's trying to showing you here. So
I gotcha.
The rear one has a 250-degree back, but if you broadside, you get some overlap and you get two phasers. So it's always good to, when you're attacking a target, broadside it. But when you're broadsiding, you can't fire your torpedoes. So
I
then
gotcha.
you broadside to weaken their shield, and then you turn your ship towards them, and then you can fire your torpedo, and when their shield is down. That's kind of what
Gotcha.
they're teaching you a little bit here. That's what they're showing you. So
Oh,
fly
this is a
around
good
your target
strategy,
like
huh?
that.
Yeah.
Get both on them.
It would be wise not to follow me.
That. Oh. Okay. That was awesome. All right.
Wise.
So the targets that you can see on your mini map where the yellow arrow is, that's the direction
Yes, I
you
do.
go. So
Okay.
you turn a little bit around that way. Let's also help him out with his with his weapon power level. Can you bring your ship to a halt for a moment?
Yeah. Maybe. How do I do that?
R.
Okay.
R.
R will do it.
Gotcha.
Okay. So let's take a moment to kind of look at some of these controls real quick. So you see where the throttle is that went up and down there?
Yep.
So,
Yep.
Okay. So R will bring it up and down. Don't hit that one. That's full impulse. But you can
Gotcha.
at any time click that one as well as the bottom button to stop and go reverse at any time, or you can hit the R key like you did. Now go to the left, all the way to the left of the shield, that little box here where all the numbers there. It's going to make this a little simpler for you. See at the very top right, there's like 3 little squares, very top right.
Yes.
Top right. Yeah. Click that and choose number 3.
Ooh.
Okay, so here's your weapons, shields, engine, and auxiliary power level. We're going to put all your power to weapons to make your combat a lot better. So on the top, there's a second row there, where it's that second icon all the way to the left. The next one over, that one. Click that. Now you watch all your power levels change. This is something we teach you a little later. Not important right now, but this is a little pro tip. So now you put all your power into weapons, so you can blow things away a lot faster. So.
Gotcha.
But
Basically, the more power in weapons, the more damage those weapons do. And power is key in Star Trek Online.
Yeah.
I'm a little lost on these guys over here.
Those are just shortcuts for the spacebar. So that one is fire all beam weapons. The second one is fire all torpedo weapons. And the next one is fire all weapons.
Gotcha.
So they're kind of redundant to some. You can always just click on the weapons directly, or you can hit the spacebar and it will just fire all your weapons. So. And then the high yields, the next one over where it says Cive.
Yeah.
So she has a special high yield button. If you click it, nothing will happen. But now watch your icon for your torpedo in your weapons tray. See now it says 30 seconds. You have 30 seconds and you'll fire a higher yield torpedo.
Oh, nice.
So your next torpedo will be like a double torpedo. And,
oh wow.
That's how you do that one. So let's head off and let's fight that ship. Let's fight the bad guys. Bring it home.
Just FYI, guys, I believe that we have just passed $700 in donations.
That's all you, Rod. That's everybody. That's all you.
Amazing. I know. I was just refreshing my page. Holy moly.
Yeah, awesome. That is fantastic. Thank you so much, everyone.
Big thanks to everyone.
Don't break anything else.
Ship is under attack.
Oh, shit. I can't see what's going on here. Oh, here we go.
And welcome back, Kat.
Thanks.
Are the dogs happy?
Let's go.
There's an ongoing battle with the dog that lives next door, so that was exciting. I'm glad I had my mic on mute. You guys didn't need to hear that.
I'm not doing too well here, guys. We'll see.
No, you're doing good. Your hull is at 100%.
Oh, so I should. Oh, spacebar. I keep forgetting to hit the spacebar.
Man, those graphics are so cool. When it hits off the shields, that looks amazing.
I think I'm just. Oh, they're kicking my butt.
Yeah, so turn your camera around so that you can see the target, and then hit the spacebar to start firing weapons. There you go. You've already gotten down to 27%.
Wow.
And here he goes. Boom.
Damage.
Did it.
Between
You're
yourself
getting it.
ships.
Okay. All right, so now I can head over to this other ship. All right.
Incoming transmission, Captain. It's a Starfleet vessel, the Sabrova.
Okay. Remember?
Is the
Who hides
illustrious? Who is it? Who's it going to be?
Against shielded foes. Oh shit. Okay.
The
This is
illustrious
Captain Mike here,
Jeffrey
Shran.
Combs.
Received your signal.
Nice.
What happened here?
We were ambushed by the Klingons, Captain.
I see. Ever since they acquired their cloaking device, they've been getting mold, even for Klingons. You're lucky to be alive, Cadet. Which reminds me, you're on Captain Schaefer's ship. Where is he?
He was captured and taken to the Klingon ship. They killed him after he ordered us to fire on his position.
And did you follow his orders?
Yes, sir.
I see. Unfortunate.
Jeffrey
Sir,
Combs rocks.
He's
amazing.
Fine officer.
Yeah.
We could use more like him.
Yes, we could.
I take it you're the acting captain then?
I am.
Very well. Schaefer didn't place trust in his officers lightly. If he chose you to be his XO, he knew you could get the job done. I'll expect the same. Our first order of business is getting your ship and crew to safety. We'll escort you to make sure you get back in one piece.
Well, thank you. Oh, what about the Klingons, sir? They're still out here.
I'm sure they are. And if they're foolish enough to come back looking for a fight, they'll get one. In the meantime, set a course for our position. Zabrova, out.
Yes, sir. All right, I can do that.
Click on a shield that is low on power to direct power to it. This will divert power from your other shields.
I think flying takes a little bit of a
Oh yeah.
getting used to here. Oh, hello. What happened?
Little
cutscene.
Oh, okay, that's not going to work out. Oh, okay, Commander. Okay, well, I'm just going to turn around now and.
Now, fight.
Good.
No,
I don't know what's going on here. Okay, where am I? What's going on?
Warning, ship is under attack.
There you go.
Target's shields have failed.
There we go.
Stay focused. Today is a good day to die.
Oh, well, not for me.
Hang on, Mach. Tak.
You got him down to 20% already. There you go.
Oh, nice.
All right. Did we lose our buddy here?
No.
still
Well,
there.
we don't kill off Jeffrey
We're on
Combs
our way
usually.
to check in on another Starfleet vessel.
Spencer.
You're in distress.
Low.
That vessel is still not responding to hail.
Okay.
Considering what happened to you, I'm beginning to fear the worst. I'm going to investigate, and I want you to join me.
Okay.
If the Klingons are up to no good in that system, I'll need backup. I know it's asking a lot, but we're at war. Consider this a field promotion, Cadet.
Oh boy.
Have your orders.
Already, huh? All right, continue.
This feels wrong, doesn't it?
Excuse me.
Killed by a House Mokai matriarch over something she thought we had on board. Shouldn't we be chasing her instead?
Shron's a senior officer here, Tilly. We have our orders.
You're right. You're right. For all we know, this Ula could be behind what happened to that other ship. We should help them. I'll get back down to engineering, Captain. We are ready to go to warp when you are.
Well, let's do it. All right. So I think the ship flying is a skill that I need to work up on. Ship shooting and moving phasers around.
We've arrived, Captain. I'm reading the Ticonderoga dead ahead.
Not uncommon.
Our orders is to make contact with them.
Practice
and
makes
find out
perfect.
what responded to our hails.
Very good. Set a course for the Ticonderoga.
Okay, so let's enjoy some spoils. So you hit
Sure.
OK. Go ahead and hit OK on that.
Okay, gotcha.
Before you go to the Ticonderoga, you just got earned some loot.
I did.
From that last mission. So if you hit U, to bring up your paper
All
doll,
right.
we'll call it, and
Gotcha.
hit I to bring up your inventory.
I okay.
Yeah.
Oh.
There it is. Okay, so you've got a new deflector dish there, and you got a new phaser beam array for your ship. So you can, they're a little better. So you can drag that and drag it over your deflector dish on your
Impulse
ship.
engine.
Wait, this one?
It's an impulse engine. I'm sorry.
Yeah.
Where's that going to go?
On the impulse engine, yeah,
Exactly.
drop it right there and replace your impulse engine. So now you have
Nice.
a better impulse engine.
Beautiful.
Okay.
I like
and
that.
you can do the same thing with that phaser array. Let's put that in the front on top of your other phaser array and replace that one out so you have a better phaser array.
Phase array.
Top,
Up at the
very
top, 4
Very
weapons.
top, 4 weapons. Put it right on top of the other one.
Oh, just
drop it right there. Yeah.
All right, hot diggity.
Okay, so you have a better phaser.
Okay.
And you also have a better you also have a better ground weapon. So if you click on your name, Rod, on the left, on the tabs on the left there, Rod.
Uh-huh.
Not your ship.
Oh, my name, Rod. Sorry, gotcha.
Yeah,
Got
Rod's
it.
your character.
'Cause I named everything. Rod,
So now you have a new phaser rifle. Okay, replace your hand pistol.
Oh, okay.
No, keep your other rifle because one's a sniper and this one's a burst gun. So now you have 2 different rifles you can swap between. And,
very nice.
You're pretty good there. I think you can not worry about the hypo. So
feels good.
And now you have better. You have another better rifle and a better space weapon. So you're a little more equipped. You just got a little better.
Sorry, where's my health? I thought it was up top here.
Well, you don't see your ground health when you're in a space map, and you don't see your ship health when you're in a ground map.
But if you want to see your ship's health, it's right there. It's the big pog in the middle where it says 100%. That is that green right there. It says you've got 11,000 hit points. It has 11,000 hit points, and little white rings are your shields, shield health. That shows you what your shields are at. They'll go up and down too. But that's so when that green health thing starts going 50%, you're a little bit of trouble. You also got a new power today. You got a new power because you got new Ian Kwan, and you'll notice that Ian Kwan gives you a tachyon beam, and that will strip a target's shields.
Oh,
that little tachyon. See where it says Ian Kwan? That's a tachyon beam power. You can shoot at an enemy.
I do not see that.
Where all little people's faces are. On the bottom.
I see. I see this thing.
Ian Kwan has a tachyon beam there, so you can shoot that on an enemy and drain their shields with it.
Forgive my ignorance. How do you actually shoot it? I forgot again.
Well, you just click on it. Just
click on it. Okay.
Yeah.
So I'm doing it right now.
You can't click it now because there's nothing to shoot.
Gotcha. Okay. I didn't know if it shot when you weren't engaged.
No, you can't. That's why it's grayed out. So you can't. It's nothing to shoot.
Ian, can you boost the signal?
Compensating for local interference now. Hailing frequency.
Can't say I was expecting either of you out here. Care to fill me in?
Let Captain Sharon explain the situation. I'm in command of the shot. Just explained it.
That's the start of an answer. Captain Tron, perhaps you'd care to fill in the details?
I guess I can only say but.
The cadets were ambushed by Klingons. Captain Schaefer was killed in the attack. The ship is under the command of this cadet. Sabrova was escorting them back to Seoul. When we couldn't contact you, I decided to alter course and investigate. Now then, what's the situation here, Captain Durant?
Starfleet has received reports of Klingon activity in the region.
Okay.
We've been ordered to check things out here.
Okay.
They might be hiding in the cluster and using this as a staging ground. As you can see, the area plays havoc with our systems.
I see.
We've already launched 9 probes. Now that they're active, we can do an in-depth scan of the area.
Is there anything we can do?
We could use your help. If all 3 ships collect data, we should be able to complete this quickly and deal with any Klingons we might come across. Any questions?
No questions. I mean, either one of these would probably do the same thing, right?
This may be the worst simple trip to Vulcan.
Yeah.
All right. So
Bet you wish you were back at the academy, huh, Tilly?
Heading there.
Yeah, that's where you want to head. You can go there and
Set your ship's power levels to have a focus on attack, defense,
right.
speed,
This is what you taught me.
balance.
yeah.
I'm gonna stick with
Yeah, you're good.
phasers right now. Sorry, I'm taking a lot longer getting there.
No, take your time. Space is big. By the way, you can use your mouse wheel to kind of zoom your camera in and out if you want to try a different camera. Just kind of use your mouse wheel to come in and out. So it might help you if you have the camera out a little further and see more of the battlefield.
Okay. So here I'm gonna shift R. Get a little bit more speed here. Oh, okay.
Yeah, you probably don't need that.
Don't need
Close
that?
enough. But yeah, pretty close enough, I think. If you know, otherwise, you don't want to run past it. Yeah, there you go.
Scanning.
Durant here. Are you seeing the same ETA radiation levels that we are? I'm not sure that a normal scan will be enough. We might need to do a full multiphasic reading.
I saw the same thing. How can we improve our findings?
My science officer believes that performing a tachyon
okay.
pulse wave scan will
I knew the
solve
answer.
our sensor issue. Perform your final scan and then report back.
I hope that's a beer.
It is a beer.
Aligned. We're in a reverse tachyon pulse wave, Captain.
Perfect.
I'd say it was a breakfast beer, but I guess you're running on. You're still on the other side of the of the ball,
And
aren't
down
you?
we go. And
Yeah,
scan.
it's coming up on 10 o'clock at night here for me, so.
Yeah.
Oh, thank you for being up.
Getting an impulse spike.
Oh, not at all. I'm delighted.
Oh, Klingons. Spacebar. Moving. Changing.
Target shields have failed.
Okay, hold on. I'm losing my... Okay, hold on. Okay. Got him, I think. I'm
Yeah,
still
you
at
did.
100%. My shields are awesome.
Yep.
Well,
For
We're
training,
making-
right?
We're making sure that we know that people are still learning how to turn the ship. So
Ticonderoga is under attack.
things are
All impulse to reach her quickly.
Uh-oh.
we're pacing. We're walking you through this still.
Too quick. Oh, I need to go the other way. Damn it. Coming back around.
Try rolling your mouse out a little bit so you can get a better view of the lay
Right.
of the land.
Oh, wait.
Let's see where you need to go now.
Oh, damn it. I can't see anything. Hold on. Where? Oh, crap. Way up there.
Happens to me all the time.
There is
You're in
only
range.
death for you.
You're in range.
Starfleet.
I'm in range? Oh, crap.
Yeah, I turn off that full impulse.
Yeah, I think I got to do that. But now I'm out of range. I'm going the wrong way. Literally the wrong direction. Oh, is that ship going to blow up since I'm not there anymore?
There you go.
At least go up.
Heading towards
go
that.
down.
Take your time.
All right.
You figured it out.
A little bit, yeah. Let's see if I can get a little
Heading
closer.
where you knew where you needed to go.
In general. All right. Maybe Command R and some space bar.
Warning, ship is under attack. Target's shields have failed.
Okay, well, luckily they took him out mostly, so that worked out.
Multiple Klingon warp signatures inbound.
Oh crap. Where?
Taking heavy fire here. Request immediate assistance.
Ah, damn it. Turn around faster.
I say that all the time.
Yep. Here we go. Here we go. All right, got him. Oh, someone's after me. Someone's shooting me. What's going on?
It's all right. You're shooting back. That's the main thing.
Main thing. Okay.
More Klingons? I don't know if we can handle more Klingons.
I don't think I can. We'll see. Oh. Wrong way. Wrong way. Turn around.
Kat, do you have a link? Do you know what we're up to now on donations?
We're at $715.
Nice.
Every time you kill a Klingon, you make more money.
Oh, zoom in. Zoom out. Space bar. Space bar. Space bar.
Every time a bell rings.
Target's shields have failed.
Remember your training. You are Starfleet officers.
Oh
You're
yeah, we're
prepared for
making
this.
peace, I guess. Really? No. All right. Oh, there's a red guy. Wait. Nope. Yep. He's gone. Okay. Alrighty.
Turns out making peace with Klingons turns out to be a lot less
I
exciting.
know. I know.
Makes really good narrative. But one of the things that, you know, because I know you're shooting a lot of things and I appreciate the sentiment. One of the things that you'll
There's too many of
I
them.
hope you appreciate if you were to ever play the game for a long period of time is that all of our story arcs although they're definitely heavy on conflict because it's a game,
Yeah.
But all of our story arcs don't end with you murdering the bad guy, right?
likely for a more valuable
They always end
trade
in
fire
a
on the
very
remaining
very
last
powerful, poignant, like Starfleet way that you solve things without
all ships.
escalating violence.
Fire at will.
You can.
No, I love that. I imagine it is difficult when you guys set out to do this. I think admirers. I'm going to assume you guys are admirers of Star Trek and the messaging.
Nice shot, Cadet.
I imagine it's quite difficult to create an engaging game that doesn't involve shooting. I mean, or some sort of gameplay that involves battles.
It is a challenging thing to accomplish on a game that you want to keep you engaged. It's also challenging because it's much easier to make a game that has shooting than one that has lots and lots of narrative and puzzles and things. It's just much more expensive to maintain for a game that's going on for a long time. But we do make sure that we have an arc that's just this horrible conflict involving the Iconians. Spoiler alert if you don't know the Iconian arc, if you haven't played out there. But and I won't spoil it for you in case for any particular reason you end up ever get to that point. But you don't beat these bad guys. You show them humility and mercy, and even though doing so may mean that you will die, and it changes their perspective, and it's a really powerful moment, and you solve the war with a single act of kindness. And we have that theme throughout most of our story arcs, is that the end of the arc is not about you championing against the bad guy and murdering them or blowing them up. It's about it's about looking deeper into how do we solve things as Starfleet. And so yes, there's lots of things to blow up. Yes, it's a game, but the messages are always still there. And the resolutions to these conflicts are always about how do we find a way to solve this without escalating. And this character here, this Juula who just murdered your captain and who's sister of Takufma and who's this villain of yours who ends up following you across time, ends up going through a crisis of faith, and you go along with her and change her heart and mind in the future. So even though you start off as enemies, and some players have a hard time, like, well, she's such a bad person, how can I be friends with her? Well, that's the message of Starfleet. Everybody can change, anyone can be better, and even this person Juula, who is who's kind of a monster right now, she had reasons. We want to show you that, hey, she's a Klingon. They have a different kind of moral code. We don't judge her by humanity. We're judging her by her own code, and she's doing things because, well, she has reasons why she's doing things. She is also at war with you. That's just what the Klingons are at. But we're still able to change her mind. We're able to change her positions, and she becomes an ally. At least currently, we're still in the middle of her story arc right now. So we're in the middle of the Klingon war, and so but now you are actually have. She's realized kind of her errors, her ways, and now has kind of working with you to kind of fix her problems, fix her errors. So we do that a lot in this game, and we try to maintain, your father's vision, the vision of Star Trek, the messages here.
I love that you guys are doing that. I'm really thrilled to hear that, and I'm very curious. People who play this, the people who play this game versus the people who watch Star Trek, you think they'd be one and the same, but I can also imagine that there are gamers out there that may not watch that much Star Trek, but they love gaming, and I'm curious. You guys sound like trying to walk that fine line between keeping the messaging, but also making an entertaining, engaging, fun game. So,
we get people joining the community all the time, and it is a mix. Granted, there's probably a lot more Trekkies that would join our community, but there are people that will join and they're like, oh, I've never seen Star Trek before, but this seems like a really cool game. And yeah, we do get both sides of it.
I've seen people who are Star Trek fans, lots of Star Trek fans that play our game, who then actually hey, I really enjoyed that Discovery story arc, and then actually watch Discovery because I haven't watched it before, or vice versa. People who are fans of Star Trek who then come to our game so we get people coming, we end up directing people to Star Trek, and lots of Star Trek people come directed towards us. It is very important that we honor everything that is Star Trek. Some people may not like Discovery, or may not like Deep Space Nine, or whatever, or may
Sure.
not like Kelvin versus, but prefer TNG or prefer TOS. So we give you the option to kind of to see all of those universes, all those timelines, and play however you'd like, and always honoring the tone of that show and the styling of that show too. If you play TOS, it's all it looks like a 60s set. It's intentionally, we don't modernize it, we make it look like that.
Nice.
But at the same time, we always honoring the core message of humanity. We can solve things a better way. So I hope I think we do a good job. I hope that people appreciate the efforts we put into honoring what it is to be Star Trek. And I've had people say that we do a better job than the shows, and that's kind of like really, really high praise. And I don't know if that's true or not, but I'll take the compliments.
Well, I'm thrilled that you have the messaging. What you've just described to me makes me feel so good, and I'm so thankful that you guys are doing that, and this isn't just a shoot the bad guy kind of thing. I understand you need that, and I'm not saying it should be, but the fact that you just explained that character arc where she changes, and you can empathize or maybe even understand a little bit more, and I don't know if you said this, but perhaps work together in the future. Anything that leads towards that shows that is well, I'm going to call it Roddenberry, not just Star Trek. So that's awesome.
That will always be how we approach things, and approach conflict in this game, and approach our stories. And it is tough to balance that, because you're blowing up a lot of people, right? It's just but it's we do have to, it is an action game.
No,
but the messages are always clear. Yeah.
That's why action figures for Star Trek really didn't do well back in the day, because Kirk and Spock, they just sit down and have a conversation together, and that's really fun.
Yeah.
So if I wanted to, let's just say, I want to go check out the Klingon or the Deep Space Nine or the TOS.
Yeah.
Do I need to advance my character so I earn the ability to do that, or can you can start your character multiply. You can start in Discovery era. You can start in the TOS era. You can start in the 24/9, which is 30 years after TNG era. You can start as a Romulan after the destruction of Romulus. And you can start as a Jem'Hadar, but that is you'll have to be get a character to level 65, and then you can play as we recommend that, because and you play as a Jem'Hadar, you start at endgame. You start at level 60 or 50.
60.
So that's a different experience.
Sure.
But so you can have all those different starting experiences, but every one of them has their own starting experience, their own kind of, like the Romulan story is about, you start off as a farmer if you start as a Romulan, because this Romulus is destroyed, and you have to then help rebuild a better Romulus.
That's
you
cool.
build a Romulan republic while the remnants of the Tal Shiar are trying to stop you. Denise Crosby plays a crucial role in that story arc as
a whole different game.
As Sela. Yeah, and that's a great, huge character redemption arc, because Sela starts off as in charge of the Tal Shiar, trying to crush your little rebellion, and you eventually take her back in time. Well, not exactly back in time, but you take her on a journey, and she finds out what really happened to her mother, Tasha, and she redeems herself.
Wow.
It's a really, really touching story there.
Romulan's my favorite to play.
It's really, really it's a very different arc, because you're not in the military. You end up with a ship, but you start off as a farmer. Klingons is very Klingon-y. You cut up a lot of, you beat up a lot of people as a Klingon. That's just, we're giving you a Klingon experience there. In the TOS arc, it happens after Kirk, and we get to kind of go back and see a lot of the things, revisit a lot of places that Kirk had a part of. So we go to Taurus, we see the little neuroparasites, little rubber vomit monsters, right? We get to go to we get to time travel back to Babel, and that episode of Journey to Babel. So we're part of that experience as well. And we also tie that into a little bit. That ties in a little bit with Enterprise and the Temporal Cold War. Ties a lot into it, I guess I would say. And then throughout the game, you can we have different story arcs. There's a Delta Quadrant story arc where we go back to the Delta Quadrant and and find out what was the result of Janeway's influence in the Delta Quadrant for 7 years. And there was effects that we have to go clean up some mess over there.
Wow, that's awesome.
And so we go there, and we have what I would call effectively the 8th season of Deep Space Nine. Where we bring back Renee Auberjois, we have Aaron Eisenberg, they're very fortunate to have gotten to know them. Aaron became a good friend of mine, and so I was very sad when he's gone, and I'm very happy that he's immortalized in our game. But we've got Alexander Siddig's in there, and another visitor, and Armin Shimmerman and Max Grodenchuk, Jace Masterson. So it's a huge DS9 reunion, and we kind of go through a whole kind of 8th season of Deep Space Nine and learn a little bit more deeper of what the Dominion actually was up to. And at the end, we form an alliance with the Dominion.
I was going to say, don't give too much away. Don't give too much away.
Everybody, I don't know how much you're going to play, but most people listening have probably seen it. Have probably played all this stuff. But if it intrigues you, I just try to intrigue you a little bit. But you get to go to walk the halls of Deep Space Nine. You get to walk the halls of Earth Space Dock. Get to go to Bajor and Vulcan.
The character evolution, the character change is what I'm really most interested in seeing, what you've alluded to. So I will play this. I don't know how often, but I look forward to getting back into it and actually just exploring it on my own without 1,000 people looking at me. Well, I don't know how many people.
Well, believe it or not, we've actually been here for 2 hours now playing this.
Yeah, no, and I know you guys have probably other things going on. I do need to get to my son.
Do I have to come in here and start playing the Oscar music here? What's going on, guys? What's going on?
Are you going to come here to harsh our mellow, Elia? We're having a moment here.
I really appreciate how dynamic this game is. This is incredible. And I know you guys are raising money for the Poor People's Campaign, and I'd like to say I'd be happy to match anything up to $3,000. So if
oh my God, that's amazing!
You can get people to give you up to $3,000. I will match that. I mean, I will match anything. But if people want me to spend my money, which they should probably want me to do that, at least for a good cause, I will match up to $3,000. So everyone out there listening, if you can. If you can,
thank you so much,
make a contribution. As they said, the money goes straight to Poor People's Campaign. Doesn't line anyone's pockets. And yeah.
I have to take. Thank you. I'll be right back. Bye.
Yeah. So you just blew him away and everybody else. That is amazing.
Really yeah.
We really, really appreciate it. We are at $730 of our goal of 2,000 right now. And man, Rod, what a thank you so much. We really appreciate it.
That is just amazing. Thank you. Yeah.
And thank
the
you
Rotary
both.
Foundation is we're happy to support you guys indirectly, but the Poor People's Campaign directly through you guys. So thank you.
Well, thank you both for coming on, and it's been absolutely fantastic watching you, Rod, going through this starting experience, and it's been fantastic having Al giving commentary on everything as well,
Yeah. Yes. So thank you both for joining us today, and thank you everyone who's donated, and Rod, if you want to keep playing, you both. Either Winters and I are happy to team up and answer any questions that you have if you continue.
Well, my question, sorry, quick question.
Yeah.
How much more do I need to go before I enter the?
You're on the cusp of that.
You were on the very last step of that, where you were.
You've got to do one more.
Well, I'm happy to get through. I know you guys have a lot of people throughout the day, so I don't want to step on anyone's toes.
Yeah,
I mean, I'm happy to take another 15 minutes and see if I can get.
I don't know if we can we keep playing even if we're not on the radio, even if we're not broadcast, or do we need to kick?
We can keep on going because but we won't be broadcasting because there's other stuff scheduled.
I've got to say hi to my kid, so he's gonna. He's been told many times not to come up here, and he's dying to see what's going on.
Well, you
fantastic.
guys can continue.
Come on up here.
Right. So I know I'm probably stepping on the toes of other people who are lined up for the show. Thank you very much for having me. If my kid, Zale, it's a fun game. I'm in the Star Trek universe. I want to play it. Okay, this is my son Zale. And Zale.
Hey,
Hi,
Zale.
Zale.
Right
Oh,
there's the camera.
he ran
And
right
we're
back
talking-
out.
We're talking to these people right here. See the people right there? But there's also probably, I'm hoping, a number of people online that are watching us live. And this
From
is
all over the world.
From all over the world. In fact, these people are from all over the world. It's nighttime.
Ireland.
Ireland. Who else we got here?
Texas.
Texas.
California.
California.
I am in California.
Beautiful. And this is the game we're playing. So I'm going to just respond to this. I
want you to go to the Corvan system and warn them about the Klingons.
So I just was in a fight with a bunch of Klingons, and I blew a number of their ships up. And so far we're good. But he says, I want you to go to the Corvan system and warn them about the Klingons. So I'm going to say, what about you?
The Sabroba is better equipped to hold off further Klingon attacks and assist the Ticonderoga here.
Okay.
Do what we can to delay them, and it'll be up to you to warn the people of Corvan.
All right, understood. We'll set our course for Corvan.
We have to make our way to Corvan as soon as we can, Captain. I just hope we're not too late to warn them. Are you ready to go?
I am. I'm departing the system. Okay, so here's my ship, kiddo. Oh, and it zoomed out. But you get to control your ship and fly it. So you guys drop me offline if you need to in a moment. I'm just going to show him the game for a bit.
Yeah, no, you're fine. You're fine. I think we're waiting for Elio to come back, aren't we?
Actually, they're going to take over the stream in just a second.
Right,
Maybe
okay.
1 minute.
We'll still be here.
Just give you
You guys can stay here.
Okay.
Rod, thank you so much for give me a chance to get to know you, meet you, and thank you so much for playing our game. It really is a delight, and I'm honored to have you be a part of this. So
thank you. I'd love to get into contact with you outside of this, but I'll talk to the guys here at Priority One.
I look forward to that. Thank you very much.
Thank you guys both so much. Thanks, Rod. Thanks, Captain Al, Gecko, Rivera,
Guys,
for joining
thank you,
us.
everyone watching. Remember, if you can, make your contribution. I'll match it.
Awesome.
Very
Cheers,
generous.
everyone.
Thank you.
Bye, guys.
Command codes verified. Priority 1 message from Starfleet coming in on secured channel. Command codes verified.
Starfleet coming in on secured channels.
Don't have much time because.
Just
Hi, everybody.
Do the giveaways.
All right,
All the
we gotta do
giveaways.
some giveaways. We gotta do some giveaways. We gotta act fast because just now, we've locked in. Robert O'Reilly is going to be joining us later on in the broadcast, so you're going to want to stay tuned to that. That's going to happen after our conversation with Isa Briones, so around 4:45 Pacific time. So thanks for sticking with us. Thanks for all of that. Yeah, Gowron's coming. Experience beige, suckers. So
All the beige. We're bringing you live beige.
Yes, live beige is happening.
Live
right now.
beige.
Well, first of all, all right. So if you haven't already, we put the thank you, Thomas, for putting the raffle there. We're gonna do the raffle right now. You got I'm gonna count down. I'm gonna look at the clock in 30 seconds. That's it. You're gonna do 30 seconds.
So this round, we're gonna give away a bunch of Geordie Boffs.
We're gonna give away 4 Geordie Boffs.
4 Geordie Boffs.
4 Geordie Boffs right now. Okay, we're gonna give away 4 Geordie Boffs. Panda, I'll go ahead and click the winners. Okay. We're gonna hit the 4 Geordie Boffs, and then.
But wait, there's more.
Wait, there's more. We're giving away also now 1 recon bundle.
No, we should give away 3.
3 recon bundles?
No, 2. Let's give away 2.
2 recon bundles.
We got to hold it. See, Rod's very generous in saying he's going to match that, but come on, guys, we got to incentivize. We got to maximize his match.
All right, that's it. We're gonna do 4 winners for Boffs, right?
4 winners for Boffs.
All right,
let's
here we
do
go.
2 recon bundles.
4 winners for Boffs. The Boff winners are 1, 2, 3, and 4. All right. The winners are Jay Pake, Gaming Nightlife, Devin Rowland, and Charles Bunn. Congratulations to the 4 of you for each winning a Geordie Boff.
Congratulations.
All right. Now we're going to put that link in for I'll do. Did you do the link? I'll do the link. I'll do the link for get me those emails for me, please, Panda. Now we're going to do the link for the Recon bundle.
Let's give away 2.
We're going to give away 2 Recon bundles.
Let's do that. I'd like to do that, please.
Yes,
and thank you.
Please and thank you. What time is it? 5? We're going to do the 5 o'clock Recon bundle. 5 o'clock Recon bundle. All right, installations. 5 o'clock Recon bundle. The Recon bundle. Get the heck out of here. Discord.
Discord's being bad for you.
That should be the Recon bundle. Is it the Recon bundle? This is the Recon bundle. Okay, we're giving away 2 of these Recon bundles. All right, we'll do 5:20. It's 5:15 right now. 5:20. We're gonna
5 minutes. You have 5 minutes to tell all your friends to get in the chat.
Right.
And click the link.
Right.
Register to win.
Right.
2 Recon bundles.
Just in case
what exactly is in the Recon bundle? Because I'm not real clear on that. We need to look that up.
We need to tell people what the Recon bundle is.
I need to find what that is.
It's 4 recon ships. It's the recon ships.
So there's the Lafayette Recon Destroyer. Is that right? Is that one of the ones that's in there? Perhaps the New Orleans version of that as well. I have to look this up. Here we go. Bundle stats. So, yes, right. We've got the Lafayette class Recon Destroyer, the New Orleans class Recon Destroyer. Yeah, that's what I thought. The Ketha Recon Raptor for the Klingons, and the Fleet Ketha Recon Raptor as well for the Klingons. So I think that's there's your bundle right there.
Nice.
Experimental weapon slots, devastating weaponry. You always need that. There's a Jubilant Cadence for the New Orleans class.
Jubilant Cadence. It's
for the Lafayette. Yeah, I think someone had some caffeine while he was on break. No, you're just naturally wired.
This is just naturally me. Weeks of anxiety and preparation.
This is sort of everything sort of sloughing off, right?
Yes,
This is like
yes,
whoosh, yes,
absolutely, 100%.
This is a taste of what he kind of gets at the Las Vegas conventions. This is our Las Vegas from the last year.
This is our
right?
Las Vegas. Yes.
Yeah, this is kind of what it is. And so yeah, he's the energy of running around and trying to schedule interviews and meeting people and going to this event and that event and
happened in 2 weeks' time. No,
yeah.
Well, I mean, this is fun. So anyway, look, I'm glad that everybody enjoyed that live stream with Rod. I'm sorry I had to bail that last minute, but thank you to Al, thank you to Rod, thank you to Winters and Kat for leading that. We're so very grateful for that, for them for doing that. It looks like everybody was having a grand old time in the chat. People were really enjoying it. We're at $790 right now in terms of our
fundraising. That $1,000 is within striking distance.
I know.
It's within striking distance.
An additional match from the Roddenberry. That's great.
That's huge. That's really huge. Fantastic. But we got to keep the pressure on. We got to keep raising that up so that we maximize Rod's match. That's what we got to do now.
By the time Gowron. Oh, by the way, Gowron is also going to do a voicemail. Do you want a custom voicemail from Gowron? Do you want Gowron to tell in your voicemail to say, leave a message or experience beige? If you want that to happen, we got to hit at least $2,000.
I don't know if we can put a price on that. Can we put a price on that? You can't put a price on that.
We really cannot put a price on that.
No, you can't telling people to experience beige on your voicemail.
So you had better, if you want that personalized voicemail, then you had better share this. Look, again, if you can't donate, that's okay, right? That's okay, but you should share it. And if you have time, if you can't donate and you have time, join your local chapter. Yes. Remember, you don't have to donate to enter to win these things, but we can't give them away until we reach that tier. We gotta keep the ball rolling here.
It's the carrot and the stick. It's the carrot and the stick. We're not
gonna use a stick on anybody, Tony.
What? Oh, but I have that. But I have a stick right here somewhere. Oh, all right, fine. I'll leave the stick alone. I have a Nerf gun. Can I use a Nerf gun? There are tiny sticks in the Nerf gun.
You can do the Nerf gun. Just don't avoid the eyes.
Okay, well, let's see what happens when I shoot the camera. No, I'm not gonna do it. With my luck, the camera will
and
break.
Then all of a sudden it breaks for the rest of the stream.
I thought better of it as soon as I suggested it. Sanity took over. All right, so we're about a minute away.
To
give away two recon
bundles. Two recon bundles. And yeah, all right, we got those entries are coming in. That's good. And I want to take a moment again to thank our co-sponsors for this event. We've got obviously Star Trek Online contributing to help us make sure that we have some incentives to raise funds. We've also got GamePrint. Remember that you can actually look. They're not going to just send you a ship. You will be able to customize your actual GamePrint starship. You can't see it, but I'll get it later and display it later. But they will. You can make your own custom 9-inch ship from Star Trek Online. So we have that to give away. So thank you to GamePrint and Mixed Dimensions for contributing 2 of those ships. And we also have. Did we say we have the Legendary Bundle?
We have the Legendary Bundle.
Yeah, we're also giving away the Legendary Bundle.
But only when we get to $2,000.
But only when we get to $2,000. So if you've been eyeing for that 2021 Legendary Bundle, Starship Bundle from Stowe.
And Secret Surprise. I think I'm ready to reveal the Secret Surprise because things are going so well.
Well, hold on. I also have to thank our other sponsor, Forbidden Planet. They are a online merchant that offers a lot of swag from different franchises. And they were kind enough to donate $100 worth of Star Trek swag. So T-shirts,
which is the next tier.
Which is the next tier, right?
That's what's coming up.
Mm-hmm. So you can win a Star Trek swag bundle. That's just we got stuff to give away.
So this is an example of GamePrint. This is the Nova class, and this is it's like 6 or 7 inches, right? Okay, so it's the 9 inches is bigger than that. All right, so this is the kind of detail you get. If I can get the camera to go right. All right, it's solid, it's heavy, it's very well. It's 3D printed, constructed from the models in the game that you can export from your game if you're on PC.
Mm-hmm.
You can it'll print with your custom registry and all that stuff on it. So that's what we do at $1,500. We'll give one of those away.
Nice, we're already at 820. 8:20.
Hey, that's
All right,
that.
we're
There we
gonna
go.
do the giveaway. We're gonna do the giveaway because then we gotta take a short break to get ready for Evan and Bagora.
Giveaway
What's
then
coming
secret
up
surprise. Giveaway then secret surprise.
Giveaway and then
first.
secret surprise.
I have a
Okay.
secret surprise.
You have a secret surprise. All right, hold
Secret
on.
surprise.
Okay, so 5 p.m. recon bundle. We have 1 moment. Sorry, let me just make sure. Okay, 5 p.m. recon bundle. All right, we're doing 2, right? We're giving away 2 of these recon bundles. All right, here we go. Winner 1 is Daryl Denny. Woohoo!
Congratulations, Daryl.
And
Good job, Daryl.
Tim Defner. What
Def
up?
Dog.
Def
Def
Dog.
Gets the prize.
They get the prize. All right, guys. So congratulations. We've got your emails, and we'll be in touch in the next couple of days with those. Go ahead. Quick surprise, man, because we got to switch over.
Secret surprise. If we clear $2,000, we will have a second legendary bundle to give away at the end of the fundraiser. So get us to 2,000, and we're going to give away a legendary bundle, and then towards the end of the show, we're going to have like a grand finale, and there'll be a second one available to give away too. So get that $2,000 for us, everybody, and then we'll give away yet another one after that.
You know what? When you as you're sharing this stuff on social media, make sure to use hashtag Star Trek. Use the hashtag. Make sure to tag Unite the Poor. Hashtag Star Trek is going to be a good one. Heck, even tag Star Trek. They should know. They should know that this community is an important community of Star Trek fans that is giving back. I'm not talking about just Priority 1 and the cast and crew. I'm talking about you guys. I'm talking about all of you. That this community is definitely amazing. So be sure to hit that all those hashtags, hashtag Star Trek, hashtag podcast, whatever, at Star Trek. Let them know. Let them know what's going on. All right, so we're going to take a quick break, and then we'll be back with Evan Evagora. See you guys.
Back in a minute.
Codes verified.
Priority 1 message from Starfleet coming in on secured channel.
Codes verified.
Priority 1 message from Starfleet coming in on secured channel. Priority 1 message from Starfleet coming in on secured channel. Command codes verified. Priority 1 message from Starfleet coming in on secured channel.
All right, captains, we are almost at the midway point here on our live stream, and we are thrilled to be joined by Star Trek Picard's Evan Evagora. Evan, thank you so very much for joining us, helping us celebrate our 500th episode, and to help inspire people to donate to the Poor People's Campaign.
Thank you for having me, gents. It's a pleasure and an honor.
So before we get started, as we mentioned just a moment ago, we're raising funds for the Poor People's Campaign. We're almost at $1,000 now, and Rod Roddenberry said he'd match up to $3,000, which is amazing. Tell us why an organization like the Poor People's Campaign is important to you. Why should our listeners and our viewers consider donating?
I mean, with anything in any program and anything like that, whenever there's help needed and whenever people are able to deliver that and give that, I'm gladly put my hand up and am willing to, participate for something like that. Any causes like that. I mean, if I'd say 2020 has taught us anything, it's that people need help now more than ever. And anytime that we can kind of unite as a community and come together as people, it's worth doing.
Well, thank you. Thank you for being willing to join us and to help inspire, some people to donate and contribute. Remember, captains, the links are going to be in our chat as we live stream here, and we hope to see that number grow during the course of this interview. All right, so let's talk a little bit. Tony, why don't you go ahead?
So you're relatively We're gonna call you Fresh Face. You're Fresh Face to TV.
Yep.
You're a relative newcomer, and here your first big job is you're in one of the biggest franchises of science fiction or TV ever. Your co-star is an actual knight, and also star of many beloved franchises. What's it like to be Evan Evagora when that happens? Give some insight there.
I have to wake up and pinch myself every day over how lucky I am, really. I mean, I grew up watching Star Trek. I also grew up watching X-Men. So Sir Patrick Stewart, SPS, Peace Stew, whatever you want to call him, I like to call him the loveliest man on earth. Working with him and working across from him and even just getting to know him is an absolute, I'm just like the luckiest kid in the world, being able to live out my dreams. And like you said, it's my, first big role and first, major thing on television or movies, whatever you want to call it. And yeah, I'm just very, very blessed.
Let's talk about your experience with the fans, right? Not only are you thrust into this great new career, but you're thrust into, one of the most well-known franchises in the history of humanity, right? What has your experience been with the fans? What have you learned from the Star Trek community?
So I started off, on the same side of the fence as everyone else, being a fan and being amongst the fandom and the culture. And, Star Trek isn't just the biggest franchise, like sci-fi franchise. It bleeds through pop culture. I can't watch any popular movie or TV show without Star Trek being referenced. And in terms of the fans, they've been nothing but welcoming. I mean, after my first episode, which is, I got to say, is my favorite episode now, only because I just rewatched season 1 pretty recently. They've been nothing but welcoming and nice. And I mean, I get a lot of comparisons to Lord of the Rings.
Space Legolas.
Space Legolas, yes.
I have a little confession. I used that term in a slightly derogatory manner the first time that we talked about it, but I have to say, it kind of works. It works, doesn't it? Because it's that bleed through. It's that archetype thing, right? You look at it and you go, I know what that is, I recognize it, and it crosses over. So yeah,
I'm an elf in space.
Yeah, and it absolutely works. It's
so fitting.
Yeah.
I agree. Yeah. And it may have started off as a derogatory, call for a lot of people initially, but I've kind of grown to love it, and it's, I hope it sticks around. I hope I Space Legolas for a very, very long time. Yeah.
Of course.
I have to say though, with the bleed through, do you hope that your sword glows next season? I mean, do you need a lightsaber?
Maybe,
I think you might need a lightsaber. Yeah. We
I can't say much about season 2, but yeah, hopefully I get to play with a bit of different weaponry as well. Yeah, more tools to Elnor's arsenal. Yeah.
So, all right, you said that you were rewatching season 1 recently. Is that because is it for research, or is it because you still kind of geek out at the fact that you're doing such cool moves, like you're a space ninja, like I
am a space ninja.
Like is it just cool? I would imagine that if I ever had the opportunity, I'd be like, I want to watch that scene again. Look at me kick ass. Wow.
I've got a bit of a confession to make. I actually haven't rewatched the season until after it aired. Because I watched it, I think, twice, every episode when it aired. Once to get over the initial excitedness of everything, and then the rest to kind of just like watch it and see my performance and everyone else's performance, and to just really kind of enjoy it. It was both. It was a bit of business and pleasure. There was a mixture in there, I'd say.
Nice. Now, speaking of research, moving into this, getting into the Star Trek franchise, you mentioned earlier that you kind of grew up already in the geekdom, right? Did you have to do much more research to prepare to play a Romulan, and how deep into the Star Trek mythos rabbit hole did you go?
I didn't have to dive that deep, for my character anyway. I mean, we got sent a list of episodes, old TNG episodes, Voyager, everything to kind of go back on, and to fill us in on any information that we either didn't know or may have missed out on. But I'm very fortunate with Elnor being a co-op Malat because we knew nothing about that sect of people, and we didn't really know much about. Well, he doesn't even really know much about Romulan culture, because he was so young when he left the planet. So I was kind of blessed. If anything, actually say I'd had to forget or kind of disregard what I knew about Romulans because I grew up watching like Nemesis and or just everything. It's just he's so different to every other Romulan that's been on the screen. So I was kind of it's nice to be able to show Romulan culture and Romulans from a different perspective and from a different standpoint. I mean, we don't view him as this untrustworthy villain. I mean, he's part of the heroes now, which is great.
Right. Yeah, that's actually a really good point. We've grown up as we've watched the Star Trek franchise that the Romulans are untrustworthy, and yet here are the Qowat Malat, the most trustworthy beings in the universe that we know, pretty much.
Yeah. I drew a lot of comparisons to. Oh, sorry for interrupting.
No.
Oh no. Go ahead.
Okay, so I drew a lot of comparisons between myself and Worf. In terms of just we're able to show a different perspective on a different species, and they're not everyone's bad, not everyone's evil. Yeah.
So one of the things, the real deep dive stuff, Diane Duane wrote a series of novels back in the 80s, I guess, about Romulan culture and that kind of stuff. And those novels kind of do what you're talking about here, is that they're not a monolithic group. They're not all secret police people. There are some people that some Romulans that see things different ways. So it must be. I'm sure it was refreshing to play the good guy from the bad guys to be able to create that. I like your Worf reference too. That's an interesting perspective.
Now, Elnor really helps inject some levity into some of the scenes with that kind of youthful innocence, juxtaposed with very serious and deliberate intent during high-stakes moments. Talk to us about that juxtaposition. Was it a fun challenge to balance between the two?
I mean, it was a difficult thing initially because a lot of the things he says, that's how he genuinely feels, even though it may be somewhat of a comedic moment, even given the scene, that he doesn't view it as that. It's right. The audience who views it as that. So playing that kind of straight and not really playing up the humor as much was, I'd say, the biggest challenge. But I mean, even having watched the episodes recently, what he's saying in the scenes is that it needs to be said. It's just a hard way to. I mean, even pointing out Girardi and Rios's little encounter. He was the first person to pick that up, and he mentions it straight away. It's just those moments. I call them like golden moments because I feel like other characters wouldn't have been able to pull it off. They're really written for Elnor.
Right. And they definitely elevated those scenes in such a unique way, in such a very, very unique way.
All the other characters are kind of older, and they've got a lot of mileage on them, right? They've seen things, man. They've seen things.
They definitely have.
Yeah, Elnor's.
Been through it.
Yeah. And Elnor's more of a fresh pair of eyes. Do you see that kind of parallel with you as an actor too? You're surrounded by people who have been on screen for a lot of years and have done a lot of projects, and you are the fresh pair of eyes for this stuff. Does those things play off of each other? Most
definitely. Even the fact that Elnor grew up in a sect of all female warrior nuns. I mean, I grew up in a household full of women. I've got 5 sisters, and I'm the youngest, so I'm very much the most spoiled and looked after. But the more I read and the more episodes that passed and the more understanding I grew of my character, it was easy to kind of have these comparisons and these similarities and notice them a lot more. And you're definitely right. It's Elnor leaving Vashti is very much like me coming over to LA in order to film this television series. It's very much like a fish out of water kind of moment, and it's either sink or swim. And I'm happy to say that both of us got through it like for the better, and we're better off having had those experiences.
there's a question I traditionally ask all of our actor guests, and that's you as the actor bring something to the character, and you just answered that question. Thanks. But there's also the it kind of comes back too, right? Did you take away something from Elnor, and did he sort of change how you view things or do things in the real world?
I would say yes. He after having filmed the first season, I found myself being able to not speak my mind more, but speak up more, and to give my opinion, and to show that my opinions and thoughts have a bit more weight and meaning. So I'd say in terms of giving me the courage to speak up sometimes when otherwise I wouldn't have, definitely.
Before we continue, I do want to pause and take a moment. Captains, we're at $845 now during our live stream. So please continue to donate, continue to contribute. Evan, if I'm not mistaken, you've agreed to do that personalized voicemail for one lucky winner?
I have.
All right, cool. So the only way that unlocks is that if we hit $2,000, then we can unlock that.
We can hit it, and we can hit that.
I know.
We definitely can. We definitely can. Yes, absolutely.
So thank you for that. Thank you for helping us to incentivize these donations to the Poor People's Campaign. We really do appreciate it. Going back to Picard, so you've one of the things that's kind of a recurring story, like when you listen to the actors talk about their time on set, is that there is very much an atmosphere of family, between the actors, between the creatives behind it. Tell us about that atmosphere in season 1 of Picard, and were there any behind the scenes shenanigans that you reflect back on and smile?
There are a few shenanigans. I don't know if I'm allowed to talk about them.
We don't want you to get in trouble, and we want you to come back. So,
yes,
okay.
Yes. But in terms of family, yeah, it was almost instantaneous. I mean, I came into filming, when everyone had already met each other and production was already underway. I was in the second block of filming, and I was welcomed straight away. Everyone was just so nice and open and very loving. Sounds cheesy, but they were. And Jonathan Frakes was my first director that I got to had the pleasure of working with on the show, and I would not choose anyone else really. If I could go back in time and choose another director, no matter who it could be, it would always be him, because him and Patrick and Michelle and Santiago, everyone really is just so, we all communicate and converse with each other, and we'd find ourselves all sitting around, instead of everyone just kind of like heading to their trailers and not being social with one another. It was the opposite. If anything, we, doubled down on that and hung out with each other more and more and more. That really solidified, I'd say, during San Diego Comic-Con. It was the first time all of us were in a room together, like the complete cast and everything. And it was just a magical day, and it was a magical night. And that kind of solidified what we call ourselves, the Motley Crew. I mean, Patrick described our characters that day as this ragtag kind of team that's been put together, and that's very much us, and we're still that today.
I was there. I was sitting in the audience for that New York Comic-Con event, and I'm kind of curious, like, how were you feel? Like, so this is was it your first Comic-Con? And then not just
New York.
If it was your first Comic-Con, I mean, walking onto that Madison Square Garden, and walking onto the massive crowds of people cheering for a show that hadn't even aired yet. I mean, what was that like for you?
If you go back and watch that, you'll see my legs are shaking 100 miles an hour, because I was just so nervous. And for the exact reasons that you said, here I was walking onto this panel to speak about this show that hadn't even aired, to talk about my character, who I wasn't allowed to say a lot about. So I was nervous for a bunch of reasons. One, the sheer size of the crowd. Two, the fact that it was Madison Square Garden. And I'd say three, in case I blabbed something out and said something, revealed something that
well, you're fired.
Revealed. Yeah,
it was nice while it lasted. Bye.
Yeah,
you heard it here first. Yeah, exactly.
You're gonna die off screen between seasons. This was great having you. All right, dude.
Something else. Go ahead.
Sorry, go on.
Something else that we've heard before from some other actors, especially actors that kind of come on for maybe a one-time character, or perhaps even young artists come on with Sir Patrick Stewart and other veterans. Was there ever a scene or a moment that you needed, just a little bit of guidance, and were they there to help you? And if so, how?
My first scene, on my first day of filming, and it was Patrick who made me feel better. I was sweating. A lot of people don't know this, but there are a lot of lights on a set when you film, and it gets very, very warm on set, very hot. And my outfit is not the most.
It's not the
There's layers.
It's not the breathable.
Yeah, there's a lot of layers in that outfit, a lot of layers, and that coupled with the nerves I was feeling about doing my first scene, and the fact that I was standing next to Patrick during that scene, it just nearly, not got to me, but the nerves were really there. My heart was pounding, and Patrick, being the lovely person he is, and the #1 on the call sheet, and a brilliant actor and just person, approached me, and we got to talking, and he was able to calm me down and ease my nerves and tension just like immediately. And then I was ready to do the scene. It was in those moments, it's like you're in it, and so you've got to perform, and if you don't, I mean, you only get a few takes to get it right. So yeah, he was really helpful with that. Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. That's awesome. Let's tell us a little bit about the journey of the character itself in season 1. Were you already aware from the get-go where Elnor was going to begin, what his middle was, what his end was, or was it kind of a progressive kind of thing?
It was very progressive. Even when I auditioned, Elnor wasn't called Elnor. I think his name was K-Bar or something like that. Just they gave me a different name, and I didn't know he wouldn't have an eyebrow ridge or anything. But once I was given that the list of episodes to watch, I was given my first script, and that's when I was able to read the brilliant work that Michael Chabon and Akiva Goldsman and everyone who's been working on the project had been doing, and I fell in love with the character immediately. Just his whole story, and to be honest, I actually thought this is probably one of the coolest entrances a character has ever had in Trek. Well, I guess I'm biased when I say that, but
that's okay. Understandably,
pretty fair, though. It's pretty
fair.
Understandable.
But it is pretty cool. I'm not gonna lie.
You could take off a
And
dude's
then
head. I mean, it's pretty.
It's a statement.
That's a grand entrance.
It's a statement.
It's a grand entrance. I like that. And a statement. It's both. It's everything. And then we were given about 2 episodes ahead to read. Okay. So I only really knew what was happening with my character every 2 episodes. And even when I got left on the Borg cube, sorry if I'm spoiling anything for anyone.
It's been a year. It's okay.
Yeah.
I know. Yeah. Even then, I wanted to call up the writers and stuff and be like, "What's happening with him?" Because
dude,
I had just watched Game of Thrones. And I was like, people were getting killed off left, right, and center, and I was like, could that happen to Elnor on the cube? What's going to happen? But had trust in the writers and in the producers and the creators, and they made me look even cooler every episode. I loved my character more, and I just wanted to see him do more. And hopefully this season that's currently in production, everyone will be happy with my character's journey and my character arc and everything.
Did you get much of an opportunity to kind of offer some opinions or inject some of your own takes on the character? Were the writers open to that?
I did make one request, and I'm not going to reveal whether it's been allowed or not. I asked not to wear the wig, so my hair is not my hair in the show. So we were having a lot of trouble keeping it from falling off. My hair was a lot shorter 2 years ago. It sounds weird saying 2 years ago when it only came out last year, but yeah, 2 years ago when we filmed the first season, I just couldn't. The hair, it sounds like a bit of a prima donna kind of thing, but everyone on set knows why I don't want a wig.
Well, see, you've had the pandemic. So yeah, this is the longest my hair's ever been. So you've had the pandemic to grow it out, right? Yeah, I see. Yeah,
We're getting
right.
pretty close, I'd say, you and me, Tony. I think
Yeah,
we're nearly
yeah,
at the same
yeah.
length.
You know, yeah. I mean, mine has way more gray in it, so that's the difference.
That just means you're more distinguished. More
Right.
distinguished.
What a diplomat, huh? This guy. Listen
Silver
to this guy.
fox, yeah.
Honey, Space Legolas says I'm distinguished. No, nothing.
And we got that recorded too, so
Right. I can play it back.
That is
Yeah,
recorded.
I can play it back.
So how what have you been up to since between seasons or now? Where I if I'm not mistaken, they have announced that season 2 has started film. Let's not answer that. You don't have to answer that, but maybe it started filming. How have you been staying occupied? How have you been preparing?
I watched a lot of Tiger King during my time off, which I'm sure most people did. I spent a lot of time like reading and writing. I stayed away from Star Trek. Actually, I started watching Lower Decks recently as well. So that's my new favorite. I'd say my new favorite show.
Oh my goodness! You know what would be awesome if Elnor swoops in, kind of like Family Guy Spider-Man thing. Everybody gets one. You just swoop in, save somebody, and you're out. And that's it. That's all we need. Everybody gets
swoop
one.
in, behead someone, and then just dip and just leave. Yeah, that's actually not a bad idea. I'll call Alex Kurtzman and I'll ask him.
Pitch that to him.
What can you do? What can you do?
Yeah, how can we do? Let's make this work.
Are you enjoying?
Yeah, but I mean, apart from that. Oh yeah, I'm only on the 3rd episode because when Paramount Plus launched, that's when I was like, all right, it's time to get back into it and start rewatching.
They really started finding their legs around episode 3, and then the rest of the arc even just gets better. See, I think you're in for a good ride.
Good, because as soon as I got told it's not similar to, but the humor of another sci-fi cartoon, Final Space, on I believe Netflix or Adult Swim. I'm not sure. I've been in Australia, so our streaming, what we get is different.
Right. We know a guy from Australia. We know how that goes. Yeah.
Okay, there we go.
Yeah, we know how that goes. Wink, wink. Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. Wink, wink. Exactly.
Wink,
right.
wink. Yeah. We know how that works. Yeah.
I gotcha. Yeah. I gotcha. So yeah, I did back home in Australia. We did a major lockdown. So I think it was like 200 days, like learning to make pasta and baking and everything like that, which was very, very fun. And then I flew back here to LA for another job, which we just wrapped shooting as well, and a video game actually, which was very fun and very different to do. Very different to filming TV and movies. I was
Can you talk about that yet?
Mocaps. Yeah, I can talk about that. So the game's called The Quarry. It's a horror-based game. That's really all I'm allowed to say. I think it's amazing. It's got a good range of actors, different age groups that everyone knows. And I could or could not possibly be turning into a werewolf in the game. So
we'll leave that question open then.
Practice my howls. Yeah.
Are you much of a gamer? Are you much of a gamer? Like I asked because we were just talking to Alexander Siddig, who played Dr. Bashir on Deep Space Nine, and he was telling us how in his trailer he was like the only one with a modem and was able to play, what was it, Ultima? What did he say?
Ultima Online, yeah.
So are you much of a gamer? What did you do between scenes, like to keep yourself occupied?
I bought a Nintendo Switch, so I like the old school 8-bit games, like the Super Nintendo kind of Mario Karts. I got really good at Mario Kart Deluxe 8 for a while. One of my lap times was first in Australia for like 6 weeks, so that was like my claim to start, and I was like, yeah, I'm number one, and then I've not been able to do it since. But yeah, I left all my PlayStation back in Australia, so I want to get that sent over so I can start playing Warzone again and Call of Duty and stuff. So yeah, I'm somewhat of a gamer. Back in the day, I'd say I was Tony Hawk's Pro Skater was kind of my jam. I used to love the soundtrack and play, and just I'm from a big family too, so any multiplayer games we we were pretty obsessed with Halo. We loved Crash Bandicoot. I just got the remastered version too, so I think I'm on Warped in Time. I'm not sure. I got to remember. I'll probably have to play them all again anyway.
Just start over. It's best that way.
Yeah, why not?
Yeah,
Yeah,
just redo it. Why not?
Well, Evan, we're at the part of the show where we kind of leave it open to you. You know, is there any projects you're working on now other than the games that you mentioned and, you know, coming up to season 2? Anything that you want our audience to know about, learn about you, things that you've never got a chance to talk about and you'd love to share?
No, all I can say is the next season, I hope everyone is as excited as we all are, as the cast and the crew and everyone. And, you know, without a show, like without its fans and without the lovely fan base that we have, I mean, it's how many iterations of Star Trek are we into now? You know, this is a loyal fan base. I just want to really say thank you to everyone, because, you know, without you, we wouldn't have this story, and, you know, without you, I wouldn't have a job. So thank you so much. And that comes from the bottom of my heart. And, you know, I'm able to, you know, live out a dream that I've always had, and, you know, doing it for a show that I've always loved. So thank you.
Yeah. Well, Evan, thank you so very much for spending your afternoon with us here on Priority One. Captains, we still have a little ways to go before we hit 2,000. So be sure to please consider donating. We have our Action Network link up there. And if you would like for Evan to read your outgoing voicemail to welcome your calls with incredible candor, then be sure.
Absolute candor.
Absolute
candor. Be sure to be sure to consider donating, please. Evan, thank you so very much for joining us on this episode of Priority One and helping us celebrate our 500th. We hope that you'll come on again sometime after season 2, perhaps, and we can do a little recap on season 2.
I definitely will. I'm more than happy to do that. And thank you for, you know, inviting me on your show. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Thanks, Evan. Nice talking to you.
Nice talking to you.
Sweep us out, Lennon. Sweep us out.
Sweep us out. Take us out, Johnny.
Command codes verified. Priority 1 message from Starfleet coming in on secured channel. Command codes verified. Priority 1 message from Starfleet coming in on secured channel. Priority 1 message from Starfleet coming in on secured channel. Command codes verified. Priority 1 message from Starfleet coming in on secured channel.
Take a 5 in 3, 2. Oh wait! The countdown's already done. We're already on. Hello, everyone.
I
wait,
think
we're
it
back.
already started.
What? This is a professional endeavor where we are thoroughly experienced and technically competent. That's what you come to expect from 10 years of 500 episodes of Priority 1 podcast.
Yeah, we got this down to a science.
Yeah, it's like kind of like the Wright brothers in their first flights before they actually made it work. The science where you crash into the hill a lot. Yeah. So we're back with another giveaway. We're gonna do 2 more Geordie Boffs and another recon bundle. We are within striking distance of the next tier, which is the $100 swag bag from ForbiddenPlanet.com. We thank them for helping us out, along with Star Trek Online, to provide these prizes to incentivize your donations to the Poor People's Campaign. All funds go directly to them. They don't, they do not pass go. They do not wash through us. The link that we're providing you on Linktree, linktr.ee/priority1pod, it's going to go straight to the Poor People's Campaign. So, we're going to do another giveaway here. We'll keep the lines open for another, minute and a half, 2 minutes. Let's
Sure.
say, let's say about 11 past. We'll do 2 more minutes. So get your entries in. Tell your friends. You don't need to donate to enter. It's open to everyone in the stream. But we're going to unlock more and better prizes the more money we raise for the Poor People's Campaign.
Yeah,
So,
we're about $155 away from the next tier. Very close, getting there.
We're on the way, everybody, and we know we can do this because we've done it before. We've raised $2,000 before for charity. Last time it was Extra Life. This time it's for the Poor People's Campaign. We know we can do it. We've done it in the past. So let everybody know that that's what's happening. Share the link. Tell your friends. Tell them to get in here, because if we get that $2,000, not only will we give away another legendary bundle, 2 legendary bundles from Cryptic, we'll also start giving away personalized custom voicemails. So,
exciting.
Yes. So Alexander Siddig, Allison Pill, Evan Evagora, and then Mary Chifo. So we'll keep on providing those. As long as you guys donate, we will get them to you. I can't say words for about a minute.
So if you just joined us, we've had so much fun today so far.
Yes.
And everybody that's stuck around for the day, thank you so much for doing that. But we started the day hanging out, and then Rod Roddenberry joined us to play some Star Trek Online, along with Captain Al Gecko Rivera, which was amazing. That was a ton of fun. And Evan Evagoria just joined us, and that was pretty cool.
Space Legolas. I dig the fact that he's embraced that.
So
on the show. On the show, I was kind of like, oh yeah, he's Space Legolas, but he leaned into it, and then he said something I didn't think about. He's like, I'm Worf, I'm this show's Worf, and that never occurred to me. But he is. He's that show.
Yeah.
Well, and he's the outsider guy, the guy that used to be the bad guy, but now he's part of the team. Historically the Romulans have been the bad guys, but now he's on the crew. I mean, but clearly he's a Star Trek fan, and clearly he's thought a lot about it. And clearly he said he had to avoid previous Star Trek things to some extent to not cloud his judgment. So, I mean, clearly he's thinking about his character quite a bit. So it was a great interview. Really enjoyed having him on. And he promised us he'd come back. So
amazing. Yeah.
We have it on tape.
Really cool, though. I missed that part. I blame the dogs. You can all blame the dogs.
You have to take care of the pets. No one's, you can't begrudge your poor pets.
I mean, they had to eat dinner. So.
They do. They had to eat. Well, all right. So we had banter for the appropriate amount of time. And so now I think we should give stuff away. So, Jake, will you draw a couple names for us here?
Ooh,
close it up. Drum roll. Two Geordie Boffs. Let's go. Jake, you left the room, so I don't know how we're going to find out who the winners are. I asked you to stay. I mean, this is the guy that won't eat cheeseburgers. You won't hang out with me in the room. I don't know. How
maybe he's trying to tell you something.
That could be. But Jake, if you drop it in the Discord, in the producers chat in the Discord, I'll find it there. How about that? Let us know. Let me know that way who our winners are. I'm presuming there are winners.
There's
Jake.
He is Jake.
There's Jake.
Hey, everybody. Hi.
Hey, Jake.
We've got Keith DS_fallen_angel at hotmail.com.
Hey,
and
congratulations.
We have Robbie Glenn at tormox at googlemail.com.
Oh, Tormox, very nice.
Well, congratulations to our two winners, there. Thank you very much for your entries, and I hope you enjoy your Geordie Boffs. We'll get those to you after the show. And now we need another winner, Jake, for the Recon Bundle. Give us another winner, Jake.
Another winner. We have AJ at filmmonk@gmail.com. Congratulations, everybody.
Well done. Congratulations. Thank you for sticking around. Thanks for hanging out with us on the live stream. Remember, everybody, just tell anybody you know that can spare a little money to help somebody out who's in a tough spot thanks to COVID-19 or life circumstances that involve crossing borders in trying circumstances. Please let us know. Please let them know that you support them and you remember them, even in these troubling and troublesome times. We appreciate your support for that, and I know they do too. And Rod Roddenberry's matching everything dollar for dollar and up to $3,000. So whatever you can afford to give, Rod's gonna double it. So how about that?
Amazing. Very,
about
very
that?
cool.
That's wonderful. So really appreciate that. We're gonna take another quick break, and we'll be right back with Isa Briones here just like any second now. Just on edges of your seat, people. It's happening. It's happening soon. Lennon, take us away. I'm gonna make this gesture like it's doing something, and he's gonna let me keep doing it too.
I was like, I don't think anything's happening.
Yeah. Just someone get us out of here. I'm gonna like pretend like this. Of which that is very fortunate. I was told to give a thumbs up and I was ready to go back on air, so my thumb is up. Well done, everybody.
Oh my god, I can't believe that.
So very, very, very nice. Well done. $1,000. We're halfway to our goal, and you will have successfully unlocked the $100 swag bag from Forbidden Planet, ForbiddenPlanet.com. Yes, ForbiddenPlanet.com. We will be having the drawing for that probably after we get done with our Isa Briones interview. That's probably, I think, what the timing of that will be. So thank you all very much for donating. Thanks for letting us cross that halfway point. Remember, our next unlock will be the 9-inch ship print from Game Print. It's customized. If you are on Star Trek Online on PC, you can have a starship that you design in the game. It'll be printed from the 3D model. It'll have the proper colors. It'll have the proper registry. All that stuff. So this isn't my ship. This was sort of a demo model they sent to us, so that we could explore that and get it fuzzy on the camera and not do it justice. I don't know if that was exactly what they had in mind, but this will give you an idea of the scale. My hands are normal sized, so just
Okay, so normal size hands.
Yes, it's a normal sized hands. It's a medium, and this is what it is. This is not the 9-inch. This is the slightly smaller than that. But this is about the scale you'll be getting on a Game Print model. I'll put it next to my head, which is an oversized head. So the ship is smaller than my oversized head.
Well,
So
that's amazing. Yes, $1,000. We're halfway to our goal, and we really do appreciate everybody who's donating and sticking around to see what we have going on today on the live stream.
yes, and it's for a good cause, and it's a cause that a lot of we're getting some feedback from our interviews, and both Allison Pill and Alexander Siddig. They're both fans of the Poor People's Campaign. Allison especially. So you'll hear that in the interview. It's the first question Elio's been asking on these, so you'll hear that directly from her in a little while. But we're waiting. Isa Briones is scheduled to be on at 5:30. I thought Elio wanted us to be in the waiting room at 5:15, so I made a mistake and I cut our banter short, Cat. I'm sorry.
Yeah, well, I can't read times, so there's
You missed
that
Evan
again.
and Magora. You
I
missed Space
know.
Legolas.
I'm so sad.
He'll be on again. That's okay. Next time you'll have them all to yourself.
Okay.
But he was a lot of fun. Glad he came on. So and we'll now that he's Worf. Oh wait, I have a message from Skiffy. We hit 1,000. Yes, we know. We've already said that. I mean, he's not listening to us. I'm sure he's doing other producer things.
Oh, right.
Right, and so us minions here are just waiting, and just not doing anything except banter. I mean, banter takes skill, man. I don't know if you knew that, but banter definitely takes skill, and we're on top of it. We're on top of things. So we're just waiting. Go ahead.
Oh, I was going to say Capwit9 in chat is asking if there's going to be a recording of this show, and yes, I do believe there will be. Maybe not all our delightful banter, but
Yeah, maybe
some
not so
of
much
our
banter. Right.
some of
right.
our delightful banter will be available later.
Yes, yes. Some delightful banter will be available later. We are recording the interviews, so that will probably be made available at some point in the future. Not quite sure what point that is. That'll be up to Elio to decide what to package it. Typically, for our conventions, though, we record a bunch of content during that week or weekend, and then we parcel it out over 2 or 3 weeks. So I'd imagine that over the next 2 or 3 episodes of your favorite chill pirate on podcast.com, you'll episode 501, 502, 503 will probably have some of these interviews embedded in those shows. That's typically how we do conventions. So
Nice. How about another giveaway? We need Jake for that.
we can't give away everything now. We have to
Well, we're not giving away the big thing. We're just giving away.
I suppose. I gotta be. Elio told me to design it, so I have to be the miser. I have to be the no fun guy. That's my job. It's
You're
been
the
my
one.
job.
1 candy bar per person.
Right.
At
That's
Halloween.
me. That is me. She's
I'm like,
got this.
here, just handfuls. Come on.
Yeah, that's right. But our Halloween bowl has to last until 8:30, Pacific time or whatever. So, but I think let's Jake, let's throw another Geordie buff in there. We have the most of those. You know what? No, Jake. No, you know what?
I think we should do a recon bundle.
Let's do a recon bundle. No, Cat's right. Cat's right.
Because everybody loves ships in Star
Everybody
Trek
loves ships.
Online.
Let's do a recon bundle. Let's do a recon bundle, Jake. So let's throw a link in the chat there for a recon bundle, and we'll give it a couple minutes for you guys to put your entries in. Throw those votes out there, and remember, you don't have to donate to enter. This is open to anybody that's in the Twitch stream or any of our other streams, Facebook, YouTube, whatever. But we would appreciate you spreading the word to any of your friends to give whatever they can. Your donations are being matched by the Roddenberry Foundation. Rod Roddenberry announced that as a surprise. We didn't know that was coming, but it was a welcome surprise. Your donation we matched dollar for dollar up to a grand total of $3,000 for the Poor People's Campaign. So that was wonderful, and we appreciate that. And hopefully we'll see some new and wonderful things. Yeah, the recon bundle link hopefully is on the way here.
The bundles, yes, PC exclusive. Sorry, Joe Von Dunn. Those are not.
Are they? That's too bad.
Yeah, usually the codes we get are PC only, which is unfortunate. I wish that more things were universal.
Well, it's just, Jake said he's talking with Elio, and so.
We might not even get a choice as to what we give away. Maybe
well,
there's something else.
It's more along the lines of that Jake may be doing a producer thing, and not be available to run the giveaway here real quick.
Oh,
that could be part of it. Okay, so they're gonna put the Geordie. I don't know why people ask me to do stuff, because I say let's do this, and they go, no, Tony, we're gonna do this other thing instead. I'm getting a note from Skiffy that upcoming giveaway will be for 3 separate winners, 1 recon bundle and 2 Geordie buffs. I guess that's what we're doing now, because
then 3 people get to win something.
All the candy bars are gonna be gone. All the candy bars are gonna be out of the candy bar bowl.
We got some.
Okay, but it's my job. It's my job though to make sure we have enough candy bars to last us through the whole night. All right.
Okay.
Fine.
Okay, hall monitor.
That is my role. That is my designated role. So hopefully we'll see the link in the show note thingy here sometime soon. Yeah. So.
Any minute now. You can enter to win one of these things.
Any second now.
There it is.
Okay, so Issa has arrived and Elio's getting set up. Okay, there's the link. Okay, everybody hurry up and get in. Everybody hurry up and get in so we don't keep Elio and our guest waiting. So everybody, we'll go for about another minute. Everybody get your entries in there. We're going to do 2 Geordie buffs and a recon bundle. So let's go. Yeah, it's 4 bundles. There are 4 ships. Yes, there's 4 ships in the bundle. Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm. There's 2 Federation and 2 Klingon. It's the.
Thought it was.
What's the thing that I saw?
Oh.
I looked it up on the ARC. It was from
Oh.
2018. There was the bundle that I saw was the Lafayette and the New Orleans on the Federation side, and there was the 2 Klingon words
Oh, okay.
that
Well,
I don't remember.
I didn't look it up, so you're probably correct.
So because I don't speak Klingon, I could be wrong though. It's what the internet told me, and you know how the internet is about being right.
Things about everything.
Yeah. So
All right.
hopefully that's what it is. All right. Roscoe McQueen says, and 45 seconds. He's a much better radio person than I am. I don't know what that means, but 45 seconds. I guess he's saying we're about done with the waiting.
Yes.
Okay,
I
that's
think
what
we're ready to.
I don't know why I'm here, because everyone else has a much better idea of what's going on than I do. I just talk a lot and fill time. Maybe that's my real.
That's your calling,
That's my
filling
calling.
time.
I just fill time, and then people make decisions around me, and I say, "Guess what? The thing I just said was wrong, and we're going to do this instead." I think I found my calling.
Okay, well, we'll announce the winners when we do
let's,
that.
All right, so let's go ahead. Okay, Jake says they're ready to go. So Jake, draw us a winner for the Jordy Boffs, and announce the winner in the producer chat for me, and I'll read it off. Drum roll on my desk. Jake is topping.
Oh.
Tsune Akinu. Congratulations, we're on Jordy Boff. Well done. Now we need.
Congrats.
Yes. Okay, Kat, your turn to read this next one. Jake, go for another Jordy Boff. Drum roll.
Okay. Thatrin. Congratulations.
All right. Okay, now we have to do this one at the same time. The recon bundle. We have to say it at the same time. All right, ready?
Okay.
Here we go. Jake, draw another one.
Recon.
Here we go. Jamal Taylor.
Congratulations.
Congratulations on a recon bundle, Jamal Taylor. All right. Awesome. Yes. Well, see all those nights tuning in on Tuesday nights, Jamal, it finally paid off for you. There you go. All right. Well, we're gonna go offline here for just a second. We'll meet Elio back in the room with Isa Briones, and we'll come right back for a nice chat with her. So stick around, and we'll see you in a second. Waving awkwardly until it happens. Wait.
All right, here we go. Hi, captains, and we're back. And joining us is the incomparable Isa Briones. Isa, thank you so very much for joining us to celebrate our 500th episode and to help incentivize our viewers to donate to the Poor People's Campaign.
Yes, thank you so much for having me. And yes, thank you also for supporting such a worthy cause.
Thank you. Now, before we get started and we jump in talking about Picard and your work on Star Trek, tell us a little bit about why an organization like the Poor People's Campaign is important to you.
Well, I mean, you know, there's a multitude of reasons, but also I think as you start to, when you're kind of safe yourself in a situation that is so turbulent for so many people, you can really take a moment to be like, what can I do to help someone else out there that is just like me, but is struggling, is less fortunate, and it maybe is losing people around them or losing their homes because of the financial situation that we are in because of this pandemic and whatnot. you have to really take the time to be like, what can I do if I have that ability? And so it's really, I think, touching that people feel drawn to donate to something so worthy and that can make a real difference for people.
Yeah, we've actually just hit $1,020.
Amazing.
And if we
Halfway to our goal.
And
Wow.
our goal to unlock a personalized voicemail from you is 2,000, and then it's one of our stretch goals. That doesn't unlock until we hit 2,000. And on top of that, Rod Roddenberry has agreed to match up to $3,000. So
amazing.
Yeah, we're really excited. The Poor People's Campaign is doing a lot of work on the boots on the ground to make sure that these communities are marginalized communities that may not have resources that some of us have, to learn about, for instance, the vaccine. How is the vaccine going to affect you? What questions might you have? People who don't have the resources to look these things up, they're there to help answer those questions. So we're really excited to have to do this fundraiser for them. It's our way of giving back. We were talking a little bit before we went live. This podcast is much like community theater. I run it much like community theater, and everybody that works on the show is a volunteer with a passion for Trek, and it's important for us to give back to that community. So thank you for joining us. Thank you for being a part of that, and thank you for helping us incentivize donations. So let's jump in. Like so many Star Trek performers before you, you've got a strong background in theater. So tell us about your journey. Perhaps even some of that method of crossing over into film. And was there something in your theater experience that helped you shift into the science fiction world?
That's a great question. And yeah, I do. I think we all take a lot of pride in the fact that a lot of us come from theater, especially, historically in many renditions of Star Trek, but also in just our cast. All of us started in theater, which is so exciting. I don't know. I think there's something that draws the theater community to sci-fi in a way, maybe because it is so heightened, as musical theater or theater in general tends to be. It's heightened circumstances. It's so extreme, and that is how a lot of sci-fi can feel as well. So I think there is that aspect to it, and truly, this is more of a specific example, but something that really, I think, helped from my theater past going into Star Trek was playing the multiple roles in last season, which was so fun. And I think I just noticed some similarities with like switching from Soji to Sutra, as I did when I was doing Hamilton, and switching from Peggy to Mariah every night. And that's just in one night, 1 3-hour segment, you are switching into completely different characters. And so I think that really helped, especially with characters that feel so polar opposite, but in really fun ways, especially, I don't know, for actors, it's fun to find the similarities that you have to any character, even ones that are maybe a little evil and maybe a little devious. Right. So that definitely helped to have had that kind of perspective of trying to learn more about Mariah Reynolds in Hamilton, who maybe has a bad rep, but actually she has a softer side to her. That definitely informed how I was able to switch characters like that.
Does the android makeup help too? Putting on another layer of skin.
Yeah, that's definitely like the locked in part of it. It's like,
Right,
okay, now I'm her.
Yeah.
I want to just geek out about theater. We don't have to talk. Forget Star Trek. We're not
No,
going to.
Cat and I'll just check out. Cat and I'll just check out for a little while. You guys just go.
So, all right. If you had an opportunity to play any role, musical or play, which one do you want? Which one would you rather me ask first, musical or play? Let's do musical. How about musical?
Yeah, musical makes more sense.
All right. So, what musical role would you like to play?
Ugh. How dare you? This is the worst question. It's so hard.
He asks all the bad questions. I get all the good ones.
I'm such a theater geek. So, like, really, you could name any random character and I'd be like, oh, I'd love to play that too. But, well, growing up as a theater geek, you definitely love yourself some Wicked. So Elphaba is definitely a thing that I sing in my shower, not in front of anyone else, because that is some belty stuff there. But Elphaba is definitely an iconic character I've always really loved. But I also, a little lesser known, more of like my specific culty generation of musicals. Also Heathers the musical. Do love Heathers the musical and would love to play Veronica Sawyer there.
So, do you gravitate more towards the newer generation of music theater, or do you like the classics? You know, Sondheim. Well, Sondheim's pretty. He's classic. I'm gonna keep him my classic.
Yeah, I mean, he kind of like rides that line. I'd say, I don't know. I mean, my parents raised me with like such an intense love of musical theater all around. So I feel like I can't really choose one or the other, but it is definitely exciting to see newer musicals. Obviously, Hamilton kind of changed the game, and it's stuff like that that continues to like push our industry forward into like telling even deeper, more important stories. So I think there's definitely something to be said there for that, and what makes it so exciting to do.
Right. All right, so I guess we'll go back to Star Trek.
We got the musical theater out of the way.
Right. I mean, yeah.
I will. I'm sure I'll think of something else as we have this
Yeah.
conversation. Some other music
We'll
theater.
steer it back. We'll steer it back.
It'll happen. It just does.
Go ahead, Tony.
Okay. Well, so we've been talking to some of your to one of your other Picard co-stars, Evan Evagora, just recently, and he shared a Sir Pat Stew moment. Working with, like you said, someone who's had a little experience in theater, like some.
Whatever.
A little. Like,
Okay.
He's dabbled anyway. But how
he hasn't been in Hamilton.
That's
exactly.
That's a good point.
And I throw that in his face any chance I get.
Oh, Shakespeare? That's nice. I don't know if you've
Sure.
heard of this Hamilton thing that's been in some of the papers, have you? Yeah. But he's having somebody like him around and who's been there and made that transition himself. Was there a moment on set or in a particular scene that he kind of went like, let me show you the path, young Padawan. Let me show you how this goes.
It's funny because questions like that often come up because I think we often think about our iconic actors, our like legends in this field, and we think of them as like our mentors and our teachers, so they must be imparting wisdom constantly, dropping pearls of wisdom everywhere. We hope. And of course, those pearls of wisdom come out just because he is who he is, and he has so much life within him that he can't help but have it spill out of him naturally. But he's never like preaching to us in any way. It's always just like you can just sit in your chair and watch him across the way, and you're learning as you just look at him, because everything about him carries so much weight of acting in general and this business and this character that he has created over these 20 something odd years that people have fallen in love with. And there is clearly a reason, and it's because like he and Picard are just kind of one and the same now. So there's no way of not learning everything you need to learn from just being with him. And also he's just a great example in the perfect leader too. And he is so humble that he would never call himself a leader, but that's what he is. He just naturally leads with such grace and with love, and immediately welcomes you in to the family with open arms. And that is his way of imparting wisdom.
That's amazing. So for your character, can you tell us about the journey your character had in season 1, and did everyone know about your character arc, or did you find out, an episode at a time?
I think there were definitely some specifics that took some time to roll out, but definitely in the audition process, I really had no idea what this character was, because the description literally said like she's a young woman I was like, okay. Um,
Well, you got some
but
room to work. You got some room to
exactly, I was
expand
like,
that.
okay,
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
think
All right.
I think I
Yeah.
fit that description.
Yeah.
But very like slowly started learning little tidbits of information of who she was throughout the audition process. They were like, oh, well, maybe play it this time like you're a robot. Why not? We're not saying that she's synthetic, but just like try it.
Yeah, just spitball it here. Give us your robot. Give us a
And you're
robot.
and they're like, imagine that you're talking to this man in the scene like he's your father, which we're not saying he is, but stuff like that.
Playing it coy.
But yeah, stuff like that kind of slowly came out. But as we were filming, like the rest of the cast definitely didn't know a whole lot about my character, but they did know that I was supposed to be synthetic. And I just remember our first Comic-Con, our San Diego Comic-Con, they were like prepping us for the big panel, and they gave us this like big pamphlet of stuff we should talk about, stuff we shouldn't talk about. Obviously the stuff we should talk about is like 2 sentences and then the stuff we shouldn't talk about is like paragraph. But everyone has their own things specific to their characters. But the one thing that it said, like, for everyone, don't talk about Issa. It's like no one's allowed to know about Issa.
She is the young woman.
Yes, she's
That's
the
it.
young woman going
Yeah.
through something.
Yeah.
But definitely, yeah, it was a slow burn there, which was actually, I think, really cool, because that's really how she, the character, is learning about herself. She doesn't know any of this stuff about herself, so it kind of helped me to just be on that parallel journey of being like, I don't really know anything about her because she doesn't know anything about her. So that's cool to be on the same journey with her, and kind of just, requires very little acting when you're just as in the dark as the character is.
It came naturally.
Yeah.
Issa, I kind of want you to think back to 2019. You mentioned San Diego Comic-Con and then New York Comic-Con. I was sitting in the audience at Madison Square Garden when you all came out, and the show hadn't even come out yet, but the crowd was electric. What do you remember about that? And to spin off that question, what's your experience been like now with the Star Trek community as a whole?
Yeah, the beginning process, I think, just kind of hit us all at once, like with just a wall of excitement and love, thankfully. I mean, that was the first thing we learned about, at least for someone coming into the Star Trek franchise brand new. That was the first thing I learned about it, was just that it's a community of really loving people who just care so much about these stories and about these characters they haven't even seen yet they already know that they love them and they must protect them at all costs. So that was really heartwarming. First off, I think it's also any actor's dream to know that what the art that you're making is going to be met with instant love. That's not something you can say for a lot of roles that you get. So that was definitely a really beautiful entrance into the world. And now that we've kind of sat in it for a while, and we've also gone through some really crazy times this past year, and feeling kind of distant from it, since we filming has been paused, and you feel a little bit disconnected from everything. We're not with each other, but we still feel the love so much in just like the online community of Trekkers who continue to love it even when there's not new stuff coming out. They're of course sitting there being like, when will season 2 come out? And we're like, we wish we could give it to you. It's just not filmed yet.
Right.
But that love really never stops, which is really amazing.
All right, now I want to pause for a second here, because we are $960 away from our goal. And remember, Rod will match up to $3,000, as he said. And if we break 2,000, you could very well have a personalized outgoing voicemail from Issa. So make sure to donate. And if you haven't already started to share this broadcast, make sure to share it on Facebook, Twitter, wherever you are right now. You know, so your character is a bit unique because you are Data's daughter. The character is Data's daughter in many respects, right? In literal respects. And so because of that, the character carries a lot of weight to it, right? You are now a part of this massive franchise. I'm kind of curious if somebody like Sir Patrick Stewart or Jonathan Frakes or even Brent Spiner kind of pulled you aside and said, all right, listen, what you just got yourself into is X, Y, and Z, and here's how you should prepare yourself.
Well, I mean, mainly the any kind of warnings or preparation we got from the OG cast was mainly just about prepping us for the world of the fans and for just really what I was just talking about, just like how much love we're going to receive, and just being like, get ready for the family that you just got. You just got a whole family.
We're kind of a bit much, to be honest.
You guys are a lot.
We're a lot. We'll be frank about
But it's
that.
amazing, and that was really true. Like I remember Marina and Jonathan saying, like, you just got a whole world of a family, and this is for them. Like that's all you have to keep in mind, is that this is for them. But I will say, about the weight of being Data's daughter. I mean, no one really told me that. No one really like pulled me aside and said, like, by the way, I was just like reading a script. I was just reading a script, and then I was like, oh shit, I think I'm his daughter.
Speaking of finding out who you are and being surprised by it,
I was like, I feel like someone should have told me this.
Wait,
But
there was a memo somewhere, right? That I missed it? Yeah, right.
And I immediately, started going back and watching a bunch of Next Generation episodes, ones that like I saw were really focused on Data, just because I was like, I need to soak up every inch of his history and everything. And that's when I started to get really excited, because I was like, oh my god, already I love this journey that he's having, and now I get to continue that as a slightly more advanced version of him, and in completely different circumstances, in a very different universe, in a very different time for the Federation. But I also got really nervous because Brent Spiner is Brent Spiner. And when they said in the script, they sprinkled in little moments of the Data head tilt to show that like familial resemblance. And I remember seeing that and being like, oh my god, the online community is going to tear me apart.
I have to foreshadow.
If I do this wrong, they're going to tear me apart. But
we're a bit much. We're a bit much.
It was received really well, though. I mean, it was definitely that sigh of relief when the first episode where that happened came out, and people were like, "Oh my god, she's Data's daughter! Like, she did the head tilt," and I was like, "Yes, I did it.
You pulled it off.
We did.
You hit it, nailed it. Yeah, people saw it. The foreshadowing worked.
That was really exciting.
Speaking of Brent Spiner, I mean, he has a very, strong music theater background. Did you get a chance to talk about your favorite musicals? Things that, very similar, kind of
you
geek out
did
about
it.
theater.
You did
brought
it.
it back.
You steered it
brought
back.
it back.
Well, it's funny, we didn't get to work together that much, as you know. I was mainly on the board cube, and then I was with the rest of the crew. But really, I only worked with Brent in like the last 2 episodes, and that was a very specific time of filming, because we were in this very weird location that was supposed to be Capelius. Hint, it was Malibu. But we were there and all like kind of stuck in this little room. And also another big theater nerd is Allison Pill, who I know you've had the pleasure of getting a message from. But she and I, we talk a lot about our theater geekness, and we often break into show tunes. And there was definitely a moment, and there's definitely video proof somewhere that I will bury, but there's video proof of us breaking into Joseph and the Amazing Technicolor Dreamcoat, singing Potiphar. And
Why do
not
you
just
admit?
singing.
Why do you admit to its existence and then say, "Oh wait, I have to go find it and kill it"? No, that's don't do that. People are gonna look for it now.
I know.
Oh, it's a bad
but-
move. Oh, it's so
But it
bad.
was not just singing, it was like impromptu choreography and everything. And it's
Well, now we
us
have to
in this
see it.
little room doing this impromptu performance. And Brent Spiner is in the back, just like so confused and just watching us like, who are these crazy kids?
It's fun.
But
The persona that he puts out, we don't know him personally. It's only what he puts out right to the public. I get the sense that he would be the kind of person to walk up to you and then quietly whisper, "I hate Lin-Manuel Miranda," like that kind of stuff, like something like that. Like I feel like that's what he would do.
he's so funny, and his comedy is very shocking because he's funny, but he's very quiet, and then he just whips out a zinger, and then you're all on the floor laughing. But I was really just kind of starstruck meeting him. The first time I met him was at the photo shoot for like the press images, and he was in full Data makeup, and I was just like, this can't be happening. Like, I can't believe I'm meeting him as Data right now.
Yeah.
And I just remember him asking me about my character and like asking me advice, or like he was asking me what my thoughts were on my arc and our connection, and I was like, you want me to tell you? But that really speaks to just how amazing he is and how like really down to earth. I mean, the whole OG cast is. I mean, they all just treat you like you've been their friend forever, which is amazing.
Right. I'm surprised you guys didn't talk. He did 1776. You did Hamilton. Y'all could have had that conversation. I haven't seen.
I was just watching the Tony performance of Sunday in the Park with George.
Oh yeah.
My dad put it on, and I was like, "That's Brent."
Yeah.
That's Brent with his little parasol.
Yeah, look, you guys should do an album because you released the song,
my
right? You sang
God.
Blue Skies for one of the promotions of, and it was a phenomenal performance. You guys should do an album.
Thank
That's what it should be, an album. Brent.
And the thing about that,
call him up.
and the thing about that recording is you can tell it's you. I mean, even you've got a lot of speaking parts throughout the show, but it's you when that song comes on, which isn't always the case with singing and speaking.
Well, I'm glad that you knew that because my grandparents didn't.
Well, you get older and that upper register starts to go, in crowded rooms you can't hear anybody. I mean, it's okay. It's okay.
She was like, that rendition of Blue Skies is really pretty. Who's saying that? I'm like, it's me, Nana.
You and Brent could do duets. That would be amazing.
Yeah, I mean, his album, what was that album? The
Old Yellow Eyes.
Old Yellow Eyes, yeah. We
Well,
could
then
do
he had
a
followed that up
sequel.
with.
Yeah, I was gonna say Elio has all of his albums, all the albums he has. Yeah,
Because here's the thing. Growing up, I was watching Star Trek and I didn't. It was young and dumb, but what I pulled from TNG was when Brent or Gates McFadden were pulled into flexing their theatrical muscle. Right,
Yeah.
whether it was the dance scene or whatnot, and I fell in love with that, and I said to myself, I want to do that. And so, I think I even told this to Brent once, as like when he was signing an autograph, I was like, "Sir, you inspired me to go and get my undergrad in theater." And he's like, "All right, kid, yeah, here you go. Here's your signature, go." But there much of the mythos of Star Trek and these characters that are built with a foundation of theatrical actors, right? And it's very important. Right now, theaters, Broadway's been dark for a year. It's incredible. It's unheard of, and I have friends, I'm sure you do too, that, yourself, unable to work because of COVID. And there's an importance. There's an importance to making sure that we can get back on our feet safely and healthily so that we can bring back the art. It's not just, it's entertaining, but it's art.
it's what we all turn to in our scariest times. I mean, throughout like the height of quarantine, we were all on the couch watching Netflix and listening to our favorite music and just trying to find solace in these really unprecedented times. And it was always through artists. And that's why, you know, organizations like the one that you're supporting today are really needed for everyone affected by this.
So I'm going to pull it back to Star Trek.
Ah,
Elio, is that okay, Elio? Elio, is that all right with you? Elio, is that okay? All right. So typically at some point in these interviews, I like to ask the actor, you know, how much of you did you bring to your character? And I'll let you just pick which one you want to talk about, because you got like a handful. You just pick the one. You can even do two if you want. It's okay. But what of you did you bring to that? And then what did you take home after you got done? What did that character or characters leave with you that you took off the set?
Well, I think it's impossible to not bring yourself
a young
to
woman
any,
who's going
any
through things.
Exactly. Well, but it's impossible to not bring yourself into any character you encounter, because also that's why you got hired too. Sure. Oftentimes is because of that thing that you bring to it. So no matter what, you're always going to add that little spice of you, and it's definitely impossible not to take something home. And I think for me, what was really exciting, you know, this was really my first big TV or film thing.
Right.
And I mean, before this, I had done like a few guest stars when I was younger, but really I was coming right from the thick of theater and really out of practice with anything to do with on-camera stuff. And so I was really nervous going into this, and also anything of this scale too, and being face to face with Sir Patrick Stewart. And that was my first day of filming. My first day of filming was the scene where I go to him at the vineyard and I'm like, do you know who I am? And I'm crying and bleeding, and which, as you can probably imagine, is a lot.
That's that bigness from theater, right? You're just going, you're hitting the gas at 100 miles an hour. Yeah, we're doing this. Yeah.
And that was very scary and you know, challenging. But it really helped to be playing a character who was going through the same kind of heightened nervousness and fear of the unknown, not knowing what the heck they're doing and how to go forward. And also, you know, she's being confronted by this or confronting this legend, Jean-Luc Picard. Everyone knows who he is. He is this icon, and that was very much not different for me. Having to like be yelling at Sir Patrick Stewart, you know. So I think it really helped to have those.
It's every fan's dream. Oh my God, I'm meeting you. What is going on? Yeah, and you were able to just do that. Yeah.
and I just, yeah, I'm thankful every day that I got to kind of live parallel lives with all of these characters, and with Soji basically learning who she is. And you know, I was 20 when I booked this, and I'm 22 now, but I you know, young woman going through things and moving back to LA, moving into her first place by herself. And it's really amazing, I think, also as a young woman, to be able to examine that part of yourself and all of those fears and all of that unknown through kind of the eyes of someone else who is still very much you, though. And so that was really cool. And then encountering Sutra was also very fun, because at that point I had like found Soji, and I was like, all right, cool. She and I we're the same, you and me. But then finally feeling like comfortable in that, then I got to really play with Sutra and
got to be the bad guy.
Explore how you bring yourself to that too. Like, you know, we like to all think of ourselves as the hero in our own story, and we all are in our own right, but it is fun to explore, like, ooh, this evil side of me or this like devious side of me. That's really fun as well, and very much a part in forming you as a person. So it's very cool to explore these like very extreme characters who all together kind of form this very complete portrait of a woman.
Good answer. That was good.
Thank you.
We asked that question a lot, and that was a good answer.
Thank you.
I really enjoyed Soji's journey with Narek on the ship, with Jonathan Del Arco, with Hugh. I loved that whole arc, and because Narek wasn't the best guy, and you feel bad for poor Soji.
Yeah, woof, toxic relationship alert.
Yeah,
My God.
Yeah, women going through stuff. A lot of people can relate to that.
I'm sure. I was on an interview with someone once, and she's like, so Narek is an asshole, and I was like, we all have an Eric, don't we?
Yes.
Did your mom not talk to you about the Romulans? Did you not get the Romulan talk? when you were
Yeah,
growing up?
exactly.
No. All right. Well,
But yeah, that was again, that's another thing to add to that experience of what it's like to be a young woman figuring out yourself. Like, and the other thing that was exciting too was at the beginning of filming, I was so immersed in Daj, who was just like crisis and trauma 24/7, like constantly being hunted and always bleeding and hurt or dying, which was very cool. But it was really a nice breath of fresh air to then switch to Soji and be like, okay, I get to just be this kick-ass woman, like, who has a really important job in a place that's kind of, she's kind of conflicted about, but she's doing any good that she can as this really empathetic person trying to help people, and then also going through falling in love with someone and going through betrayal, going through questioning who she is. That's such a universal journey, not just for young women, for young people everywhere, for anyone, so that was really cool to explore that all the while on a Borg cube.
Well, before we let you go, I know that projects have been slow to a crawl, but is there something that you've kind of been working on or are eager to start working on that's not specifically Star Trek related? And how can people follow you? How can people follow your work and your projects?
Well, the only thing that I can actually talk about right now is just, I in quarantine, I went fully into the hobbies mode of like, let me distract myself with things. And I went fully into making art and making resin things and I got real crafty. So I do have